Chapter 225. Xiao Han also understood that the reason he was able to cultivate the 10,000 beast-devouring tactic so effortlessly was because he had unscrupulously absorbed the origin energy contained in the fifth seal. Otherwise, he would not have been able to practice it even if he had the cultivation method of this divine art. It was a great stroke of luck. But very soon, Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Wait. There's immortal qi on the seal, and the triggered myriad beast-devouring method is an immortal art. In other words, the person who cast this seal was an immortal? Xiao Han was completely astounded. Just what was the origins of this demon egg? It actually needed an immortal to seal it. Moreover, the surface of the eggshell was densely covered in seals. Who knew how many there were? Did a group of immortals work together to seal this demon egg? Xiao Han was completely dumbfounded. Immortals were legendary existences. They were as bright as the sun and moon and lived as long as the world. They were basically indestructible. Who knew how many times more powerful than the great figures of the past? A group of immortals worked together to seal the demon egg. A demon emperor hatched from the eggshell. A demon emperor? I'm afraid even a demon emperor isn't worth a group of immortals working together to seal, right? Moreover, after the fifth seal was broken, a startling crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell. Demon qi surged out and filled the air with viciousness. Xiao Han had to seal up the crack with the spirit turtle true qi to prevent the demon qi from seeping out. Xiao Han had a feeling that once the surging demon qi burst out, he would struggle to control it. I can vaguely sense the quality of the demon qi. It's even more powerful than a demon emperor like Qing Lin. The demon qi it gives off is even more terrifying. It's even more terrifying. Fortunately, my spirit turtle true qi is barely enough to block up this gap, Xiao Han thought quickly. However, if I were to break one or two more seals, I really won't be able to hold on anymore. Unless my true qi realm increases, I really won't be able to hold on anymore. That way, I'll have abundant spirit turtle true qi to seal the demon egg so that the demon qi won't leak out. For a moment, Xiao Han had no idea whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, it was clear that he had to continuously cultivate and raise his cultivation and battle prowess. Only then would he be able to grasp his life and death in his own hands. This demon egg has already completely fused with my heart. Once a mutation occurs, I will die without a burial place. No. I must cultivate like crazy. Constantly sharpening himself between life and death. Xiao Han had a premonition that there was a hidden danger lurking in the air. All right. I will seek life in death and enter the great desolate heavenly dragon empire. Kill the azure dragon demon emperor. To undergo a tempering that was extremely dangerous. At the edge of life and death, you will transform yourself. In Xiao Han's eyes, a saber light flashed. The saber intent that could shatter the void instantly extinguished all fear, causing Xiao Han's fighting spirit to soar. His spirit and will could not be extinguished. Furthermore, there are many ancient beasts in the great wilderness, such as the great phoenix savage beast, which allows my 10,000 beast-devouring art to be of use. It's like putting what I've learned to use, like a fish in water or a dragon returning to the sea. Good, very good. I've heard from the sect master that the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal family has a pure-blooded sky dragon and a pure-blooded swanni. This. Xiao Han could not help but lick his lips. In his mind, he could not help but come up with some devious ideas. The next day, Xiao Han came to the mission issuance area of the Yaoxia Pagoda. This mission issuance area was not only used to accept missions, but many Yaoxia could also issue missions here. Xiao Han was about to leave the Yaoxia Pagoda with Xiao Mingchu and the others and return to the Pure Cloud sect. Before he left, he also asked for Ah Chou on how to treat the scar on his face. The scar on Ah Chou's face could not be healed by medicine. Only a true energy realm martial artist who was proficient in the reincarnation divine fire could use the reincarnation divine fire to burn the acne on Ah Chou's face. This would allow Ah Chou to regain his previous appearance. There was no other way. Xiao Han spent 1,000 contribution points to issue a mission in the mission issuance area. Find a Yaoxia who is proficient in the reincarnation divine fire to treat the scar on a friend's face. The reward will be negotiable. Once Xiao Han's mission was accepted by other Yaoxia, Xiao Han would receive a notification in the Yaoxia token. He would communicate and negotiate with the Yaoxia who accepted the mission. Hehe, senior brother Acho, I issued this mission. Any Yaoxia who cultivated the reincarnation divine fire will definitely accept this mission after seeing it. It is to burn the scar on your face. This mission is extremely simple and effortless. At that time, let's see if senior brother Ah Cho is really as handsome and unrestrained as you claim to be. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of the chance to see Ah Cho's true appearance, Xiao Han felt that it was quite interesting. Before returning to the Pure Cloud sect, Xiao Yunrong went to the 29th floor to find Xiao Han. Oh. Yunrong. You're here? Xiao Han smiled and brought Xiao Yunrong into his small single room. Sit here for a while. Xiao Yunrong sat on the edge of the bed and raised her head to look at Xiao Han. In the depths of her eyes, there was a trace of undetectable sadness and heartbreak. Xiao Han, are you going to return to the Pure Cloud sect now? Did you accept a mission? I will go back with sect master today. As for a mission, I accepted one and will go to the Great Wilderness soon. Xiao Han smiled. By the way, Yunrong, did you accept a mission? Not yet. Xiao Yunrong's eyes were evasive. Yunrong, you seem to have something on your mind? Xiao Han suddenly noticed Xiao Yunrong's restless mood and stared at her. What's wrong? No. Xiao Han, Yunrong has nothing. Xiao Yunrong said in a panic. No, you must have something on your mind. Xiao Han walked over and sat beside Xiao Yunrong. Fatty, Qingtong and senior sister Hua, after they became evil heroes, they were all smiling all day long. But Yunrong, you look like you have something on your mind. What happened? You can tell me. Don't you trust me? No. Xiao Yunrong suddenly turned her head and stared at Xiao Han. Her eyes were like water. She was very close to Xiao Han and the faint virgin fragrance on her body lingered in Xiao Han's nose. Xiao Han, I came here today to tell you that in this life, I will not do anything to hurt you. I know that one day, Xiao Han, your name will definitely shake the mountains and rivers and you will be all-powerful. Unhindered in the world. Becoming a famous figure on the evil hero ranking. Yunrong just hopes. At that time, sometimes, you can still remember Yunrong. What do you mean? Xiao Han was completely confused by Xiao Yunrong. Right at this moment. All of a sudden, Xiao Yunrong kissed Xiao Han's left cheek quickly, and then stood up, blushing, and said shyly. Xiao Han. I'm going to take on the task. See you later. After saying that, Xiao Yunrong ran out of the room. As soon as Xiao Yunrong left, Xiao Mingchu walked in with his arms crossed. He whistled and said with a lazy face. Junior brother, it's not right for you to be so affectionate. First senior brother, it seems that something happened to Yunrong. Xiao Han stood up with suspicion. It's just a love affair. Xiao Mingchu smiled and said, nothing will happen. Xiao Yunrong is the only evil hero of Mingjian Villa this time and will definitely become the cornerstone of Mingjian Villa in the future. The villa master of Mingjian Villa must regard her as a treasure. He was afraid that she would fall in his hands and melt in his mouth. What could happen? Well, junior brother, let's go back to Pure Cloud sect now. The sect master will rush back to arrange your marriage. This time, our Pure Cloud sect will come to Medicine King Valley to propose marriage in a grand manner. It's a great honor for Medicine King Valley. Oh. Xiao Han nodded with a little embarrassment. There's no need to mobilize so many people. Ha ha ha, junior brother, you're now an outstanding figure among the younger generation in the world. If we don't arrange this grand marriage for you, our Pure Cloud sect will lose face. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Xiao Mingqiu turned and left. Forget it, I'll go back to Pure Cloud Sect first. I can communicate with Yunrong through the evil hero token at any time and ask her what's on her mind. Xiao Han was also eager to go back. Xiao Han, Wu Yu, Xiao Mingqiu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and Huiyang bid farewell to the heavenly devil old man and Mo Qingtong. Everyone said goodbye to each other. The mountains would not change and the rivers would flow forever. After saying goodbye today, they would meet again in the future and have a drink and talk happily. Everyone parted ways. Crow carried the cloud, and everyone rode on the cloud, leaving the Devil Hero region. Back to the southern region, Pure Cloud Sect. On the 33rd floor of the Evil Hero Tower. In a private room. With a scorching sun above his head, the Great Sun Emperor, who had a clear temperament, sat at the table with the Dragon Bone Saint Saber. Great Sun, how's your cultivation recently? Have you accumulated enough? If it's enough, let's start the last meridian expansion. After 10 times of meridian expansion, one could condense a true talisman. At that time, he would also become an ancient giant. In the 10 years Sacred War, he would be ranked within the top 1,000. In the eyes of the Great Sun Emperor, there were faint runes floating up and down. However, these runes did not seem to solidify and had a half-real, half-fake feeling. True Qi talisman must be a true talisman and not half-fake. However, this Great Sun Son of Heaven was only a step away. True Qi Level 6, Meridian Expansion Realm. Starting from the 51st to the 60th True Meridian, every time I open a True Meridian, I will expand it once. I have now expanded my meridians 9 times, which is a total of 43 times. Looking at the entire Devil Hero ranking list, my talent is above average. The last expansion is no small matter. I am constantly accumulating my foundation, just so that the capacity of the true meridians can be expanded to 50 times during the last expansion. Then I will enter the Talisman Transformation Realm. In the Holy War 5 years from now, I will definitely become one of the greatest powerhouses of all time. It is not impossible for me to enter the top 800. The eyes of the Great Sun Emperor were filled with arrogance as if he had everything in his control. However, his face suddenly darkened. Long Gu, Xiao Han actually became the champion of this year's Monster Hero trial. He's in the limelight. That little bastard knows the secrets of the monster clan, but the higher-ups didn't even ask about it. How dare they? It is a pity that our words do not carry much weight. We sent some news to the higher-ups but they actually ignored it. Damn it. Humph. Great Sun is just a little bastard who does not know his place. Bastard. His true Qi cultivation is a mess. He only relies on his flesh shell and a few evil skills. He has not started expanding his meridian. It is easy for us to kill him. However, we are all people who have one foot in the ranks of ancient giants. If we personally kill this little ant, it will be too embarrassing. Moreover, he has Xiao Mingqiu and Wu Bai as his backing. Right now, the higher-ups seem to think highly of him. If we act rashly, it will be the opposite of what we want. How about this? Keep an eye on this little bastard and see what he does recently. Dragon Bone, I will leave this matter to you. I am going into seclusion because I lost the bet to Xiao Mingqiu. I am afraid that he will come looking for me. I need to avoid him. Secondly, I need to properly expand my meridian for the 10th time. Once I refine the true talisman, I may be able to deal with Xiao Mingqiu. Right now, I do not know what realm Xiao Mingqiu is at. This guy is cunning. I am afraid that he has already reached the peak of Talisman Transformation Realm. On the Evil Hero ranking board, he is firmly ranked 898. He is not that easy to deal with. Alright, Great Sun, I will keep an eye on Xiao Han for you. You go into seclusion with peace of mind. I have just condensed my true Qi into talisman. My realm is not stable yet. I also need to find some treasured herbs to nourish the true talisman. The Dragon Bone Saint Saber said solemnly. After a pause, the Dragon Bone Saint Saber sneered. But it does not matter. In the southern region preliminaries and even in the main competition, this little bastard Xiao Han has killed countless people and made many enemies. Naturally, there will be many people who covet him and want to put him to death. Let us watch the fire from the other side. If there is a chance, we will make a move and turn him into ashes. We can also have a share of the evil monster race's secrets. On the 18th floor of the Evil Hero Tower, Xiao Yinrong stood in front of Shimen Piaoxue. On the table, there was a medicinal pill. Yinrong, what do you think? In this world, it is not easy to produce an evil hero. Since you are the new evil hero of our Mingjian villa, then I will definitely not hurt you. On the contrary, I will use all the resources to nurture you. I value you. However, your family, Blazing Flame City Shao Clan, I will not tolerate them. Do you understand what I mean? Shimen Piaoshue's face was gloomy. On the contrary, Xiao Yinrong's face was very calm, so calm that it was scary. Yinrong has thought it through. Xiao Yinrong nodded. Her eyes were filled with relief. Oh. Yinrong, you have finally thought it through? Right. What is Xiao Han? What is his relationship with you? Why do you have to rebel against the sect for him? The loss outweighs the gain. Yinrong, don't worry. As long as you trick Xiao Han into taking this medicinal pill, I promise that I will use all the resources of Mingjian Villa to nurture you. Shimen Piaoxue said fervently. Xiao Yinrong stepped forward and gently picked up the medicinal pill. Villa Master, do you have more of this medicinal pill? Please give Yinrong a few more. Yinrong is afraid that I will not be able to get it this time. No more. This medicinal pill is extremely expensive and can only be found by luck. Our sect only has one. Shimen Piaoxue shook his head. At this moment, suddenly, Xiao Yinrong put the medicinal pill in her hand into her mouth. It melted in her mouth. Without thinking, she directly retreated to the side of the door. Please forgive me, Villa Master. Yinrong cannot harm Xiao Han and cannot do anything that goes against the sect. Therefore, Yinrong is willing to take the blame for him and die to thank Villa Master. After she finished speaking, Xiao Yinrong flashed out of the private room under Shimen Piaoshue's dumbstruck eyes. Villa Master. Not good. Yinrong swallowed this rotting heart bone pill. The medicinal power spread out and slowly seeped into her internal organs and bones. 3 years later, she will pass away. How could this be? For Xiao Han, she actually did such a stupid thing. An old man said in shock. Damn it. Shimen Piaoxue was furious. The sword qi on his body exploded. The air in the private room instantly collapsed. The tables and chairs were all crushed into powder by the violent sword qi. To be continued. Chapter 226. Southern Region, Pure Cloud Mountain Range. Ancient vines accompanied old trees, small bridges and flowing water, beautiful winding mountain ridges, like a sleeping dragon, traversing across the beacon fire empire. The mountains were bathed in divine light. It was picturesque and breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, in the area of the Pure Cloud sect, Xiao Han's mountain peak, decorated with lanterns. Decorated with flowers. Red candles burning. Big red lanterns hanging high. A large group of true disciples was instructing the inner and outer sect disciples to decorate Xiao Han's mountain peak. Hang the lanterns higher. A middle-aged true disciple was instructing a group of inner sect disciples to hang lanterns everywhere. Reporting to this true disciple, the disciple who gathered the flowers has returned. He has brought back all the flowers that could be purchased within 1,000 miles, an inner sect elder carefully reported to a female true disciple. Decorate senior brother Xiao Han's mountain peak with fresh flowers. Oh right, find some clever female disciples to make a large number of bonsai and flower baskets, the female true disciple said indifferently. Huh? Xiao Han. Senior brother Xiao Han. The inner sect elder was shocked. The female successor disciple glared at him and said, "Senior brother Shao Han made a killing in the devil hero trial this time. Not only did he become a devil hero, but he was also the most powerful one among the contestants. He overcame all the obstacles along the way and was very impressive. Although I am not qualified to go to the devil hero region to admire senior brother Shao Han, I am still impressed. This time, senior brother Shao Han is going to marry 2 female disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Senior brother Shao Han's mountain peak. Make it festive. Warm. Understand? Yes, I will immediately order all the female disciples to come and help." The inner sect elder quickly bowed and left. Change the bed in senior brother Shao Han's bedroom to a big bed. Another true disciple was instructing the inner sect disciples to bring some red wedding blankets embroidered with dragons and phoenixes into Shao Han's bedroom. This true disciple, "We forgot to buy a bed, but senior brother Shao Han's bed is already big enough," an inner sect disciple said in fear. "Go get a bigger bed right now." Eldest senior apprentice brother sent a message back. It was said that senior apprentice brother Shao Han had married 2 female disciples of the Medicine King Valley in a row. The bed was too small to turn over, so senior apprentice brother Shao Han would definitely not be happy. If senior brother Shao Han isn't happy, we, as his junior brothers, can't do anything about it. You won't be happy. Change him. That true inheritor said. He waved his hands frantically. The inner court disciple stuck out his tongue and muttered. Direct disciple senior brother Shao is truly blessed with women, to be able to marry 2 at once. Furthermore, they are 2 of the 4 beauties of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. How enviable. What do you know? The true inheritor sneered. Do you know who senior brother Shao Han is now? Evil hero. Moreover, he was the most promising hero. 2. Even if you marry all the female disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. It turned out that Xiao Mingchu had used a special method to transmit the news of the Crow Dragon, Shao Han, and the others returning to the Pure Cloud sect. Moreover, he simply announced that Shao Han had won the crown in the main competition and had become the evil hero. In addition, Xiao Mingchu also ordered all the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, from the direct inheritor to the outer court disciples, to properly decorate Shao Han's mountain peak. Shao Han was about to marry 2 female outer court disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The 3 leaders of the outer court peak where Ah Cho and Shao Han were previously stood on Shao Han's mountain peak with a face full of emotion. My brother Shao Han has really become the evil hero. Ha ha ha, 3 leaders, Shao Han has really become the evil hero. That's great. I've heard that below the group of immortals is the evil hero, below the evil hero are all living beings. Although I don't understand what this sentence means, I know that it must mean something very powerful. Ah Cho was almost incoherent. The 3 leaders were also in tears. The heavens have eyes, this child Shao Han has actually become the evil hero. Our mountain peak has produced an evil hero. That is an unparalleled genius that is rarely seen throughout the ages. Only a genius in the true Qi realm, with both wisdom and courage, is qualified to compete for the title of evil hero. Now, even if we 3 old things die, it will not be in vain. Ha 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 ha. Back then, when Shao Han had just entered the outer court, he was so young and did not know anything, but now. The 3 chiefs were on the verge of bursting into tears. At this moment, sect leader is back. Eldest senior brother is back. Senior brother Shao Han is back. A group of true inheritors started to shout. Boom! In the next moment, a large group of true disciples released their true Qi at the same time, completely igniting Shao Han's mountain peak. Auspicious clouds, divine light, heavenly flowers fell, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground, causing Shao Han's mountain peak to look like a divine mountain. It was a magnificent sight. In the sky. Sect leader, why are there so many people busy decorating the disciples' mountain peak? Moreover, many true disciples are willing to use their true qi to decorate the disciples' mountain peak. Xiao Han was stunned. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, it was I who sent a message to ask everyone to decorate your mountain peak. You are about to get married, so you can have a good time. Xiao Mingchu laughed. This. Eldest senior brother, isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Xiao Han was extremely embarrassed. Alright, Xiao Han, let's go to your mountain peak. Wu Yu smiled indifferently. The smoke descended and floated towards Xiao Han's mountain peak. For a moment, countless people on Xiao Han's mountain peak were shouting in unison, "Welcome sect leader, welcome eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother. Congratulations to senior brother Xiao Han for your triumphant return, becoming another evil hero of our pure cloud sect. Congratulations to senior sister Huiyang for becoming an evil hero. I wish senior brother Xiao Han a happy wedding." Xiao Han and the others finally landed on the mountain peak. Xiao Han looked around and saw that his mountain peak was filled with flowers. There were white cranes holding Ganoderma, immortal apes holding longevity peaches, and many spirit beasts walking back and forth on the mountain, adding to the festive atmosphere. Big red lanterns decorated the mountain in a picturesque manner. The doors and windows were plastered with big red, happiness characters. The atmosphere was joyous. The entire mountain peak was enveloped by true qi, and the morning glow soared to the sky. Light rays filled the air. It was like a dream. Phew, Xiao Han was dazzled. Junior brother. Are you satisfied? If you are not satisfied, you can tell me. Xiao Mingchu smiled. It's already very good. Xiao Han was very touched. Thank you, senior brother. I never thought that I would have such glory today. After exchanging some pleasantries with the direct disciples on the mountain peak and receiving everyone's congratulations, Xiao Han rushed towards Ah Cho and the three chiefs. Senior brother Ah Cho, three chiefs. Xiao Han laughed loudly. Xiao Han, you are returning home in glory now. Ah Cho had a sincere smile on his face. His face was almost rotten from smiling. Xiao Han, you have really made a name for yourself. Heh, it's just a so-so. Xiao Han grinned. He patted Ah Cho's shoulder. Senior brother Ah Cho, I have issued a mission in the Demon Hero Pagoda this time. I believe that someone will come and treat your face injury soon. At that time, I will see if senior brother Ah Cho is as handsome as you boast. Ha ha ha. Chiefs, it's been a long time. Xiao Han greeted the three chiefs with a smile. Then, he walked out from the true acupoint. Then, he took out a pile of supreme-grade true qi spirit stones and precious medicines. They were all given to Ah Cho and the three chiefs. These things, senior brother Ah Cho and the three chiefs, please take them and play with them. Then, Xiao Han began to distribute items on the mountain peak. They were all the supreme-grade true qi spiritual stones, treasured sabers, swords, precious medicines, and glossy Ganoderma that were dropped from the true acupoints of the contestants he killed in the Monster Hero preliminaries. It was as if everyone had a share, and everyone had gained some benefits. Then, Xiao Han returned to Wu Yu's side. Xiao Han, have you decided to go to the Great Desolate Sky Dragon Empire to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Wu Yu asked. Yes, I have decided to complete this mission. Xiao Han nodded. Then hurry up and get married. Wu Yu smiled slightly. How about this? I will immediately send Dongfang Qin and Fong Ling with a betrothal gift to the Medicine King Valley to inform them. 3 days later, Xiao Han, you will go to fetch the bride. So fast? Sect Master, I don't know if the Medicine King Valley will agree readily. I am not sure. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment. Ha! Wu Yu glanced at the mountain peak. Xiao Han, it has already been arranged like this. They have to agree whether they want to or not. Xiao Han, go fetch the bride 3 days later. I will not go. Go by yourself. If there are any twists and turns, you can deal with it yourself. Remember, you are already a demon hero now. Go ahead and don't worry too much. If anything happens, I and Ming Chu will solve it for you. Yes, Xiao Han nodded. Yanxue and Shirong have promised me that when I become a demon hero, I will go to the Medicine King Valley to fetch them. They are all waiting for me. Dongfang, Fangling, both of you immediately go to the Medicine King Valley. Tell old man Gongsun that in 3 days, Xiao Han will personally go to the Medicine King Valley to fetch the bride. Tell the people of the Medicine King Valley not to neglect them. Wu Yu ordered. Yes, Sect Master. The Southern Region. The Medicine King Valley. In the Medicine King Valley, the paths crisscrossed and colorful butterflies fluttered. It was as beautiful as a poem. In the Medicine King Valley, the most attractive landscape was the 1,000-story trapezoidal medicine field. This trapezoidal medicine field was at least a few thousand meters above sea level, and the slope was inclined. From the foot of the mountain to the top, the small hills were like a snail, and the big mountains were like a tower, layer upon layer, high and low. The lines were smooth and flowing, elegant and smooth. Each layer of the trapezoidal medicine field was planted with countless Ganoderma and herbs. The fragrance of medicine filled the field. A large number of Medicine King Valley disciples were carefully picking herbs between the trapezoidal medicine field with a hoe and a basket on their back. At the bottom layer of the trapezoidal medicine field, 2 breathtakingly beautiful women gathered together, digging for herbs and chatting in private. Senior Sister Shirong, when do you think Uncle will come to pick us up? Jing Yanxue looked depressed. Uncle went to participate in the Devil Hero trial. I heard from some true disciples that this time's Devil Hero trial is extremely dangerous, and the death rate is very high. I don't know if Uncle can pass. But Uncle is so brave, he will definitely become a devil hero and come to pick us up. Jing Yanxue looked towards the horizon. Her bright and beautiful eyes were filled with a young girl's first awakening of love, as well as a young girl's prayers and fantasies. I don't know why, but I always dream of Uncle recently. Jing Yanxue murmured. Pfft. Little love-struck fool. Lan Shirong covered her mouth and laughed. Senior Sister Shirong, don't you think about Uncle? I do. Don't laugh at me. Don't tell anyone. Suddenly, Jing Yanxue clasped her hands together, looked towards the horizon, and said in a very serious tone. Since the heavens arranged for Uncle and I to meet in that small town, he sacrificed himself to save my life. Although he was playing tricks at the beginning and even wanted to steal our dragon horse, Yanxue believes that he is definitely not an ordinary person. I can't be wrong. Yanxue knows that one day, he will appear in front of everyone, wearing a golden saint robe, stepping on a 7-colored cloud to marry me. He will become a devil hero. He said that he will come to pick us up, and he will not go back on his words. Lan Shirong murmured. I am just a little woman. I don't have any big dreams, and I have never thought of reaching the true Qi realm. I just want to be with the person I like and be with him every day. He is in my heart, and I am in his heart. Nothing will change even if the world turns old. Become a devil hero? A crazy person like Xiao Han who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth can also become a devil hero? At this moment, a cold voice sounded, Junior Sisters. Although Xiao Han was lucky to enter the main competition, there are thousands of experts from the Great Wilderness participating in this devil hero selection competition. There are also countless geniuses from the East region, and there are even a group of monstrous geniuses trained by the devil hero region. Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid that his bones have already turned cold. I advise you 2 junior sisters, don't daydream here. You probably don't know, but 3 days later, the royal family of Beacon Fire Empire will send someone to pick you up. It is a foregone conclusion that you will marry into the royal family. Ah. Senior brother Si Kongji. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong stood up together. The person who came was wearing a light yellow robe. His face was like jade, and he had an imposing appearance. His whole body was emitting a medicinal fragrance. Impressively, He was the #1 genius among the younger generation of Medicine King Valley, Si Kongji. Previously, in the Southern Region qualifier, Si Kongji fought against Xiao Han. He was seriously injured by Xiao Han. After he returned to Medicine King Valley, he consumed an unknown number of sacred medicines before he could barely recover from his injuries. However, now that he was cultivating, he did not improve, but instead regressed. The halo of a genius also gradually dimmed. In this life, he could be considered half a cripple. Xiao Han. Once Si Kongji mentioned Xiao Han, he was full of hatred, and his face was full of a sinister smile. Behind Si Kongji stood a few Medicine King Valley disciples in the true Qi realm. Junior brother Si Kongji, although the results of this time's Devil Hero qualifier have not had time to spread, I think that Xiao Han is definitely dead. What kind of thing is he? I heard that this little B** starred was born a living target, a dog-like person. How can he become a Devil Hero? Dream on. Junior brother Si Kongji, if Xiao Han did not die this time, we brothers will definitely help you get back at him and break his arms and legs. He is not a little B** starred. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong said in unison. Alright, junior sisters, in 3 days, you will be married into the royal family of Beacon Fire Empire. I heard that the emperor is choosing concubines and has chosen the 2 of you. Si Kongji said with a fake smile. It is also your fortune to serve the current emperor of Beacon Fire Empire. We do not want to marry into the royal family. Senior brother Si Kongji, you are talking nonsense. The Valley Master said that we will wait for Xiao Han to come and pick us up. Jing Yanxue clenched her fists. Xiao Han is already dead. Maybe not even his bones are left. How can he come and pick you up? Ha 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 ha. It is a pity that I cannot kill this bastard with my own hands. Si Kongji gritted his teeth. At this moment, Valley Master Gong, son of the Medicine King Valley, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling of the Pure Rain sect are here to pay a visit with betrothal gifts. In 3 days, my junior brother Xiao Han will come personally to marry the 2 junior sisters, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. In the void, sword chi lotuses bloomed. Fang Ling broke through the space and walked out with his head held high. His hands were behind his back and his sword chi was like a rainbow. He looked at Si Kongji and said, Si Kongji, don't talk behind our backs. My junior brother Xiao Han has already become a demon hero and has a respectable status. If he hears you talking bad about him, he will beat you to death. You deserve it. Ha 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 ha. Si Kongji's eyes widened and his face was ashen. His throat let out the sound of an owl. Demon hero. Xiao Han. Xiao Han, he actually became a demon hero. Impossible. How is this possible? As soon as he finished speaking, Si Kongji felt the world was spinning. His vision turned black and he fainted. Chapter 227. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling entered Medicine King Valley with betrothal gifts and announced the engagement between Xiao Han and Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. They finally announced the fact that Xiao Han had become a demon hero to the world. The entire Medicine King Valley was in absolute silence. How could Xiao Han become a demon hero? PFFF, Si Kongji vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Their throats were choked and they couldn't say anything. They only felt that their hearts were filled with comfort and pleasure, as if they had fallen into the clouds. At this moment, a vast aura rose from one of the main halls of the Medicine King Valley, and a powerful airflow burst out. The heaven and earth spiritual chi formed a huge vortex, from which the fragrance of medicine filled the air, and it also contained the traces of the 4 seasons. A young man in white slowly walked out from the airflow whirlpool. With a slight movement of his body, the weather within a small area fluctuated. The spring rain lingered, the summer thunder was swift, the autumn frost covered the ground, and the winter snow filled the fields. Brother Dongfang, brother Fang Ling, how have you been? The young man in white smiled. Feng Xiaoling, hello. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling nodded at the young man in white at the same time. After so many years, you two are still as brilliant as ever and your cultivation has improved a lot. Back then, I teamed up with you two to kill a demon king. If it wasn't for you two taking care of me, I'm afraid I would have died. The young man in white smiled. Feng Shaoling, we didn't come here to catch up with you. Where's Valley Master Gongsun? Why didn't he come out? Dongfang Qin frowned. Oh. Valley Master is in seclusion. He's going to refine a cauldron of secret medicine this time. It's no small matter. The young man in white smiled. So he's hiding. Fang Ling sneered. During the Southern Region qualifier, our sect master made a promise with Valley Master Gongsun. If junior martial brother Xiao Han became a demon hero, he would visit us personally and marry Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. Valley Master Gongsun also agreed to it. But now, Valley Master Gongsun actually found an excuse to hide. What a joke. Ordinary people might not know that junior brother Xiao Han had become a demon hero, but how could Valley Master Gongsun not know? Valley Master Gongsun didn't go into seclusion earlier or later. Why did he have to go into seclusion at such a critical juncture? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Fang Ling's words struck the heart, causing Feng Shaoling to be speechless. Feng Shaoling sighed after a few breaths of time passed. To be honest, the current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire, His Majesty Mo Chen, has already issued an imperial edict. 3 days later, he will marry the two junior sisters Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong as concubines. I hope the two of you won't make things difficult for my Medicine King Valley. The Valley Master has chosen to go into seclusion. I had no other choice. Ha 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 ha, Dongfang Qin laughed wildly. What is an emperor in the secular world? I don't understand. Valley Master Gongsun is also a hero, why would he willingly submit to Mo Chen? Alright, that's all I have to say. 3 days later, junior brother Xiao Han will personally come to Medicine King Valley. Junior brother Xiao Han is now a demon hero and is not bound by the secular laws. Mo Chen's ranking on the Devilman list. It wasn't a big deal. They wanted to snatch his love away. He doesn't have the ability to snatch junior brother Xiao Han's woman. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he put down the betrothal gifts. Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin floated away. The people of the Pure Cloud sect are too powerful. Some of the true disciples of Medicine King Valley expressed their dissatisfaction. I heard that the sect master of the Pure Cloud sect, Wu Ling, is ranked at the top of the Devilman list. Their chief disciple, Xiao Mingchu, is also not an ordinary person. However, who is Xiao Han? He has just become a Devilman. What background does he have to bully our Medicine King Valley? He's just a dog relying on his master's power. However, Sect Master Wu will not directly intervene in this kind of matter as it will disgrace his identity. Feng Shaoling's eyes flashed with a look of consideration and worry. Immediately after, his figure flashed and directly returned to the main hall of Medicine King Valley. Feng Shaoling stood outside a room with a closed door and said in a low voice. Valley Master, I have already negotiated with Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin of the Pure Cloud sect. However, their attitude is extremely tough and they will not let it go easily. Moreover, Xiao Han has been in the limelight recently and is high-spirited. He will definitely not be willing to be defeated. Valley Master, why don't we cancel the engagement with Emperor Mo Chen of the Fire Beacon Empire? After all, although Mo Chen is the emperor of the secular world, his ranking on the Devilman list is far lower than Wu Ling and even far lower than Xiao Mingchu. Emperor Mo Chen is also like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Relying on his power in the secular world, he does not put the Pure Cloud sect in his eyes. Cough cough, in the room, there was the sound of an old man coughing. Ah. Shaoling, do you think that I am willing to rely on Mo Chen? It is really forced by the situation. Although the disciples of Medicine King Valley are good at refining elixirs, their battle strength cannot be compared to the experts of other sections. Therefore, throughout history, the geniuses of Medicine King Valley have always been at the bottom of the Devilman list. The reason that I can barely make it into the top 5,000 is also because of the various secret medicines that I have refined, which have helped me form many good karma. After thinking about it, I feel that the disciples of Medicine King Valley really do not have the resources to compete with others on the Devilman list. Therefore, we might as well withdraw from the Devilman list, return to the secular world, rely on the Empire, and focus on refining elixirs. This old man's voice also sounded a little disheartened. I have already given up my ranking on the Devilman list. I will not compete anymore, I will not compete anymore. Logically speaking, I should not offend Wu Ling for Emperor Mo Chen's sake. After all, although Wu Ling has always been low-key, his strength far exceeds Mo Chen's. If he makes a move, he will definitely kill Mo Chen in a second. However, the ancestral land of the Fire Beacon Empire is in the prosperous eastern region. The Heaven-Devouring Empire in the eastern region is prosperous and has many talents. It is not something that a small empire like the southern region can compare to. I heard that in the Heaven-Devouring Empire, there are more than 100 sects, big and small, and they have produced many Devilman. Now, Mo Chen has already made contact with the Heaven-Devouring Empire. In recent days, an envoy from the Heaven-Devouring Empire has specially come from the eastern region to discuss the matter of Mo Chen's return. Oh. So that's how it is? No wonder Emperor Mo Chen dared to challenge Wu Ling. So it is because of him. Feng Xiaoling suddenly understood. Mo Chen knows that after Xiao Han becomes a Devilman, he will definitely come to the Medicine King Valley to marry Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. Therefore, he deliberately made things difficult and forced Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong to marry Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. It is obvious that he wants to go against the Pure Cloud sect. Without the support of the Heaven-Devouring Empire, do you think Mo Chen would dare to do this? He is not stupid. Speaking of which, Xiao Han killed Mo Chen's biological son, Crown Prince Mo Zhen, in the southern region preliminaries. This is a feud that will not end until one of them is dead. Therefore, Mo Chen will definitely stop Xiao Han from marrying the Devilman. Moreover, there might be a day when we will meet again. If the Heaven-Devouring Empire supports Mo Chen will have the ability to challenge the Pure Cloud sect. The Eastern Domain is a powerful nation with a well-deserved reputation. It has given birth to many geniuses, and some of the old-timers are definitely no weaker than Xiao Mingchu. Feng Xiaoling nodded. Valley Master, what should we do now? Let's just watch from the sidelines. Let the two of them fight it out. We don't need to get involved. Whoever has the ability can take Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong away. Beacon Fire Empire, Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. The current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire, Mo Chen, was serving two men politely and attentively. One of them was an old man. His face was fair and beardless. His face was very white, like a peeled egg. Not a single wrinkle could be found. The strangest thing was on his lips. She also seemed to have applied rouge on her face. It was bright red and very frightening. The old man was flipping through an ancient book with his thumb and middle finger. He spoke in an arrogant tone. Your Majesty Mo Chen, I have already checked and verified your lineage. Indeed, a prince of my Heaven-Devouring Empire came from the Eastern Domain to the Southern Domain and founded your Beacon Fire Empire. Your origin is in the Eastern Domain. Yes, Unicorn. This time, I have the intention to return to my roots, Mo Chen said hurriedly. It was obvious that he was being subservient. The old man, Unicorn, said arrogantly. I heard that one of the 5 great sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, the Medicine King Valley, is also going to submit to the great Heaven-Devouring Empire? Yes, the current Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley has the same intention. Valley Master Gongsun has already reached an agreement with me. In 3 days, I will send someone to the Medicine King Valley to announce the Imperial Edict. The Medicine King Valley will be recognized as a sect of the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. After that, I will bring all the disciples of the Medicine King Valley to return to the Eastern Domain. Good, Mo Chen. Not bad. The Medicine King Valley is a sect that specializes in alchemy. It is of some value to the heaven-devouring empire. How about this? I will personally go to the Medicine King Valley in 3 days and announce the imperial edict on your behalf, Eunuchan said sinisterly. Thank you, Eunuchan. Mo Chen was deeply grateful. In the next moment, his expression changed slightly and he said darkly. Eunuchan, in 3 days' time, I will be choosing a concubine in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. However, I have received news from an informant in the Valley of the Medicine Masters that in 3 days' time, Xiao Han from the Pure Cloud sect will also be going to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. He has threatened to snatch away 2 of my concubines. Xiao Han of the Pure Cloud sect. Eunuchan was stunned. Yes, this person is my mortal enemy. He personally killed my son, Mo Zhen. I can't wait to burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Furthermore, I wanted to send my youngest daughter, Mo Hen, to the eastern region as a sacrifice to the ancestors. However, everything was ruined by Xiao Han. He actually kidnapped Princess Mo Hen and killed one of my generals, devil hero Nangang Yi. These are all heinous crimes. Mo Chen said bitterly. Xiao Han. I don't have time to personally watch the devil hero selection this time. However, I have heard of Xiao Han's name. It is said that he performed exceptionally in this selection. Another man stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He wore a light yellow robe and his face was as white as a powder. His gaze was as sharp as a sword and his face was filled with arrogance. It was as if he did not place anyone in his eyes. It was as if looking at someone for an extra moment was a gift. He's just a rookie. No matter how monstrous he is, how monstrous can he be? In this world, there were not many devil heroes, but there were also millions of them. Those who were not on the devil hero ranking were all trash. Not to mention a rookie. 3 days later, I will personally go to the Medicine King Valley. If I meet that Xiao Han, I will teach him a lesson. Ha ha ha, like father, like son. Young Master Wan, you already have the style of General Wan in the past. Majestic and unparalleled. Eunuchan beamed with delight as he flattered him. With young Master Wan teaching that Xiao Han a lesson, nothing could be better. Mo Chen was overjoyed. Young Master Wan, please humiliate that Xiao Han. I heard that guy killed many young heroes in the eastern region. I'll personally measure his worth. Young Master Wan laughed coldly. 3 days later. Medicine King Valley. Early in the morning, the atmosphere in Medicine King Valley was somewhat unusual. Many disciples of Medicine King Valley were busy arranging various matters in the valley. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong, each wearing a bright red robe, were placed in a small hall and waited quietly. It was as if they were waiting to be married. However, not only was there no joy in Medicine King Valley, it was filled with danger. Today, there were actually 2 groups of people who came to Medicine King Valley to marry Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. Furthermore, these 2 groups of people had enmity with each other. It was possible that they would kidnap the bride. The 2 groups of people started fighting. And the attitude of Medicine King Valley was to watch the fire from the other side. They would not interfere in this matter. It was close to noon. Outside Medicine King Valley, there was the beating of gongs and drums, the sound of stringed instruments, flutes, and soon, firecrackers. It was lively and festive. Suddenly, all the outer sect disciples of Medicine King Valley, the inner sect disciples and true disciples all went out to watch. They saw that the wedding procession of Pure Cloud sect had already entered Medicine King Valley. The wedding procession of Pure Cloud sect was made up of a large number of outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and some true disciples. A bright red bridal sedan, a majestic flood dragon horse. A group of female disciples who were proficient in music. A flute, a zither. Zither, zhuji, pipa. Huqin, kongshao, they played with all their might. Xiao Han was wearing a festive light red robe. He looked handsome as he sat on a flood dragon horse. Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, and Dongfang Qin clustered around Xiao Han. The people from the Pure Rain sect are really here. They are going to oppose the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. Yi Qingtang's eyes widened. Even the Valley Master has avoided it. Let's not be nosy and let the two of them fight. I wonder when the wedding procession of the Imperial family of Fire Beacon Empire will come. Junior brother, from today onwards, you have grown up. I am very pleased. Xiao Mingchu said to Xiao Han with a smile. Senior brother, don't tease me. I'll treat this wedding as an engagement. After marrying Yanxue and Shirong back to the Pure Maiden sect, I'll enter the Great Wilderness and return from the Great Wilderness to complete the wedding. Xiao Han clearly had a plan in mind. Oh. So long? Early wedding night is the right thing to do. Xiao Mingchu teased. Senior brother, this time, I am going to take on a mission with a slim chance of survival. Isn't it too irresponsible to go to the bridal chamber rashly? Alright, senior brother, I have made up my mind. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Great Wilderness alone. Xiao Han said. Junior brother Xiao Han, are you really going to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Fang Ling frowned. Before Xiao Han could answer, at this moment, above the Medicine King Valley, a powerful energy wave came. True Qi soared into the sky, causing everyone in the Medicine King Valley, including Xiao Han and the others, to look up. A giant dragon ship was coming from the sky. It was more than 100 feet long and was pulled by 2 fierce flood dragons. On the dragon ship, there was a group of true Qi realm martial artists standing arrogantly. In next to no time, a carriage slowly drove up from behind the dragon boat, and a young man in light yellow clothes stood in the carriage. He was probably around the age of 27 or 28, and he had his hands behind his back as he looked up into the sky. He seemed aloof and proud to the extreme. The true Qi in his body was fluctuating like a tide. There was even a galaxy rolling above his head. Pulling the carriage were 2 5-colored divine bulls with wings on their backs. Their bodies were shining with 5 different colors. It was a spectacular sight. They were the descendants of the ancient bloodline. They were found in the Great Wilderness at a high price. Oh. The people from the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family are here? Xiao Mingchu looked at the dragon boats and carriages in the sky with great interest. He touched his nose and said, "What a grand show. Junior brother, these people are here to snatch your wife." Ha ha ha, do as you see fit. Yes, Xiao Han licked his lips and said calmly. The dragon ship stopped in the sky above the Medicine King Valley. From the dragon ship, an old man walked out. His face was fair and beardless, and his lips were red. He held an imperial edict in his hand and said in a strange tone. The imperial edict has arrived. All the disciples of the Medicine King Valley, kneel down and receive the edict. It was Eunuchan, a eunuch from the East region. The many disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters looked at each other, speechless. Before this, the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family had also sent an imperial edict, but the disciples of the Medicine King Valley had never knelt down. But today, this eunuch actually wanted the disciples of the Medicine King Valley to kneel down and receive the edict. This caused all the disciples of the Medicine King Valley to be dumbfounded. They did not know whether to kneel or not. Humph. Eunuchan looked down as if he was some noble who had come to the countryside to inspect. This southern region is indeed a small pond. The Medicine King Valley is known as one of the 5 major sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, but it is also in such a decline. No wonder they want to rely on the heaven-devouring empire and move their sect to the east region. Suddenly, Eunuchan looked at Xiao Han and the others and laughed coldly. Oh. You are from the Pure Rain sect, right? Who is Xiao Han? Step forward. This time, the heaven-devouring empire has issued an imperial edict. Not only all the disciples of the Medicine King Valley must kneel, but also you, Xiao Han, must kneel. Step forward quickly. Hearing this, Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin's expressions changed and were about to explode. Xiao Mingchu gave them a look, telling them not to be impatient. He said in a low voice, "Let junior brother Xiao Han handle it himself. He is also a demon now, he can't let us do everything. Sect leader has already said to let junior brother Xiao Han do as he pleases. Now, let's wait and see what junior brother Xiao Han has up his sleeve." "Hey!" Xiao Han stretched his body, flipped off the horse, and looked up at Unicorn in the sky. "You are Xiao Han, right?" Unicorn looked down at Xiao Han, his eyes full of disdain, as if he was looking at an ant that could be squashed at any time. "Kneel." You are the legendary eunuch?" Xiao Han suddenly said seriously. "No little tricks." Chapter 228. Unicorn was a eunuch, a eunuch. There was no doubt about that, but that did not mean that he was willing to be called a eunuch in front of so many people. This was a great humiliation. In an instant, Eunuch N's fair and delicate face turned the color of a pig's liver. He was so angry that his whole body was convulsing and trembling. Gurgling sounds came from his throat. The group of True Energy Realm martial artists standing on the dragon's ship were all furious. They bared their teeth and were about to pounce on Xiao Han. Xiao Han calmly raised his head and looked at Eunuch N, saying calmly, "Yinyang." "You." Eunuch N's eyes widened. What did you say?" "I said you are a Yinyang." "You want me to kneel?" "I think you're tired of living." "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask a demon hero to kneel?" Xiao Han laughed coldly. Indeed, demon heroes were not bound by the laws of the world. Even the emperor of a country did not have the right to ask a demon hero to kneel, much less a eunuch. This eunuch was simply trying to bully Xiao Han for being young and ignorant. He had just become a demon hero, and wanted to force Xiao Han to death. But unexpectedly, Xiao Han did not fall for it. "Since you want me to kneel and humiliate me, then, you should kneel." "All of you, kneel," Xiao Han said slowly. "I think a eunuch cannot become a demon hero. Below the immortals are the demon heroes, and below them are the mortals. Since you are not a demon hero, then it is reasonable for you to kneel to me." As soon as these words came out, the entire valley of the medicine masters fell silent. Arrogant. Unscrupulous. That indifferent tone, that arrogant attitude, that slight smirk. It was arrogant to the extreme. Arrogant to the extreme. Everyone knew that Xiao Han had risen to fame recently. But to the ordinary disciples of the Medicine Masters Valley and the Pure Rain sect, they had not seen Xiao Han's methods before, but this time, they had seen it with their own eyes. It was indeed outrageous. He had ignored the imperial edict of the Heaven-Devouring Empire, a powerful country in the eastern region, and instead wanted the envoy of the Heaven-Devouring Empire to kneel to him. Ha 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 ha. Did I hear wrongly? You are courting death. Eunuch N laughed sinisterly. Just then. Come down. Xiao Han's right hand suddenly reached out. In an instant, the starlight of extinction surged. Endless dazzling light beams rushed out from under Xiao Han's skin. Fine and dense dust and star sand were rolling. Xiao Han's temperament instantly changed from calm to dazzling, like a god. However, his eyes were very calm as the bright moon. Hong, he slapped at the dragon boat. The terrifying power of 1,500,000 ding condensed into a single point and exploded. This palm strike caused the wind and clouds to surge, and its might pressed down upon the heavens. The void collapsed. This was pure power. There was not the slightest fluctuation of Jinqi, but it was extremely majestic, as if it could break through all Jinqi. In an instant, the space cracked inch by inch. Pucci, with a loud explosion, the dragon boat was smashed into pieces. Including Eunuch N, the dozen or so true Qi realm martial artists standing on the boat were instantly smashed down. Boom! 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 Eunuch and the rest of the true Qi realm martial artists fell to the ground, pressed down by the powerful force. Many of the bones in their bodies were cracked, and they knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. Even the two dragons pulling the dragon boat were suppressed by Xiao Han's power, lying prostrate on the ground, trembling. A bunch of scum. You can't even compare to those competitors, and yet you dare to jump out and bark? Xiao Han said coldly. With one palm strike, a group of true Qi realm martial artists all knelt. There was even more silence. Everyone looked at Xiao Han with terrified eyes. Even Valley Master Gongsun, who was hiding in the main hall of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, as well as the true disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, were stunned. Xiao Han was too domineering. There was no logic to it. He had completely crushed everything with brute force. I'll fight you to the death, Eunuch wailed as he spat out blood. His body twisted and he tried to stand up. Kneel. Xiao Han extended a finger and pressed down, forcing Eunuch An's knees several feet into the ground. Eunuch wailed. Young Master Luan. Young Master Luan. You have to stand up for me. This kid is too domineering. At this moment, young Master Luan, who was standing in the carriage with his hands behind his back, fixed his gaze on Xiao Han. You are indeed the most eye-catching competitor in this year's Devil Hero Trials. Although your true Qi cultivation is a mess, your body is like that of a beast in human form. But it is still not enough. Xiao Han, I was the Devil Hero who stood out in the previous Devil Hero Trials. I became a Devil Hero 5 years ago, and 2 years ago, I was ranked 8,498th on the Devil Hero leaderboard. Luan Xiaoxiong. How dare you injure Eunuchan, you deserve to die. Originally, I would not have bothered to deal with a rookie without a ranking like you, but you are too arrogant. I need to teach you how to be a reserved person. Otherwise, you will be beaten to death when you go out in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, his body burned with 48 pentagram true acupoints. Beams of light shot up to the sky, and clouds of mist swirled around him. Tisk 8,498th. Xiao Mingchu sneered. Oh. The few of you are laughing at me? Young Master Luan looked at Xiao Mingchu. I really don't know what qualifications you have to laugh at me. You are that Xiao Mingchu, right? I heard that you are also an ancient tycoon. But, how old are you? How old am I? How many years have you been cultivating? How many years have I been cultivating? You are an old antique who has lived for hundreds and thousands of years. What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? I am only 28 years old this year. To cultivate to your age, you are at least an ancient tycoon. Are you going to intervene in today's matter? If you don't care about your status and interfere, then this young master will admit defeat and leave. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingchu laughed. You actually use such words to make it inconvenient for us to intervene because of our status. What a joke. You probably think that you are a genius just because you became a Devil Hero at the age of 28 and obtained a position on the Devil Hero leaderboard. Ha 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 ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, do it. At this moment. Suddenly, both of Xiao Han's hands were seen forming seals. Immortal Qi floated around the runes. They were like butterflies flying through flowers. They circled and danced between Xiao Han's hands. In an instant, Xiao Han formed a large array that was a few acres in size. It covered the sky and directly covered the two 5-colored divine bulls that were pulling Luan Xiaoxiong's carriage. Moo, in an instant, the two descendants of the ancient bloodline let out heart-wrenching howls. The array turned slightly. Its enormous body was like a cocoon, directly turning into rays of light and multicolored light. Like pillars of water, it rushed towards Xiao Han. Boom! 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 Endless rays of light merged into Xiao Han's limbs and bones, internal organs, bones, muscles, and every cell. These rays of light were the life essence of the two 5-colored divine bulls. They were formed by their bloodline genes and were forcibly absorbed by the 10,000 beast devouring art. They merged into Xiao Han's body and refined Xiao Han. All the cells in Xiao Han's body swelled. His whole body felt comfortable, and his strength was rising steadily. Although he did not grow taller by 1.5 inches, his aura was violent. His whole body pointed to the sky and stood on the ground, like an ancient giant, his clothes and hair fluttering in the wind. The people in all directions could not help but take a few steps back. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It actually has a faint immortal qi. Xiao Mingqiu only felt shocked. In the blink of an eye, after losing the pull of the 2 5-colored divine bulls, the carriage immediately fell down. Luan Xiaoxiong was shocked, and Xiao Han took the opportunity to slap with his right palm. The power of this palm was even stronger than before. It instantly pierced through the sky, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. It even caused a large mass of air to solidify. Puchi. With a loud sound, the carriage was smashed into pieces. Luan Xiaoxiong let out a heart-wrenching scream and was forcefully slapped down from the sky by Xiao Han. A human-shaped pit was formed on the ground, and he kept twitching and vomiting blood. He wanted to get up, but he could not get up for a long time. You want to find trouble with junior brother Xiao Han just because you're ranked 8,498th? You're really reckless. Dongfang Qin sneered. Junior brother Xiao Han, what kind of cultivation technique did you just use? Fang Ling frowned and asked. I've just learned a kind of body refining cultivation technique. I couldn't help but use it. Xiao Han smiled slightly. At this time, the blood, genes, and life essence of the 2 5-colored divine bulls were far from being refined by Xiao Han's body. Therefore, under Xiao Han's skin, they kept rolling and faintly made miserable moaning sounds. The situation was very strange. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It can actually refine wild beasts. Xiao Mingqiu was a little shocked. Eldest senior brother, I accidentally learned a small cultivation method. It's not very elegant, it's just an insignificant skill. Xiao Han casually laughed and changed the topic. Eldest senior brother, it seems that I can defeat those ranked 8,000, 10,000 on the monster ranking list. Xiao Mingqiu knew that Xiao Han was deliberately changing the topic. He did not say anything and followed Xiao Han's words. Junior brother Xiao Han, in fact, on the monster ranking list, the 7,000, 10,000 are very volatile. The monster heroes in these rankings will often change. In other words, there are many monster heroes who have the ability to challenge the 7,000, 10,000 ranks. Therefore, the monster heroes in these rankings will not be able to sit still and will be replaced by other monster heroes. After a pause, Xiao Mingqiu smiled. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, go and receive the bride. Because of Xiao Han's strength, the Beacon Fire Empire's wedding procession all knelt on the ground in extreme humiliation. The Mo Chen Emperor did not come personally. Otherwise, his fate would have been even worse. Xiao Han single-handedly took care of the group of true Qi realm cultivators from the Beacon Fire Empire as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. Even the monster hero Wan Xiaoxiong was defeated by Xiao Han without any ability to resist. This caused the Valley of Medicine Masters to quickly understand the situation. The valley head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Old Man Gong's son, personally came out and handed Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong to Xiao Han to take away. When Xiao Han and the others returned to the Cloud sect, Xiao Han had completely refined the 2 5-colored divine bulls. The strength of the flesh had increased from 1,500,000 ding to 1,550,000 ding. This allowed Xiao Han to taste the wonders of the 10,000 beast devouring method. This also strengthened Xiao Han's determination to immediately leave for the great wilderness. After returning to the Cloud sect, Xiao Han reported to the Crow King that he, Jing Yanxue, and Lan Shirong were temporarily engaged. When Xiao Han returned from the great wilderness, they would marry and share the same room. Night. On Xiao Han's mountain peak, many of the true disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples celebrated for a few hours before dispersing. At this time, on the mountain peak, Xiao Han had already vacated 2 courtyards for Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue to stay in. The 3 sat in a pavilion on the mountain peak. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong were both dressed in bright red robes, their faces full of shyness. Under the melted moonlight, a kind of warm and subtle atmosphere circulated between the 3 of them. Xiao Han sat between the 2 girls. He thought for a moment, then grabbed Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong's hands with his left and right hands. The 2 girls blushed and lowered their heads slightly, but allowed Xiao Han to hold their hands. Xiao Han's hands were full of warm and fragrant jade, and his heart was filled with joy. He said in a low voice, "I will go to the great wilderness tomorrow. You 2 stay in the clouds sect and wait for my return." "Uncle, what are you going to do in the great wilderness?" Jing Yanxue blinked her bright and beautiful eyes and asked curiously. Lan Shirong also looked at Xiao Han affectionately. "I am going to train." Xiao Han said softly. "I need to become stronger continuously to be able to protect you too, right?" "NN. Then can we go with you?" Jing Yanxue said. "No, the great wilderness is too dangerous. You 2 cannot go." "All right, I will accompany you to watch the stars and moon tonight. I will leave early tomorrow morning." Xiao Han smiled and said. Hearing Xiao Han's words, the 2 girls quieted down and quietly leaned on Xiao Han's arms. "P.S. I caught a cold and feel dizzy. I don't feel well. Hurry up and take some medicine to sleep. I will try to get better tomorrow." Chapter 229. Early the next morning, Xiao Han bid farewell to Wu Bu, Fang Ling, Dong Fang Qin, Jing Yanxue, and Lan Shirong. Xiao Mingqiu also wanted to return to the great desolate ancient village, so he went with Xiao Han. Xiao Mingqiu's true qi transformed into a divine phoenix. It was extremely fast, so Xiao Han could reach the great desolate as soon as possible. On the bird's back. The 2 were talking. "Junior brother Xiao Han, the heavenly dragon empire you are going to, strictly speaking, does not belong to the great desolate. It is an ancient country in the great desolate that is almost isolated from the rest of the world. That is a true barbarian. At least the Heavenly Dragon Empire has chosen a young genius to participate in the Hex Hero selection competition," Xiao Mingqiu said. "The Heavenly Dragon Empire is not a special ancient country or secret realm. Therefore, junior brother Xiao Han can enter at any time with the Hex Hero token." "Yes, senior brother. I spent some contribution points at the Hex Hero Tower to buy a map of the Heavenly Dragon Empire." Xiao Han smiled and nodded. Because Xiao Han was not ranked on the Hex Hero ranking, his Hex Hero token only allowed him to enter 50% of the countries and secret realms that ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Fortunately, the Heavenly Dragon Empire was within this 50% range. Junior brother Xiao Han, the Heavenly Dragon Empire is one of the strongest ancient countries in the periphery of the Great Desolate. Raising pure-blooded heavenly dragons in Swanee is not a small matter. After you enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire, you must be careful. The people of the Great Desolate are very tough and will not even give face to the Hex Hero. You killed the prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince. This is also a disaster. Let's see how you deal with it. This is after you become a Hex Hero. As for the next mission, I won't be participating in it. You should train yourself well. Remember, if there are any changes, immediately leave the Heavenly Dragon Empire and meet me at the ancient village," Xiao Mingqiu said solemnly. "Yes, senior brother. Eldest senior brother." Xiao Han nodded. A few days later, the 2 entered the Great Desolate. The vast and endless Great Desolate gave off an ancient and primitive aura, as well as a creepy sense of danger. There were towering mountains, lush primitive forests, and lakes filled with spirit chi. There were even great luans with brightly colored feathers that were crying and gliding in the sky. Their blood energy was exuberant, their eyes producing lightning and flames. Ferocious tigers that were hundreds of feet long could be seen everywhere on the ground. Apes, centipedes, rhinoceroses, giant pythons. All of them let out a deafening roar that shook the clouds in all directions. I've come to the wasteland again. Xiao Han took a deep breath of the primordial, desolate, and fragrant air of the wasteland. He was no stranger to the great wilderness. On the contrary, it also made him feel that the sky was wide and the sea was wide. He could run freely without any restrictions. Looking at the various ancient species, birds, and beasts roaming about the great wilderness, Xiao Han was itching to use the 10,000 beasts devouring art. He furiously refined it. It was only because Xiao Mingchu was at the side that Xiao Han had been restraining himself. When they were about to reach the ancient village, Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu parted ways. Junior brother Xiao Han, you have a mission, so you don't have to go to the ancient village for now. You can come back to see your little princess after you've completed your mission. Xiao Mingchu teased Xiao Han. In the ancient village, Xiao Han had hidden a mistress in his golden house, including Princess Mo Hen. Xiao Han nodded. Eldest senior brother, I'll go to the Heavenly Dragon Empire on my own. According to the map, it'll only take me a few days to get there. Xiao Han released a wisp of true qi, stepped on it, and flew straight to the east. Junior brother Xiao Han, be careful. Xiao Mingchu's voice sounded behind Xiao Han. Swoosh, Xiao Han flew on his qi and turned into a stream of light, instantly disappearing from Xiao Mingchu's sight. Junior brother Xiao Han, if you can successfully kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor this time, you'll definitely get a good ranking on the Monster Hero ranking. Maybe you'll enter the top 5,000, surpassing junior brother Dongfang and junior brother Fang Ling. Xiao Mingchu looked thoughtfully at the place where Xiao Han disappeared. Xiao Han flew in the great wilderness. His destination was the Heavenly Dragon Empire. On the way to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, apart from the lifeless stone mountains, there were all kinds of ferocious beasts. There were blue swan, firebird, phoenix, giant ape, giant tiger, giant crocodile, everything. It'll take about 3 days to get to the Heavenly Dragon Empire from here. Why don't I cultivate along the way and use the multitude beast devouring technique to absorb the vitality and genes of the mutated beasts to strengthen my body? Xiao Han licked his lips. At this moment, swoosh, a red swan that was more than 30 meters long, with flames burning between its feathers, and its eyes had already turned red. After circling around Xiao Han for a few rounds, it finally launched an attack on Xiao Han, wanting to devour Xiao Han as a snack. You're courting death. Xiao Han formed a seal with both hands. Soon, boom. The multitude beast devouring formation was formed instantly and shrouded the red swan. Chirp, the red swan was extremely intelligent and had a lot of wisdom. It seemed to have a terrible premonition that it was on the verge of death. Its body froze and it wanted to forcibly change its direction and fly away. However, the multitude beast devouring formation had already caught the red swan completely in a split second. The red swan shattered and turned into rays of light that forcefully shot into Xiao Han's body. Every single cell in Xiao Han's body was endlessly nourished and strengthened. His entire person was immersed in this beautiful and indescribable state. His entire body's strength began to rise. The birds that were originally coveting Xiao Han were so frightened that they cried out and flew far away. They fled without a trace. As Xiao Han flew, he refined the red swan's genetic bloodline. 2 hours later, completely refining this red swan will only increase my physical strength by 10,000 ding. It is not even as nourishing as the 2 5-colored godly bulls. It seems that this red swan's bloodline is not pure and its genes are inferior. Xiao Han was speechless. After that, Xiao Han tried to refine a giant tiger and a green eagle, but it only increased his strength by 30,000 ding. It did not increase his strength by leaps and bounds. It seems that these wild beasts that appear in the wild all have trashy bloodlines. That's right, the true ancient bloodline must have been captured and raised by the clans of the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom. Xiao Han thought to himself. The next day, in front of Xiao Han, a stone mountain that was tens of thousands of zhang tall appeared. Not a single blade of grass grew. Its entire body was as smooth as white jade, like a sacred mountain. However, Just as Xiao Han was about to fly past the sacred mountain, something terrifying happened. Boom! Above the sacred mountain, a giant golden cloud floated over. The fog was like an ocean, and light rays surged. A horrifying aura was emitted, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. It was as if a demon's den that had been sealed for countless years had suddenly been opened. In the next moment, a giant and ferocious golden claw suddenly grabbed out from the golden cloud, grabbing onto the sacred mountain. The mountain was crushed like tofu, crumbling and cracking. The earth sank. The entire mountain caved in. Isn't this too terrifying? Xiao Han suddenly stopped in mid-air, staring at the golden claw with his mouth agape. Just a slight grab and a sacred mountain crumbled. What kind of variant is this? Chirp! A bird's cry pierced through gold and cracked rocks, exploding the air within tens of li. The golden cloud split open. A giant wand flew out. It was about 300 zhang long, and its feathers were golden. It looked like pieces of sunlight, or as if it was made of gold, shining brightly, dazzling, and overflowing with ferocious aura. It was a golden wand. The golden wand's eyes had already turned golden, and there were faint ancient runes appearing and disappearing. He really didn't know what kind of ancient descendant bloodline it was. However, it was definitely extremely powerful, and in the great wilderness, it could also rule over a region. Sweep over a region. Huh? Xiao Han was startled. He realized that the golden wand's eyes were actually looking at him. It was an extremely ferocious gaze, very human-like, and filled with killing intent. It can't be, right? It's targeting me? Xiao Han licked his lips. In the next moment, boom! The giant golden claw that was grabbing onto the god-collapsing mountain actually smashed towards Xiao Han. This claw flowed with golden light, causing the entire sky to brighten up. However, the ferocious aura filled the sky, and the claw destroyed everything. Damn it! Xiao Han's figure turned in the sky, and he dodged the claw in a breath's time. He glanced around with the corner of his eyes and discovered that a large part of the void had been torn apart, and the airflow had collapsed and caved in. The golden wand didn't let Xiao Han go after missing its claw, and it relentlessly pounced towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han flew in the sky and fled. The golden wand chased after him like a maggot on a bone. This golden wand is really interesting. However, as Xiao Han fled, his heart was itching. Might as well do that, a few thoughts flashed through his mind. Shockingly, boom! The 10,000 beast-devouring grand array with immortal charm enveloped the golden wand. Chirp! The golden wand let out a miserable cry, and it flapped its wings wildly, shattering the surrounding air. Golden light filled the air, and light beams shot into the sky. However, it was already imprisoned by the 10,000 beast-devouring grand array. Its enormous body was melting. It was like steel being refined into molten iron in an oven. Oh! Xiao Han turned around. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, strands of golden light, like 10,000 rays of sunlight, shot into Xiao Han's body. The powerful life gene, filled with wisdom, crazily rushed into Xiao Han's limbs, bones, and every cell. Pooh! Xiao Han's body, as if it was being blown, swelled up, then fell down, then swelled up again, and then, an endless amount of violent energy rushed into Xiao Han's body, like 10,000 horses galloping, almost causing Xiao Han to explode. The situation was very strange. Xiao Han's body, at times, was like an inflated balloon, floating in the air, and at other times, it was as if air had been released, emitting poochie-poochie sounds. The airflow was like a hurricane, blowing the air apart, and blowing many beasts on the ground to pieces, causing them to die on the ground. Ah! This golden wand's bone structure and bloodline gene are too tyrannical. It makes my entire body feel like it's being torn apart. There's even a feeling that my body is about to explode. Am I too greedy? Xiao Han, in midair, kept tossing and turning. Endure it. Endure it. I will endure it. Once I endure it, my strength will explode. Xiao Han abandoned all distracting thoughts and steeled his heart. Bang! After tossing and turning for an unknown period of time, Xiao Han's body suddenly smashed onto the ground, like a falling meteor, smashing a large area of the ground into pieces. The ground collapsed, and cracks crisscrossed. Xiao Han's body was still expanding, and within every cell of his body seemed to be emitting a ferocious Luan cry. His ferocious qi soared to the sky, forcing the desolate beasts in all directions to flee, not daring to approach. After an entire day and night, in a daze, Xiao Han heard xiao 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 sounds of breaking through the air above his head. Countless amounts of air twisted, and there was also a strong true qi fluctuation, as if some true qi realm martial artist had arrived. However, Xiao Han was still refining the golden wand's blazing vitality and genes, and his entire body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring, warm and indescribably comfortable, so he didn't climb up. He still laid on the ground, not moving at all. Oh. Senior Yuming, there's actually a person lying here, as if he's in deep sleep? A man's voice rang out. Xiao Han immediately sensed that a few people had appeared beside him. It should be 4 people. It's Xiao Han. That's right. He's the most outstanding contestant of this year's Devil Hero trial, killing countless geniuses. Even Garen died in his hands, becoming a devil hero. He's in the limelight. It's really Xiao Han. This kid has just become a devil hero, and he came to the great wilderness. What does he want to do? This is the only way to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Could it be that this kid also accepted the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor like us? He's really reckless. He has just become a devil hero, and he's already courting death like this. He ran to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, trying to kill a high-level demon emperor. But, speaking of which, this kid has the secrets of the demon clan, and the move he used to kill Garen was a demonic technique. Senior Yuming, we might as well wake this kid up, interrogate him, and get the secrets out of him, so that we can have a share of the loot. Shut up. An indifferent and arrogant man's voice rang out. Let's wake him up first. Xiao Han can become the most outstanding contestant of this year's Devil Hero trial. He's not simple, he's a cunning and treacherous person. He won't be easy to deal with. Don't talk about the secret technique of the demon clan in front of him, lest he bears a grudge. We'll plan this matter slowly. There was a hint of greed in this voice. Chapter 230. Hearing the conversation between the few true Qi realm experts, Xiao Han had a plan. So it's a few heroes. Just like me, they also accepted the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Moreover, they are coveting some of my secrets. At this moment, Xiao Han no longer pretended to be asleep. He stretched and jumped up. He swept his gaze across and saw 4 men standing not far away. They didn't look very old. 3 of them were very handsome and wore beautiful silver clothes. Their auras were extremely powerful and surged out like tides. Their true qi was vigorous. Xiao Han observed for a while and found that there were 48, 49, and 50 true acupoints in their bodies. They were all at the peak of level 5 true qi. Moreover, the quality of their true qi was very high. It was full, lingering, transparent, and powerful. If they were placed in the various sects of the 4 regions, they would definitely be powerful and influential figures, similar to Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling of the Pure Rain sect. The one in the lead was wearing a silver robe. His long eyebrows extended to his temples and his hands were empty. His skin was very white and clean, like jade. The void around his body was slightly distorted, as if it was about to collapse. The true qi in his body surged into the sky, and a mercury-like heavenly river appeared above his head. His body was like an abyss, making Xiao Han unable to see through his cultivation level. His aura was deep and mysterious. He was at least a level 6 true qi realm expert. Once his cultivation reached level 6 true qi realm, Xiao Han would not be able to see through him. Oh, there's actually an expert. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. However, He had refined a terrifying ancient species, the great golden wand, and the strength of his flesh shell had risen to 2.4 million ding. He also had something to rely on and a foundation. He was not afraid of trouble. Xiao Han. That expert looked at Xiao Han indifferently. His gaze seemed to be trying to see through Xiao Han. What are you doing in the depths of the great wilderness? The other three sneered. Xiao Han, you just became a hero and you're already running around in the depths of the great wilderness. Are you tired of living? It's said that there is an ancient species in this area. The golden wand roams everywhere. With your cultivation, Xiao Han, if you're not careful, you might die. Ha 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 ha. To think that you all recognize me, Xiao Han. I have yet to ask for your esteemed names. Xiao Han laughed. Gui Han, ranked 6901 on the Hex ranking. Wu Xiaofeng, ranked 6999th on the Devilman ranking. Qin Tianla, ranked 7012 on the Devilman list. The three true Qi realm cultivators looked at Xiao Han with cold arrogance. Yu Ming. That expert. He said casually, the Devil Hero list. Rank 3999th, Xiao Han, are you going to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to kill the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor? Xiao Han smiled noncommittally. In his heart, he thought, this Yu Ming is ranked 3999 on the Demon Hero ranking. He is indeed a powerful figure. According to the sect leader, those ranked below 5000 on the Devil Hero ranking have yet to reach the expanded acupoint realm. In that case, those ranked within 5000 are at least at the expanded acupoint realm. Once one's cultivation level reaches the expanded acupoint realm, the capacity of one's true Qi will increase by at least 10 times. With just a slight move, one's true Qi will cover the sky and the sun. I didn't expect a small fry like you to dream of getting a share of the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor's loot. Ignorance is bliss. Guihan's tone was full of sarcasm. It's all right. Yu Ming waved his hand and gestured for the other three to remain silent. He looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, it doesn't matter if you join us. How about this, you can join our team and enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire together. You'll be courting death if you enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire alone. Why don't you join our team and join us? Don't worry, we came prepared this time. There will be people waiting for you in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City. It's absolutely safe to kill the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor. This is your first time doing a mission, right? I'll let you obtain this opportunity and share some of your contribution points with us. What do you think? As he spoke, Yu Ming's eyes were constantly brewing conspiracies. He seemed to be scheming against Xiao Han. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han agreed without hesitation. All right, let's enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire together then. Xiao Han had his own plans. This was his first time out on a mission, and he wanted to make use of this group of experienced heroes to sneak into the Heavenly Dragon Empire first. Oh. Yu Ming was a little surprised to see Xiao Han agree to it immediately, but he quickly nodded. Let's hurry then. Our people are already in the Imperial City of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and they're in contact with the Imperial family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. When we arrive at the Imperial City, we can directly enter the palace to kill the demon. However, the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor is hiding very well, and he's taken spiritual medicine that can shield him from demonic aura. It'll take a lot of effort to find him. However, with brotherly Fan Ming around, the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor will definitely be killed today. When Yu Ming mentioned the name Li Fan Ming, his face was suddenly filled with admiration and worship. Li Fan Ming? Xiao Han blurted out. All right, don't ask so much. Let's hurry. A ray of light rushed out of Yu Ming's body, and he was already floating in the air. It seems that there's an even higher ranked demon that's participating in this operation. However, I don't care so much. It's great that I can directly enter the Imperial family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, fish in troubled waters, and kill the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Xiao Han licked his lips. However, it's best to find the pure-blooded heavenly dragon and pure-blooded Swanee that the imperial family of the heavenly dragon empire has raised, and then, after refining the big golden wand, not only did Xiao Han's body become stronger, but he was also full of courage. He felt that he was in an invincible position. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the few of them flew in the air. It was very strange. During the flight, Yu Ming was at the front, while Guihan, Wu Xiaofeng, and Chen Tianle were behind Xiao Han. It seemed that the four of them had vaguely surrounded Xiao Han. It seems that these guys, Xiao Han, think that I'm a big fat sheep, and want to kill me wantonly to share the benefits. Good, very good, I'll bear with it for now. I'll use you guys to enter the imperial family of the heavenly dragon empire first. Xiao Han could not stop laughing coldly in his heart. However, his facial expression showed that he was not wary at all. Guihan, Wu Xiaofeng, and Chen Tianle. The three of them lagged far behind. They were also talking to each other softly. I think Xiao Han is also a good-for-nothing. He's also an idiot, easily fooled by us. Now, we have him under our control. After we kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, we'll use him as an example. We'll threaten and bribe him to reveal his secrets. He was able to emerge as the most brutal Hex hero selection in history. He must have a lot of secrets that are not to be underestimated. Yes, with senior brother Yu Ming around, Xiao Han is like a fish on the chopping board. He can only wait to be slaughtered without daring to struggle at all. What realm is senior brother Yu Ming in? He has already started expanding his territory. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with a rookie? Wait until we meet up with brotherly Fan Ming. No matter how many secrets Xiao Han has, we'll have to spill everything. Spit it all out. However, we have to be extra careful in this operation. Many Hex heroes have already died in the hands of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has consumed a treasure medicine and his demonic aura is perfectly concealed. He might be the king of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, or a little eunuch or servant girl in the palace. It's hard to tell. I hope brotherly Fan Ming can find some clues and see through the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's disguise. The few of them flew for a day and a night. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a vast grassland. We've already entered the territory of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Fly with the Hex Hero token in case we get stopped by the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yu Ming instructed in front. After saying that, he directly took out his Hex Hero token and activated the flying array formation in it. He then stepped on the Hex Hero token and flew into the sky. Xiao Han and the others also flew with the Hex Hero token. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was a nomadic empire. The grassland was dotted with tents and various tamed beasts. It looked very powerful. At the border, Xiao Han saw a shocking scene. Hundreds of thousands of barbarian soldiers wearing beast skins were riding pangolins, rhinoceroses, giant tigers, 5-color divine cows. All kinds of beasts were training on the grassland. Hundreds of thousands of people were charging and galloping back and forth. The hooves of the beasts trampled on the ground, making terrifying rumbling sounds. Hundreds of thousands of people were exuding a fierce and murderous aura. It was really terrifying. Even Xiao Han, who was flying in the sky, felt a little shaken. The military strength of the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom is really too powerful. Moreover, the people here are fierce and warlike. Xiao Han was also impressed. Roar! Roar! The barbarian soldiers on the ground saw the Hex Hero token flying in the sky and roared as if they were provoking it. Ignore them. Yu Ming said indifferently. He increased his speed. While flying, Xiao Han also saw some majestic cities. However, they were not the imperial cities of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. A few hours later, at the end of the horizon, there was a grayish-brown area. We've arrived at the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Fly in directly. Yu Ming gave the order. When he flew closer, Xiao Han could clearly see that the grayish-brown area was a city wall. The city wall was a few hundred meters high. Within the city wall, there was a large number of primitive and rough buildings that rose from the ground. A ferocious and violent aura soared into the sky from within the city wall. It was as if it was suppressing the fate of the city. Roar, roar, there was a vague roar of a beast that resounded in the city, causing the sky and earth to change color. Such a powerful aura of a ferocious beast. Too powerful. It is many times stronger than the big golden one that I refined just now. Xiao Han was a little scared. Could it be the legendary pure-blooded heavenly dragon and pure-blooded Swanee that the heavenly dragon empire raised? TSK. To use such a ferocious beast to suppress the fate of the imperial city, this heavenly dragon empire is really different from the rest. It is worthy of being called the Great Desolation Kingdom. Xiao xiao xiao, the 5 of them flew over the city wall and landed on the ground in an instant. This was a city that stretched as far as the eye could see. In all directions, there were tall stone houses that were arranged in neat rows. The streets were wide enough for hundreds of riders to ride side by side. In the city, there were many barbarians walking around. All of them were full of vigor and were born with divine strength. The most attractive thing was that most of the barbarians were leading various kinds of wild beasts as if they were leading pets. They wandered around wantonly. There were some children who were leading wild beasts such as giant tigers and rhinoceroses. However, these wild beasts seemed to have been tamed to be extremely docile and obedient. These barbarians were very surprised by the arrival of Xiao Han and the other uninvited guests. They all stopped to watch and discuss. Some of them even revealed ferocious gazes and didn't seem to be friendly. Let's find a tavern to settle down first and wait for Big Brother Li Fanming's news. If everything goes smoothly, we can enter the Imperial Palace tonight. Yu Ming walked quickly on a long street. Don't look at those barbarians. They are extremely barbaric. They won't restrain themselves just because we are evil heroes. Once there is a conflict, it will be very disadvantageous for us. The few of them lowered their heads and walked quickly. Xiao Han looked left and right. He was looking for the source of the ferocious beast's aura. Finally, after going around a street, Xiao Han found a sealed building in the distance. It was hundreds of feet high and covered an area of several tens of miles. There were a large number of barbarian soldiers guarding the vicinity of this huge building. Waves of oppressive and berserk beast roars and whistles came out from the building. It shook the air in all directions and caused it to become soft and brittle. A terrifying pressure covered a large area of heaven and earth. The ground trembled slightly. Xiao Han couldn't help but stop. Xiao Han, let's go. That is the place where the Heavenly Dragon Empire keeps the pure-blooded Swanee. It is regarded as a forbidden area. Don't look too much or you will cause trouble. Yu Ming scolded in a low voice. Oh. Xiao Han touched his nose and licked his lips. He murmured to himself. Pure-blooded Swanee? This kind of frightening ferocious beast. Once it is refined by me, I don't know how much power will increase. However, this place is heavily guarded and sealed off from all sides. It will be very difficult to rush in. I have to slowly think of a way. Needless to say, for Xiao Han, the most important thing now was not to immediately kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, but to find a way to get close to the pure-blooded Swanee or pure-blooded Sky Dragon reared by the Heavenly Dragon Empire and use the 1,000 Beast Devouring technique to refine them. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was an existence that was stronger than Qing Lin Demon Emperor. It could mutate. With Xiao Han's current combat strength, it was impossible for him to fight against it. Unless he devoured the genes of some pure-blooded giant beasts and obtained unimaginable benefits, he would only be able to defeat it. Xiao Han reluctantly left the building where the pure-blooded Swanee was kept. He followed Yu Ming and came to a 2-story tavern that was built with huge stones. It's here. Let's go in first and wait patiently. There will be people coming to meet us one after another. Yu Ming smiled and stepped into the tavern. P.S. I have a cold these 2 days and my head is dizzy. Today is the second update. Once I recover from the cold, I will work hard to update. To be continued. Chapter 231. Xiao Han's expression remained unchanged as he followed Yu Ming and the others into a tavern. The strong smell of alcohol wafted over. In the tavern, there were some barbarians sitting in twos and threes, eating meat and drinking wine happily. They all looked at Xiao Han and the other outsiders with curiosity and surprise. Fortunately, they did not take the initiative to cause trouble. "Have a seat," Yu Ming said. This Yu Ming was capable and experienced in handling matters. He seemed to be a very astute person. His every action vividly displayed the 3 words experienced in the martial world. Yu Ming ordered a dozen jars of strong wine, grabbed a jar, and fiercely poured it into his mouth. He gulped down almost half of the jar before wiping the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and praised, "This wine is spicy when it enters the mouth, but it doesn't lose its manliness. It's good wine." Xiao Han also drank a few mouthfuls and felt as if there was fire in his mouth. A ball of flame rolled down his throat and into his stomach. Immediately, a warm feeling rose and spread to his limbs. "Good wine. Brother Yu Ming, I'm late. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. Ha 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 ha." A rough voice sounded outside the tavern. In the next moment, a middle-aged man walked in. He was burly, his face was chiseled, his body was uncanny, and his aura was imposing like a mountain. The inside of his body was like an abyss, and the true qi condensed into a vast ocean. Xiao Han could not see through him. Another expert at least at true qi stage 6. He's definitely within the top 5,000 on the Hex Hero leaderboard, Xiao Han evaluated. "Brother Zhou Chuan, come and sit," Yu Ming said. Gui Han, Wu Xiaofeng, and Shen Tianla greeted Zhou Chuan respectfully. Zhou Chuan sat down with a majestic gait and swept his gaze across the room. He looked at Xiao Han. "Oh. Xiao Han. In this year's Hex Hero selection. The so-called strongest contestant? Hello." Xiao Han smiled. "You want a share of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor too? You really don't know your place." Zhou Chuan seemed to be a little displeased. "Brother Yu Ming, why does everyone want to stick to him? He's just a newbie, and he wants to get a share of the benefits of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor?" "Oh." Hearing Zhou Chuan's words, Xiao Han immediately felt very uncomfortable. "It's fine." Yu Ming waved his hand. He took a deep look at Xiao Han. "Brother Zhou Chuan, there's no need to be anxious. Alright, back to the topic at hand. This time, Brother Li Fanming personally went to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It could be said that the mission was foolproof. At this moment, Li Fanming's elder brother was negotiating with the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family in the Imperial Palace. There should be a result soon. When the time comes, we will enter the palace together. Besiege the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Everyone, Nias-san, is late. On the way here, I killed a low-level demonic emperor and wasted some time." A lazy voice sounded, and another white-robed young man walked in from outside. This person's aura was extremely mysterious. His body contained treacherous energy. It was fine when he didn't move, but once he did, it would be earth-shattering. "Oh. Nias Sainer, ranked 3003rd on the Monster Hero ranking?" Zhou Chuan looked surprised. "I didn't expect you to be here. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is causing trouble in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He planted the Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest and plotted to mutate it. We, the Monster Heroes, should fight bravely to save the people," Nias Sainer said righteously. He walked over and sat down. Suddenly, he looked at Xiao Han with interest. "Xiao Han? The number 1 genius in the eastern region, Zhang Sun Wuheng, died in your hands, right?" As he spoke, a faint murderous intent flashed across Nias Sainer's eyes. "The winner takes all, and the loser takes all," Xiao Han said calmly. "The winner takes all, and the loser takes all. Xiao Han, I, Nias Sainer, will remember you today. You've shown off your abilities, but you won't last long. I hope you don't die prematurely." Nias Sainer laughed sinisterly. It seems that everyone doesn't like me. Xiao Han thought for a while. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. In that case, I, Xiao Han, will take my leave first. After he finished speaking, Xiao Han stood up. After arriving at the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Xiao Han discovered the place where the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family kept the pure-blooded Swanni. Therefore, he changed his mind and decided not to enter the palace immediately. He planned to stay in the imperial city for a few days and wait for an opportunity to sneak into the building where the pure-blooded Swanni were kept. To take the risk and have an intimate encounter with the pure-blooded Swanni, having made up his mind, Xiao Han did not waste any more time. He stood up and walked out. Xiao Han, stop right there. Yu Ming roared and grabbed Xiao Han with his right hand. This grab was filled with true qi. It was endless. The void exploded, the air was sucked dry, and thunder could be heard everywhere. As expected of a level 6 true qi realm expert, he was ranked 3999th on the monster hero ranking. It was not by luck. With this grab, the overwhelming true qi pressed down from all directions. Any level 5 true qi realm cultivator could be crushed to death. Scram! Xiao Han punched out with his right fist. This punch was an explosive strike of pure physical strength. It was like a meteor falling to the ground, like a volcano erupting, like a stampede of 10,000 horses. In an instant, it struck Yu Ming's true qi into crisscrossing cracks, causing it to collapse inch by inch. What? The pure power of Flesh Shell is actually able to fight against my true qi? Yu Ming was shocked. It is indeed very strong. However, Flesh Shell is an unconventional sword. Young man, you have gone down the wrong path. Stay here. Nia Sen Air and Zhou Chuan attacked at the same time. Their true qi was like a raging wave, drowning Xiao Han in an instant. The endless qi collapsed inwards. In an instant, an ordinary person's body would instantly disintegrate and turn into ashes. Xiao Han did not move an inch. His body flashed with the starlight of extinction. With the support of the indestructible golden body, he withstood the attack. Pooh! Xiao Han spat out a small mouthful of blood. His gaze swept across Zhou Chuan, Nie Sen Air, and Yu Ming. Good, very good. In order to deal with a newcomer like me, you actually made 3 experts in the top 5,000 of the monster hero ranking team up. Alright, Xiao Han. Although you are the newcomer king, you are still young and have no foundation. We are all in the expanding point realm. We can easily suppress you, Yu Ming said with a sinister smile. Stay here. Follow us into the palace. Don't even think about slipping away. After we kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, we'll interrogate you in detail. Xiao Han looked at Yu Ming and the rest. He felt a tinge of bitterness in his heart. In fact, with the strength of Xiao Han's flesh shell, Yu Ming, Zhou Chuan, and Nie Sen Air, none of the 3 of them could defeat Xiao Han alone. However, it was indeed difficult for Xiao Han to fight against the 3 of them together. Unless he used the left arm demon the Archpalm. However, at this moment, there were tens of thousands of demon meridians on the left arm demon the Archpalm. They were dry and withered. There was no fluctuation of demonic power at all. They were useless. After all, Xiao Han was not a demon. It would take a long time for him to automatically recover the demonic power contained in the demon meridians. At this moment, Yu Ming suddenly took out the monster hero token and scanned it with his psyche. Brotherly Fan Ming sent me a message. He wants us to enter the palace immediately. Big Brotherly Fan Ming had already arranged everything. Let's go. We will enter the palace now and meet up with Brotherly Fan Ming. Let's go. I knew it. The royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire will definitely give face to Brotherly Fan Ming. They will definitely cooperate with us to kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Zhou Chuan stood up immediately. Xiao Han, follow us obediently and it will be fine. Don't blame us for being ruthless if you do anything strange. Yiming warned Xiao Han with a sinister smile. Let's go. Zhou Chuan and Nies and Er locked their auras on Xiao Han. They left the tavern and headed straight for the palace. Heavenly Dragon Empire. Imperial City. In the magnificent palace. In the main hall. Two great figures with auras as strong as the sea and as deep as the abyss stood in the main hall and chatted with each other. One of them was nearly 3 meters tall. Every single cell in his body was surging with an imposing power. Once this power was unleashed, wherever it went, everyone would definitely be sent flying. He had a rough face and a golden crown on his head. He was wearing a jade-colored robe that was embroidered with many primordial mythical beasts. There were Pai Xiao, Tao Tai, Jimeng, Horned Phoenix. These mythical beasts were all vivid and lifelike. Vaguely, their roars and roars that could suppress the ancient times were terrifying. When he opened and closed his eyes, wisps of golden light burst out. He looked like a descendant of the primordial demon bird. His aura was too strong and terrifying. This was a monarch. He looked down on the world. This person was the king of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He ruled over hundreds of millions of people in the great wilderness, and he was known as King Songyun. Standing next to King Songyun was a young man. He was not old. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. However, his eyes were filled with the feeling of time flowing like water and singing like a song. He looked very desolate and simple. His body looked gentle, but his temperament was extraordinary. His face was angular, and his aura occasionally gave people a feeling that he was a deity that had descended to the mortal world. His eyes could attract countless rays of light. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his spine was straight. It seemed like there was a long spear or a sharp sword in his body that could pierce the blue sky. His whole body seemed to be able to support the blue dome of heaven. The aura on his body made people want to prostrate themselves on the ground and worship him. Runes appeared and disappeared in his eyes, as if they could explode at any time. Li Fanming, you villains are so boring. You keep saying that there is a monster king in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family. How ridiculous. My Heavenly Dragon Empire is at its peak. How could the monster clan dare to invade us? King Songyun snorted disdainfully. Li Fanming deeply looked at King Songyun. The sun and moon in his eyes flickered, and runes flourished. His eyes were like two golden suns, blazing with light that rumbled and shook the souls of those who saw it. Li Fanming, why are you staring at this king? Do you think that this king is a monster clan? How dare you? King Songyun was scared by Li Fanming's stare. He seemed to be extremely afraid of Li Fanming. Your Majesty, you are definitely not a monster clan. I am very confident about this. Li Fanming withdrew his gaze from King Songyun and said with a faint smile, Your Majesty, under normal circumstances, the information obtained by the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Pagoda will not go wrong. The Green Dragon Monster Emperor must be hiding in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family. Your Majesty, the Green Dragon Monster Emperor is a high-level monster emperor who might mutate. He is ferocious and can easily destroy a country. Once he mutates, the consequences will be unimaginable. Your Majesty, you don't want to be unable to eat or sleep well because of this hidden danger, right? Humph. You monsters always like to make a mountain out of a molehill. I have said that no monster emperor would dare to come to the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family and cause trouble. Previously, a group of monsters came to investigate this matter thoroughly. After investigating for a long time, they did not find any clues. However, Li Fanming, you are known as an ancient giant on the monster hero list and are worshipped by thousands of people. I have to give you face. How about this? Tonight, I will gather all the members of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family and hold a banquet in the imperial palace. At that time, all of you can come and see if you can find the monster emperor. This is me giving you face. Don't do it again. Furthermore, you must fulfill your promise to this prince. Capture Xiao Han alive and let me deal with him. Speaking of Xiao Han, King Songyun's eyes flashed with monstrous anger. He was filled with hatred and murderous intent, as if he was grieving the death of his parents. My son, the crown prince of Songyun, was killed by Xiao Han in this monster hero selection. Damn it. If Xiao Han falls into my hands, I will definitely kill him. King Songyun gritted his teeth. It's okay. He is just an aphid. Fan Ming will find a way to capture him and hand him over to your majesty. It's just a piece of cake. As easy as blowing dust. Li Fanming said slowly. He sounded as if he had everything under control. Then, Your Majesty, tonight, we will hold a banquet in the Imperial Palace and gather all the members of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial family. My people will enter the Imperial Palace immediately. At that time, I will investigate one by one and find the Green Dragon Demon Emperor and kill him. P.S. I am speechless. I have caught a cold for 3 days and it has not recovered yet. I feel that I don't exercise normally. My immunity is too weak. My hands and feet are burning, my whole body is weak, and my head is in a mess. After writing this chapter, I don't know what I have written. I am going to sleep. If there weren't any major problems, he would still keep updating his Chex at night. To be continued. Chapter 232. Xiao Han was basically being held hostage. Yu Ming, Zhou Chuan, Nia Sainer, Gui Han, Wu Xiaofeng, and Shen Tianla brought Xiao Han to the palace of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Among them, 3 of them had reached the expanded acupoint realm. Xiao Han lowered his head and walked quickly without batting an eyelid. His eyes darted around as he thought of some plans. He was tough and steady as a rock. He already had the demeanor of an expert who could remain calm in the face of danger. Therefore, although he was being held hostage, he did not seem to panic. He was as calm as still water. His demeanor made Yu Ming and the other heroes click their tongues in amazement. Expansion Acupoint Realm is indeed not to be underestimated. Their Jinshi is capable of overturning the mountains and overturning the seas, covering the entire sky. Compared to them, a true Qi realm cultivator at the 5th level is indeed a drop in the ocean. The strength of my physical body has already reached 2,400,000 ding. It is impossible for any one of the 3 expansion acupoint realm experts to take me down. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape. However, I can't do anything if the 3 of them work together to suppress me. However, am I someone who will give up without putting up a fight? Since things have come to this, I shall enter the palace. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor hid himself very well. I wonder if these heroes and the Li Fanming that they mentioned could see through his disguise. Once they are helpless. Since I've captured the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I'll reveal the true identity of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and create chaos in the palace so that the group of demonic heroes will have a fierce battle with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I'll take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. In the worst-case scenario, it shouldn't be a problem for me to rush out of the palace. If the demonic heroes can injure or kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I might be able to absorb the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's soul essence and nourish the dried-up demonic meridians. As long as the palm of the demon the arch on my left arm can regain its majestic demonic power, His movements were illusory and he could escape. I can defend the Sky Demon Deity seal. I can attack with the apocalyptic demon saber. By then, I will be invincible. In a very short period of time, Xiao Han came up with some good plans. In his heart, he felt that he had taken everything into consideration. Oh. I see that your eyeballs are darting around. What are you plotting? Qin Tianla, who was guarding beside Xiao Han, glared at him. Behave yourself. You are now a prisoner, do not try to resist, you are too weak. They are at our mercy. Moreover, this place is deep in the wilderness. Even if you use the chivalrous token to send a message to other chivalrous heroes to save you, it will be too late. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. Xiao Han smiled evilly, but didn't say anything. Xiao Han had temporarily shut down the communication function of the Demon Hero token. Since he was out to train, Xiao Han did not think that he would be in danger. Then, he sent a message to Xiao Mingchu, who was also in the Great Wilderness, or Wu Luhai, who was far away in the southern region, for help. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he would let others pass through it. Then what was the point of cultivating martial arts? How could he become an immortal in the future? Moreover, in most cases, the communication function between Wu Yu and Xiao Mingchu's Demon Chivalrous token was also closed. After traveling for a short while, the terrain in front of them suddenly opened up. At the end of their line of sight, a towering and majestic palace rose from the flat ground. Under the curtain of night, this palace shone brilliantly in all directions. It was resplendent like the stars in the sky. The overall shape of the palace was that of a beast's head. It was sinister and had a primitive style. It was a marvelous sight. We are about to enter the imperial palace of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yu Ming nodded slightly. They passed through a magnificent stone gate that was dozens of feet high, went through a doorway that was shaped like a garden, and entered the huge square in front of the palace. On the huge square, there were densely packed barbarian soldiers holding torches. Each of them was no less than 3 meters tall, and their chi and blood were boiling. In addition, on the square, there were all kinds of ancient giant beasts. Some of them seemed to have the bloodline of the immemorial era. In the sky, there were more than 10 golden wan. Their ferocious chi covered the sky, and it was terrifying. Hiss, these golden wands are the ones that I caught and refined in the wild 2 days ago. These are the best tonic. Damn it, there are actually more than 10 of them at once. If I can refine all of them, then... Xiao Han felt his heart tremble. He raised his head repeatedly and looked at the golden wands that were flying in the sky. It was as if he was a prodigal son who saw a naked young lady in her room. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva repeatedly. However, it was impossible for Xiao Han to let himself refine these golden wand at this moment. He could only force himself to control himself. In this square filled with barbarian soldiers and savage beasts, Chen Tianla, Guihan, and Wu Xiaofeng, the 3 great sage heroes with weaker cultivation and lower ranking, felt a sense of danger. The other 3 expanded acupoint realm great sage heroes had calm expressions on their faces. As for Xiao Han, he had an uncharacteristically passionate expression on his face, as if he had arrived at a paradise. The leader of the barbarian soldiers in the square came over and talked with Yu Ming for a while. After that, he allowed them to pass through the square. They entered the palace. Xiao Han looked around silently along the way. He saw palaces, pavilions, gardens, pavilions, corridors. Everything that he needed could be seen. The Heavenly Dragon Empire's palace was deep and profound. The rules were strict and the atmosphere was solemn. It was not something that the Beacon Fire Empire's palace could compare to. It seems that the strength of the Heavenly Dragon Empire is many times stronger than the Beacon Fire Empire. Damn it, I killed that Song Dragon Crown Prince. If the members of the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire recognize me and attack me together, it will be even more chaotic and fun. Xiao Han licked his lips. The place where the Tsang Wu King of the Heavenly Dragon Empire held the banquet was the Swan and I Palace. It was the grandest stone building in the palace. The main body of the Swan and I Palace was engraved with giant reliefs that resembled the divine beast Swan and I. It could accommodate 100,000 people to eat at the same time. At this moment, the Swan and I Palace was brightly lit. There were thousands of banquets. They were all members of the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, important officials, brave generals, and chiefs of various tribes. Even the maids, eunuchs, and guards of the palace were serving at the banquet. Every single one of the people who attended the meeting had outstanding horns, like tigers crouching and dragons coiling. Their chi and blood were strong and vigorous. Some of their bodies let out the roars of the Beast King, while some of their eyes had the afterimages of various ancient savage beasts. It was simply a gathering of a group of savage beasts in human form. If they exhaled even a little, they would probably overturn the stone hall. These barbarians chatted with each other while eating the beast meat crazily. Why did the king summon us? It has been a long time since the king held such a grand banquet. All the members of the royal family have arrived. Even those princes who were not favored and sent to the tribes at the border have all returned. It is said that the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. There are some demons mixed in. Some demons. They begged the king to hold this banquet, so that the demons can investigate carefully. Ridiculous. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire controls an unlimited territory and raises pure-blooded swan ni and pure-blooded sky dragons. It is impossible for the demons to mix in. That is courting death. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire also has warriors who have cultivated true chi. There are even people who have reached the 6th level of true chi. It is easy for them to read the demon chi. Heh. The demons like to eat humans, but the daughters of the great wilderness are even more ferocious. They have never eaten demons before. If there is a chance, I will catch a few demons and eat them. Demons? They are just some trash that the people of the 4 regions picked out of boredom. We, the people of the great wilderness, are never afraid of demons. Unfortunately. I don't know why the king sent the youngest and bravest Song Dragon Crown Prince of our Heavenly Dragon Empire to participate in the Demon Hero trial. They were sent to participate in the Demon Hero selection tournament, but they were killed. I heard that a bastard called Xiao Han framed that Song Dragon Crown Prince and caused him to die in the hands of other participants. His Majesty is currently negotiating with some high-level heroes to help him capture Xiao Han alive and hand him over to His Majesty to be slaughtered and dismembered. Okay, don't mention that Song Dragon Crown Prince anymore. This is the greatest shame of our Heavenly Dragon Empire. In the main hall, King Song Yun and Li Fanming sat high up and glanced around the hall. Li Fanming's body seemed to be bathed in a golden glow. Runes flourished and his aura was like that of a god. His eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light and his pupils suddenly lit up like stars, piercing through everything. Just this gaze alone contained the majesty of the ancient myths and epics. It was as if a god was born from his gaze and wanted to capture anyone's mind. King Songyun looked at Li Fanming from the side and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This person is indeed powerful. No wonder he is in the top 1,000 of the demons on the Demon Hero ranking. People of this level are almost impossible to kill. They are immortal and will never fall. I heard that there are millions of demons in the world from ancient times to the present. Those who can be ranked in the top 1,000 of the millions of demons are heaven-defying people. This kind of person is really hard to kill. Sigh. My black dragon child, if he hadn't been framed and killed by evil people, he would have become a devil hero. Perhaps after a few decades or 100 years, he could also become a great figure on the devil hero ranking list. But Xiao Han. Hate. Huh. At this time, Li Fanming was slightly stunned. Your Majesty, all the members of the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire are here? Yes. Li Fanming, since this king promised you to gather everyone here, you will definitely not break your promise. We, the children of the great wilderness, value credibility the most. All my princes and grandsons, imperial concubines, and ministers are all here. The core figures of every tribe that submitted to my Heavenly Dragon Empire are all here. Even the servants in the palace are not left behind. Why? Li Fanming, you didn't see the demons? Humph. This king said that it is impossible for the demons to appear in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The demons are also intelligent creatures. They will not come to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to die. Li Fanming slowly knocked on the table with his knuckles. Every time it hit the gap between King Blue King's heartbeat. King Blue King instantly felt his chest tighten and short of breath. Li Fanming's face showed a thoughtful expression. This king's eldest son, Song Yun, is on his way here. King Song Yun paused and said. However, Song Yun can't be a demon. This king can guarantee it. Moreover, Li Fanming, although my son Song Yun is not a demon hero, he had a fortuitous encounter when he was young and cultivated his true chi successfully. He is a great expert of the expanded meridian realm. Li Fanming, you should be familiar with my son Song Yun's reputation, right? Talking about his eldest son, King Song Yun, King Song Yun's face beamed with an indescribable pride. Yes. Li Fanming nodded seriously. Dozens of years ago, Crown Prince Song Yun went to the eastern region alone and made a name for himself. It is said that when he was young, he mistakenly entered an ancient cave dwelling and obtained a few scriptures. He cultivated his true chi with irresistible force. He is an expert of the expanded meridian realm at the 6th level of true chi. Moreover, his meridian expanded by at least 40 times. Crown Prince Song Yun's flesh shell is also extremely strong. It has at least 3 million ding of force. He is a supreme expert who cultivates both true chi and body. Through some secret channels, Fan Ming learned that 20 years ago, Crown Prince Song Yun defeated the demon hero who was ranked 2589 on the demon hero ranking list. However, after that battle, Crown Prince Song Yun returned to the Great Wilderness and spread the prosperous culture of the eastern region to the Great Wilderness. Moreover, he used the alchemy skills he learned in the eastern region to refine all kinds of pills. He practiced medicine to save the lives of countless people of the Great Wilderness. This made Crown Prince Song Yun highly respected in the Great Wilderness. It is a pity that Crown Prince Song Yun did not participate in the demon hero selection. Otherwise, he would have become a peerless demon hero. Ahahaha. Not bad. My eldest son, Song Yun, is indeed a dragon among men. In his life, he has killed many demon clans, including many demon kings. Humph. It's fine if Song Yun doesn't kill the demon clans. How could the demon clans dare to covet Song Yun? That was completely courting death. My son, Song Yun, is compassionate and compassionate. He is the reincarnation of a saint. My heavenly dragon empire has more than 100 tribes of different sizes. Originally, I wanted to send my army to conquer these tribes and plunder everything. It was Song Yun's advice that stopped me from doing that. Otherwise, these tribes would have been annihilated. These days, Song Yun has been at the border to mediate the disputes between several small tribes. However, I'm sure he will come back tonight. You can meet him there. All right. Fan Ming also hopes to meet Crown Prince Song Yun. We can drink and chat happily. Li Fanming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Right at this moment, Li Fanming's spirit swept through the demon hero token. He smiled. Your Majesty, Fan Ming's men are here. Let them enter the palace and help Fan Ming track down the demon clans. Sure, invite them in. This king will also treat them well. King Song Yun smiled. But this time, your trip will be in vain again. The Heavenly Dragon Empire will never have a monster clan. Heavenly Dragon Empire will never fall. To be continued. Chapter 233. At this moment, Xiao Han and the others were brought out of the Bai and palace by a barbarian woman. Let's enter the palace. Yu Ming smiled. I've already communicated with Brother Li Fanming just now. He's investigating the demons in the palace. Let's go and assist him now. Yu Ming, has Brother Li Fanming found the Green Dragon Demon Emperor? Nya San asked immediately. Well, Brother Li Fanming didn't say. Let's enter the palace first. Everyone, don't worry. With Big Brother Li Fanming personally overseeing this, we won't be able to run away from this contribution. It will definitely fall on our heads. We'll split the 1 million contribution points reward after this. Yu Ming let out a pleased laugh. The other chivalrous swordsmen immediately perked up. Let's go into the palace. At this moment, the demon egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart began to sense carefully. The demon egg's senses easily covered the entire Bai and palace. Any demons that were hibernating in the palace would definitely not be able to escape the demon egg senses. However, the demon egg was extremely calm and did not show any abnormalities. It seemed to be well behaved. That's strange. I didn't find any traces of the demons. Could it be that there was a mistake in the mission that the Yaoxia Tower issued? The royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire is peaceful and there are no demons mixed in? But that can't be right. Didn't they say that many demons died in the hands of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor because of this mission? In a daze, Xiao Han followed Yu Ming and the others into the Baipan Palace. As soon as he entered, Xiao Han was stunned. There were at least tens of thousands of people eating in the huge palace. The stone table was filled with the behemoths. For example, a giant rhinoceros that was cooked whole. There were also giant bulls. Xiao Han even saw a few dragons that were more than 30 meters long. After they were cooked, they were carried in by a few barbarian soldiers and placed on the stone table. The barbarians used their hands to tear the meat apart and gnawed on it ferociously. The thing that made Xiao Han's hair stand on end was a giant ape that was 30 meters tall. It was roasted to a golden color and was carried in like a human. Its expression was still ferocious and terrified. A barbarian directly tore off the giant ape's left arm and gnawed on it. It was like a group of wild beasts fighting for food. Look, Big Brother Li Fanming is in front. The person sitting beside Big Brother Li Fanming must be the king of Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yu Ming said excitedly. Li Fanming? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat and he looked over. Xiao Han saw that it was a young man. From afar, there seemed to be 1,000 strands of auspicious energy flowing around his body, and 10,000 rays of multicolored light. He casually sat on a stone chair, but it seemed like he was sitting on a throne. The clouds were light and the wind was light, but it was like a sovereign overlooking the world. Moreover, there were dragons and tigers coiled around his body. They were the sky dragon and the white tiger. These dragons and tigers were not real, but formed from true energy. Moreover, this was not ordinary true energy, but true energy formed from countless talismans that were as dense as the sands of eternity. Extremely high quality. His gaze was like the ancient divine light, and also as dazzling as the scorching sun. It was as if he didn't even need to make a move. Just by looking at someone, his gaze could melt them and turn them into ashes. This person is Li Fanming? Amazing. Too amazing. If I didn't guess wrongly, he must be at the talisman transforming realm that sect leader mentioned. Turning true energy into talismans, destroying heaven and earth. True Qi level 7. After the true Qi level 5, each level was stronger than the previous, and the disparity between the strong and the weak was huge. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a world of difference. True Qi level 6 expanded meridian realm was considered very strong, right? But in front of a true Qi level 7 talisman transforming realm, it was nothing. This Li Fanming is too strong. He should at least be an ancient giant, right? Currently, even if my demonic the arch left arm palm recovered its demonic power, I'm definitely not his match. Not only am I not his match, I definitely don't stand a chance. No wonder this person dared to enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire's palace and kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. He does have the strength. Xiao Han's heart was in turmoil. In this world, there are too many strong people. At present, it is quite difficult for me to deal with those within the top 4,000 of the Devilman list. If they are within the top 3,000, I basically have no chance of winning. If they are within the top 2,000, they can kill me directly. I really can't compete with the ancient giants ranked within 1,000. However, I, Xiao Han, am not going to be suppressed by these people forever. I, Xiao Han, need time. As long as I have time, I may not lose to these ancient giants or even eternal giants. However, at this moment, Xiao Han. Xiao Han. You. A trembling voice filled with horror and fear sounded from Xiao Han's left side. Xiao Han was stunned and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw a young man with a broken left wrist, a collapsed left cheek, a twisted nose, and only 2 or 3 teeth left in his mouth. He was staring straight at Xiao Han. There were nightmarish memories and fear in his eyes. He stood up slowly, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Xiao Han again. Xiao Han recognized this person. He was a genius of the Great Wilderness who participated in this year's Devil Hero trial. In the 4th round, he had besieged Xiao Han with the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince and was severely injured by Xiao Han. Who would have thought that enemies would meet on a narrow road, and the two of them would meet here? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were going to be bad. He smiled bitterly. Hi, hello, I didn't expect that we could meet again. Are your injuries better? Sigh. I really regret that I didn't kill you directly back then. The next moment, Xiao Han. Xiao Han. This person was Xiao Han. In this year's Devil Hero trial, Xiao Han had killed and crippled countless participants of the Great Wilderness. Even the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince was seriously injured by this person and his bones were broken. Then, he gave our great and wise Tsang Dragon Crown Prince to his companion and killed him. Roar. This person is Xiao Han. How dare he come to our heavenly dragon empire? The young man of the Great Wilderness let out a heart-wrenching scream. His flesh was strong, and his breath was like a dragon's roar. His roar immediately enveloped the entire Swanxi Palace, so that everyone could hear it. The barbarians who were drinking wine froze at the side of their mouths. The barbarians who were tearing the beast meat also froze in their movements. The barbarians who were chewing meat in their mouths. Their masseter muscles stopped moving. The noisy Swanxi Palace. It suddenly became quiet. As quiet as a ghost town. Everyone's gazes were on Xiao Han. This kind of gaze, at first, was surprise, shock, and then it began to turn into anger, killing intent, and rage. It would not stop until one of them died. The air around Xiao Han's body. It was as if it was burning. Yuming, Nye San, and the other 6 devil heroes involuntarily took a big step back, keeping a certain distance from Xiao Han, as if they were afraid of being implicated. One had to know that there were tens of thousands of barbarians here, and all of them were born with extraordinary strength. Some even had the strength of 1,000,000 ding, and they could shatter mountains with just a thought. Some even cultivated true qi. If tens of thousands of people rushed over, even Yuming and the other 2 acupoint expansion realm experts, they might also die. Roar. Xiao Han. The murderer of the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince. The culprit. How dare you come to our heavenly dragon empire? This is a provocation. This is courting death. Catch him. Tear him into pieces. Grind his bones into ashes. No. Tearing him into pieces is letting him off easy. We can't let him die like this. Eat him alive. Peel his skin alive. Eat his flesh. Crush his bones and crush his tendons. Suck his marrow and blood dry. Everyone gets a share. Eat him alive. The terrifying murderous aura was coming from all directions. It was like a tidal wave, rolling and boiling. Countless barbarians were about to pounce on Xiao Han. Xiao Han seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation where he was surrounded by enemies and had no help. Xiao Han's mouth was filled with bitterness. He did not expect that his identity would be exposed as soon as he entered the Heavenly Dragon Empire's palace. He did not even have time to think. He was caught off guard. At this moment, an aura like a volcanic eruption exploded in the sky. Roar. Don't move. Let me deal with this bastard myself. A frenzied voice rang out. The voice was filled with murderous intent. However, it also contained a great deal of sadness. It was trembling as if he was grieving the death of his parents. Xiao Han looked up and saw a barbarian that was as tall as a mountain. He wore a golden crown and a jade robe. His face was twisted as he walked through the sky. The aura of mountain collapse burst out from every pore of his body, sending many of the barbarians below him flying. Some of the maids and eunuchs even fainted from his aura. His eyes were about to pop out. His anger was soaring. His murderous aura was like a tidal wave. Hysterical. He was the Tsangyun king, the father of the Tsangyun crown prince. The strength of this man's body is more powerful than mine. It's about 3 million ding. He is indeed the inheritor of the special bloodline in the great wilderness. Xiao Han deduced some clues from the blood qi of the Tsangyun king. However, there was nothing else Xiao Han could do. He silently activated the indestructible golden body, and the starlight around his body flickered. He was ready to fight to the death. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. Little bastard. When you killed my son, the Tsangyun king, did you ever think that you would fall into my hands one day? Isn't this what the people of the 4 regions always say? Heaven's net has long arms, but it never escapes. What do you have to say now? The Tsangyun king gritted his teeth and questioned Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han also laughed. How childish. You are the father of the Tsangyun king, right? This year's hex trial is known as the cruelest in history. The death rate is extremely high. Life and death are determined by fate. Since you let your son participate in the competition, you should be prepared to lose your son. In the competition, some people are killed, and some people are killed. It's all about strength. I am stronger than the Tsangyun king, so I killed him. I didn't violate the rules of the competition. If you want to take revenge, you can go to the Hex Pagoda. After a pause, Xiao Han looked at Li Fanming, who was standing next to the Tsangyun king, and couldn't help but say. You are big brother Li Fanming, right? You are an ancient giant, a senior hex on the hex ranking. You can be considered my senior. I think you ought to stand up and say a few words of justice. I didn't violate the rules in this year's hex trial. The people I killed were reasonable. Don't you think so? Ha ha ha. Li Fanming looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you are indeed courageous. Under such circumstances, you are actually able to remain so calm and speak frankly with assurance. You have not collapsed. You are indeed a character. In the future, you may enter the top of the hex ranking. However, I also know a little about your performance in the hex trial. You actually used demonic methods. People like you may fall into the demonic path in the future. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is that I have promised that Tsangyun king to help him capture you alive. Since you came into the trap today, it saves me the time to take the initiative to look for you. Well, Xiao Han, accept your fate. Surrender and let the Tsangyun king deal with you. Li Fanming looked at Xiao Han with pity, disdain, and a little mockery. Oh. I didn't expect that the great figure on the hex ranking, known as the ancient giant, was so despicable. You and I are both hex heroes. Not only did you not help me, but you also helped these barbarians and accused me. Good. Good. Today, I, Xiao Han, will go all out. Even if I die, I will take a group of people with me. All of a sudden, Xiao Han was full of courage. He was ready to kill as many as he could. Moreover, he was also ready to open the communication function of the Hex Hero token. If something bad happened to him, he would leave a message to the sect master and eldest senior brother, telling them the real murderer who plotted against him. Well, Xiao Han, don't resist. You can only accept the suppression. If you dare to resist, I will destroy your soul. Li Fanming looked at Xiao Han indifferently and said condescendingly. Moreover, in front of me, you can't kill people. Do you want to take people with you? That's a fool's dream. In the eyes of Li Fanming, you are just an ant and an aphid, insignificant. Any means you have are rubbish. You have no other choice but to wait for death. I have no interest in obtaining your secrets. So, you can now bear the anger of the Tsangyun king. Ha 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 ha. I can only accept the suppression and can't resist? What kind of logic is this? Xiao Han was so angry that he laughed. I am stronger than you. That is what I said. That is the logic. Li Fanming laughed. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. Xiao Han looked at Li Fanming with extreme coldness. At this moment, Xiao Han was no longer in the mood to fight. The killing intent that had just sprouted had also faded. On his left arm, the Demon Emperor Palm had recovered the demonic power of 120 demon meridians. Xiao Han was ready to drain all of his demonic power and use illusory movement to see if he could escape. As long as he could escape, Xiao Han swore that all of these people would die tonight. However, at this critical moment, the demon egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart began to move slowly. He felt the demonic aura. It was real demonic aura. The demonic aura that penetrated deep into the wood. At the same time, a compassionate voice came from outside the hall. Father, please stop. Don't kill. Don't kill the innocent. What? Could it be, the Green Dragon Demon Emperor? Xiao Han instinctively thought. My son, Yun, has returned. The murderous aura of the Yun king weakened a little. Li Fanming's eyes burst with golden light and flourished with runes. He looked directly at the source of the voice and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched violently. It seemed that he was very excited. To be continued. Chapter 234. Just as Xiao Han was about to drain all of his demonic energy and use the illusory movement to try and escape, a sudden change occurred. The calm demon egg finally sensed the demonic aura. Although the demonic aura was very weak, causing the spinning speed of the demon egg to be as slow as a snail, it was undoubtedly demonic aura. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor has appeared? Xiao Han immediately restrained his desire to escape. He wanted to stay. The appearance of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor made the already chaotic situation even more chaotic. Once Li Fanming and the others saw through the true identity of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, a battle would be inevitable. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor was not a pushover. He was even more evil and terrifying than the Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. If a battle really broke out, the situation would be out of control, and no one would have the time to suppress Xiao Han. That way, Xiao Han could take advantage of the chaos and fish in troubled waters. Xiao Han exhaled, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and looked in the direction of the voice. Then, everyone saw a middle-aged man striding into the hall with arrogance. Strangely, the middle-aged man was dressed like a Confucian scholar, looking very ancient and elegant. His body was covered in holy light, and his aura was very compatible with the heaven and earth. He was extremely handsome, with red lips and white teeth. His eyebrows reached his temples, and there was a kind of compassion in his eyes. There was a vast wave of true qi on his body, but it did not seem threatening at all. Instead, it made people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. His eyes were all-encompassing and tolerant of all things. He was like a saint. Moreover, Xiao Han could see that his physical strength was very strong, even stronger than that of the Tsang King. Moreover, he was at least in the expanded acupoint realm. However, as he entered the hall, the demonic egg in Xiao Han's heart sensed the demonic aura more and more clearly. However, Xiao Han did not dare to open his demonic eye to look at the demonic meridian in the man's body for the time being. Xiao Han remained silent. He saw that Li Fanming's eyes were like torches as he stared unblinkingly at the Confucian scholar. Dense runes appeared in Li Fanming's eyes. However, after staring for a long time, Li Fanming's eyes flashed with an obvious hint of disappointment. Li Fanming can't tell that this man is a demon in disguise? Xiao Han was stunned. Even Li Fanming can't tell? Oh my god. Did this demon take some elixir to block demonic aura? It was actually so perfect. However, it still can't escape from this young master's demon egg. This Confucian scholar seemed to have a lot of prestige. As soon as he entered the hall, all the members of the royal family, ministers, generals, and tribal chiefs respectfully greeted him. Crown Prince Songyun, you're back. Crown Prince Songyun walked closer to Xiao Han. He glanced at Xiao Han, but his eyes were filled with curiosity and doubt that were hard to describe. It was even to the extent that there was a wisp of faint greed and killing intent, but it vanished in a flash. Xiao Han lowered his head slightly. However, Crown Prince Songyun only took a glance at Xiao Han and did not look at him anymore. He brushed past Xiao Han and said loudly, "Royal father, your child has returned late." "Oh, Songyun's boy, these are the heroes." "This is Li Fanming, a legendary figure on the Devilman ranking," King Song introduced with a smile. "Well, you've worked hard, fiend heroes. I heard that the demon race has appeared in our Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family. This is not a small matter. This crown prince has been unable to eat or sleep well. This crown prince has thoroughly investigated for a period of time, but to no avail. Perhaps, this crown prince's ability to identify the demon race is too crude. Now, these devil men have come to my Heavenly Dragon Empire from thousands of miles away to kill the demon race. This is really a great merit. Big Brother Li Fanming, a legendary figure, I've long heard of your name. With Big Brother Li Fanming's help, the demon race will have nowhere to hide." Songyun's voice was very sincere. Divine light burst out from Li Fanming's eyes again. There was a jade talisman rolling in this light. It immediately enveloped Songyun, making him look like he was bathed in a golden glow. "Li Fanming, what do you mean by this?" King Song said unhappily. "Heh." Songyun did not feel offended at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. Talisman Transformation Realm. This is the 7th level of True Qi Realm, the Talisman Transformation Realm. Turning True Qi into True Talisman. Admirable, admirable. Finally, Li Fanming withdrew his gaze completely and shook his head helplessly. "Crown Prince Songyun, I'm sorry. I've always suspected that you're the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It seems that my judgment has been wrong. Crown Prince Songyun has a graceful demeanor. It's really admirable. Ha 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 ha. How could this Crown Prince be the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor?" Songyun laughed involuntarily. "But it doesn't matter. This Crown Prince is also very appreciative of the Devilman's conscientious attitude. This Songyun looked natural and dignified, gentle and elegant. His whole body was full of awe-inspiring righteousness. There was absolutely no trace of demonic qi in his body. However, Xiao Han was clear in his heart. He was a demon race. If he wasn't a demon race, then what was he? His acting was too good. The demonic qi was too perfect. It was simply watertight. Even a super devil man like Li Fanming, a legendary figure, couldn't see through it. In a split second, Xiao Han slightly opened the demon eye between his eyebrows. The demonic light flashed gently. Xiao Han saw a shocking scene. Inside Songyun's body, there was a dense fog. It was hazy and covered with clouds. However, under the layers of fog, something horrifying was revealed. There were numerous demon veins. There was also a huge demon emperor crystal. Each of the demon veins in Songyun's body was pure and flawless. They were flowing with the purest demonic qi. There were a total of 99,990 demon veins. The demon emperor crystal was twice the size of Qing Lin's demon emperor crystal. It was amber in color, beautiful beyond compare, flawless and without any impurities. It was like the most gorgeous gem in the world. Within the amber-colored demon emperor crystal was sealed a ferocious, evil, and murderous azure dragon. Every scale of the azure dragon was covered with demonic and evil demonic runes. There seemed to be countless demons praying and chanting. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. As expected. The real Crown Prince Songyun's brain had been sucked dry. He couldn't be more dead. The one who was standing in front of everyone and acting was the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor who was wearing the human skin of Crown Prince Songyun. Before this, many devil men had died in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They died in the hands of this azure dragon demon emperor. Moreover, awakening 99,990 demon veins meant that he was only one step away from mutation. Qin Shifeng once said that because of the demon bloodline, ordinary demon emperors couldn't break through 100,000 demon veins. However, once they broke through, they would reach the sky in one step and start to mutate. Every mutated demon emperor was equal to a catastrophe for human beings. The lives of many heroes had to be sacrificed in order to eliminate them. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is only 10 demonic veins away from mutating. Xiao Han's back was drenched in cold sweat. Once the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor mutated, even Li Fanming might not be able to destroy it, right? Huh. The Azure Dragon Demon Monarch seemed to have sensed that Xiao Han was spying on him. He turned around with a sharp light flickering in his eyes. He then said softly, "Father, please don't kill." "No. Tsang Yun, this kid is Xiao Han, the real culprit who killed your brother Tsang Long. Tsang Yun, you know very well what kind of bloodline and aptitude your brother Tsang Long has. Our Tsang family has a rare divine talent. He was the most outstanding person in the world. How could he die in the hands of such a lowly person? If your brother Tsang Long didn't die, he would have become a devil man who cultivated both martial arts and true immortal dual cultivation. Many years later, he would become a powerful figure on the Devilman ranking. However, it was all ruined by Xiao Han. This person must die. Burn his bones and scatter his ashes." Tsang Yun bellowed indignantly, his hatred filling the sky. Even if he used all the water in the 5 lakes and 4 seas, he couldn't wash it away. He must kill Xiao Han. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said anxiously with a compassionate look in his eyes. "Father, you can't. You can't. Brother's death actually didn't have much to do with this little friend Xiao Han. This is the Devilman selection competition. It's known as the cruelest and most ruthless selection. The winner takes all. Xiao Han didn't break the rules. He is stronger than my brother Tsang Long. When 2 tigers fight, one of them will definitely be injured. Besides, father, if you kill Xiao Han rashly, it's tantamount to provoking the Devilman Pagoda. This will lead to the destruction of our heavenly dragon empire. The power of the Devilman Pagoda is unimaginable. Those ancient giants are suspected to have become immortals. Any one of them can destroy our empire with a single thought. Father, please reconsider. This." The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was stunned. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor looked at Li Fanming. "Devilman Li Fanming, please advise my father. Don't let him get ahead of himself and cause trouble for his entire life." At this moment, Li Fanming was a little disheartened. He shook his hand. "Forget it. He's just a rookie who has just become a Devilman. His true chi cultivation is a mess. The higher-ups may not pay much attention to him. There are many geniuses in this world. Every year, there will be countless geniuses emerging. This Xiao Han, you can do whatever you want with him, I don't care anymore." With that, Li Fanming had a thoughtful expression on his face as he quietly retreated to the side. "No. Xiao Han must be killed. Otherwise, our heavenly dragon empire will lose its reputation. He's just a rookie. I don't believe that the Devilman Pagoda will declare war on our heavenly dragon empire because of him. Our heavenly dragon empire raises pure-blooded Swanni and pure-blooded heavenly dragons. Even if there are 3 to 5 ancient giants on the Devilman ranking, we won't be afraid. Tsang Yun, you don't have to say any more. I've made up my mind to kill him." "Father. You can't. Otherwise, please let me deal with Xiao Han." The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said anxiously. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. "Let you deal with him? Damn it. You want to eat me like that Qinglin Demon Emperor? No. Tsang Yun, you are too kind and soft-hearted. If I let you deal with this bastard, you might release him secretly after locking him up for a few days. I can't let you deal with him." Tsang refused decisively. "Damn it, they are actually discussing how to deal with me? Fine, I will remember everything that happened today. Tsung, Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, Li Fanming, Yu Ming, Zhou Chuan, Nia Sainer. You bunch of trash, I will not let any of you off in the future. However, your father's influence is weak now, so I'll make a quick escape and leave first. Xiao Han thought quickly. He was ready to drain all his demonic energy and escape with his illusionary movement. Looking at the current situation, even if Xiao Han shouted that Crown Prince Tsang Yun was the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, no one would believe him. Of course, the demonic energy contained in the 120 demonic veins was like an illusion. It was hard to say whether he could successfully escape from this group of experts. At this moment, a barbarian touched the corner of his oily lips, let out a drunken burp, and stood up to say, "Your Majesty, Crown Prince, please don't argue. I have an idea." The barbarian was fat and had triangular eyes. He looked like a pervert with a belly full of evil tricks. "Oh. Akmeo, what idea do you have? You've always been resourceful and resourceful. Your idea must be pretty good. Tell me quickly." Tsang Yun said sternly. "Yes." Akmeo nodded and said slowly. "This person killed the genius of our country, Crown Prince Tsang Yun. We can't let him go just like that." However, Crown Prince Tsang Yun's worry was not without reason. "How about this, let's use the most ancient method of our heavenly dragon empire. Let him fight with the warriors of our country. If he could win, then he would be able to live. If he loses, let him be punished by the totem." "Accept punishment from the totem?" Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Han blurted out. "What does that mean?" "It means to throw you to feed the pure-blood Swanee and pure-blood Sky Dragon." "Ha ha ha ha. Don't you feel honored?" Akmeo laughed evilly. "Listen, this is very fair for you. Your life is in your own hands. If you defeat my country's brave warriors, you can directly obtain the right to live. Even if you lose, when facing pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon, they might not eat you. This is not for certain, right? Throw me into the sealed building where the pure-blood Swanee and pure-blood Sky Dragon are kept." Xiao Han's eyes widened. He was ecstatic. "Ha ha ha ha. This brat is scared. Ha 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 ha. He's scared. Ha 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 ha. Wrestling. 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 Wrestling." Tens of thousands of barbarians who had eaten and drunk their fill in the entire Swanee Palace started shouting. Isn't my luck a little too good?" Xiao Han was puzzled. "Although I might not be able to refine the pure-blood Swanee and pure-blood Sky Dragon, I can at least give it a try. Once I refine them, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Wealth comes from danger. If I don't risk my life, how can I change in such a short period of time? Even if the barbarians didn't think of this dirty trick, I would still think of a way to enter the building. I really didn't expect that I would get a pillow when I was sleepy. To me, Xiao Han, this is no less than a great fortuitous encounter." Chapter 235. Xiao Han was in a precarious situation. He was coveted by the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. King Tsang's hatred, monster hero Li Fanming and the others fanned the flames. When Xiao Han's life was at stake, an important minister of the Heavenly Dragon Empire proposed to let Xiao Han participate in the ancient gladiator ceremony of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Once he was defeated, he would be thrown into the building that was used to raise pure-blooded Swan Ni and pure-blooded Sky Dragon. This was a cruel ceremony passed down from ancient times in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. There was no way for the loser to survive. Over the years, hundreds of thousands of losers were buried in that terrible building. Good. King Tsang's aura soared. His eyes flashed as he stared at Xiao Han. Then, "Xiao Han, I have already thought about this matter. Although the death of my son, Song Long, is related to you, I can't put all the blame on you. If I want to execute you directly, you will definitely not accept it. Moreover, the monster hero tower may also pursue this matter. How about this, Xiao Han, you participate in the gladiator fight. As long as you can win, I swear that I will never pursue the matter of you murdering my son, Song Long. All the grievances will be written off. While speaking, King Song's eyes were filled with the smell of conspiracy. Obviously, this gladiator fight was not going to let Xiao Han win. Oh. Xiao Han looked at King Song. Xiao Han. You have no other choice. There is no way out. Do you know that? King Song threatened in a stern voice. Inside the Swan Ni Palace, tens of thousands of barbarians with surging blood qi seized the opportunity and surrounded Xiao Han. They formed an impenetrable wall, which made it impossible for Xiao Han to escape. It seems that I really have no other choice. Xiao Han deliberately put on an expression of a hero at the end of his road. Yu Ming and the other monster heroes sneered at the side. Their eyes were full of sarcasm. This Xiao Han was really awe-inspiring and heroic in the Hex Hero trial. He killed whoever he wanted and destroyed whoever he wanted. He wantonly crushed the rules of the competition and even caused the death of the geniuses from the Hex Hero region. He probably thought that after he became a monster hero, he would also be able to destroy everything. He was always successful, but now. Ha 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 ha. This kind of despicable nouveau riche deserves to end up like this. The monster hero Zhou Chuan sneered. This person killed Zhang Sun Wuhan, the top genius in the East region, in the Hex Hero trials. Zhang Sun Wuhan is a distant relative of mine. Devilish hero Nia Sainer sneered. Li Fanming's face was filled with melancholy as he said indifferently. This Xiao Han is just an insignificant person. If he dies, then so be it. He's just a tiny wave in the ocean. However, it seems like we're destined to return empty-handed after coming all the way here to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Big Brother Fan Ming, do you mean that there's a flaw in the information provided by the Yaoxia Pagoda? The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor isn't hiding in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal family? Yu Ming asked with a frown. Nope. I've carefully examined all the people on the scene. He didn't find any traces, not even the slightest bit of demonic aura. With my talisman transformation realm cultivation base, it's absolutely safe to use vital energy to read demonic chi. Even if the demon race has consumed a precious medicine that shields demonic chi, it's impossible to escape my detection. I can't fail. The only explanation was that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was not in the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. We will leave the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial palace tomorrow and look around. Li Fanming shook his head helplessly. And at this moment, Xiao Han. You are also a man, right? Don't be hesitant. King Song roared impatiently. All right. If you want to fight, let's fight. Xiao Han had a tragic look on his face. He was completely unafraid of death. Who are the brave warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Come at me. Even if I, Xiao Han, die, I will drag a few of you down with me. Yes. Xiao Han, you agreed to fight voluntarily, I didn't force you. Demon hero Li Fanming, you can be the witness for this matter, so that no one will find trouble with me in the future. King Sung finally laughed heartily, as if he was going to take revenge. No problem. I can testify for this matter. Xiao Han is brave and fierce, he willingly accepted the ancient gladiatorial ceremony of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Li Fanming was also happy to do a favor for him. We can all testify. Yu Ming and the other demon heroes echoed. Xiao Han looked at Li Fanming, Yu Ming, and the others indifferently. His heart was filled with killing intent. Xiao Han, my little friend. No. You can't accept the gladiatorial ceremony. Green Dragon Demonic Emperor looked anxious, as if he was very compassionate. However, deep in his eyes, there was a deep sense of regret, as if he felt that it was a waste of God's gift. "Shao Han, let me deal with you." Green Dragon Demonic Emperor blurted out. "Let you kill me? Dig out my heart and eat it?" Shao Han sneered in his heart. "I have seen through your disguise long ago. You can fool others, but you can't fool me." "All right. Crown Prince Song Yun, you are a man of great righteousness and righteousness. Thank you for interceding for me. However, although I'm alone, I still have some tough bones. If you want to fight, let's fight. Moreover, I am not sure that I will lose. There is always a slim chance of survival." Shao Han said generously. "What slim chance?" "The ancient gladiatorial ceremony of the Heavenly Dragon Empire is 1 against 100. "Shao Han, do you think it is a one-on-one fight?" "Absolutely not. Once you agree to fight, you will have to face 100 of our strongest warriors. You will definitely die." Green Dragon Demonic Emperor said bitterly. Shao Han was stunned. A burst of laughter could be heard from all directions. "Ha ha ha ha. My son Song Yun, step back. Since Shao Han has already agreed to the fight, then we should respect his decision. He is a hero, and he values his reputation and reputation the most. He wouldn't be willing to break his promise." "Ha Fan. Shao Han, that's right. According to the rules set by the ancestors of our clan, every clansman who participates in the battle will have to fight against one warrior of our clan. Shao Han, you are very brave. Maybe you can defeat 10 warriors of our clan?" "Ha ha ha ha. But throughout history, it seems that no outsider has ever won against us." "Yes, Your Majesty. I remember that the outsider with the best result killed 11 warriors of our clan. He was torn into pieces and his body was eaten by the other warriors on the spot." Akmeo, who was full of evil tricks, said with a sinister smile. He looked like he was asking for credit. "How despicable." Shao Han pretended to be indignant. He paused for a while and said, "Since it has come to this, I, Shao Han, have to fight." "Good. Akmeo, go and prepare for the gladiatorial ceremony immediately." King Song ordered Akmeo excitedly. Then, King Song looked at Shao Han coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man, a corpse. In the Bai and palace, tens of thousands of barbarians surrounded Shao Han and brought him out of the palace. King Song accompanied Li Fanming and the other heroes out of the palace. Crown Prince Song Yun, who was also the Green Dragon Demonic Emperor, stayed behind. His eyes suddenly flashed with a vicious demonic light. He snorted coldly and immediately followed King Song Yun out. In the ancient gladiatorial arena in the palace. In the oval-shaped gladiatorial arena, there were already tens of thousands of barbarians sitting on the ring-shaped stands. Shao Han was thrown onto the gladiatorial arena. Clang! 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 The 4 iron gates opened one after another. Waves of primitive and violent aura burst out from every iron gate. In an instant, the entire gladiatorial arena was filled with whirlpools and the wind and clouds were rolling. Countless ferocious beast-like eyes shone in the dark night with cruelty and bloodlust. Boom! From one of the iron gates, an imposing barbarian walked out. He was 3 meters tall, bare-chested, and the muscles on his body rolled like a horned dragon. He looked ferocious and terrifying. He opened his mouth slightly and let out a roar, which had the power to devour mountains and rivers. When he stepped on the ground, it was like an earthquake. In his eyes, there were shadows of ancient ferocious beasts appearing and disappearing. This person has the strength of about 3 million cauldrons, but he doesn't cultivate true qi. Shao Han evaluated immediately. Next, barbarians walked out from the iron gates in all directions. Each of them was like a towering mountain, and they gave off an invulnerable feeling. 100 barbarians surrounded Shao Han. Among these 100 barbarians, about half of them cultivated true qi and cultivated both their bodies and bodies. Among them, there were a few who were at the expanding acupoint realm. However, the quality of their true qi was not as good as Yu Ming and the other heroes. Among them, there were some barbarians who seemed to have a special bloodline. There were actually lightning, flame, aurora, and other kinds of energy surging in their eyes. It seemed that these people were gifted and could communicate with the lightning world, flame world, and aurora world. It was no small matter. There are 100 powerful barbarians. Even if I am at my peak, with the 4 demon veins in my left arm, demon sovereign's palm filled with demonic energy, it would still be difficult to kill all of them. Even if I use the world-extinguishing demon saber, it would still be impossible to kill all of them. The most optimistic outcome would be to forcefully kill a small portion of them, and then be surrounded and killed by them. Xiao Han was also clear about the current situation. Forget it. There is no need to waste my energy here. Let's conserve our strength and enter the place where the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee are kept and obtain fortuitous encounters. Once I succeed, I will come out and kill all of these bastards. What Demon Emperor Azure Dragon, King Song, Yu Ming, Li Fanming, all of them must die. Xiao Han thought quickly. At the next moment, ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that I, Xiao Han, who has just become a demon hero, will die here. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han let out a long and sorrowful roar. His aura was like a dragon and his voice spread far and wide. 1 against 100. I will definitely lose. Forget it, forget it. Why do I have to humiliate myself? Instead of dying in the hands of these barbarians, would rather die in the mouths of the pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon. I, Xiao Han, admit defeat in this battle. Hua, the surrounding spectator stands were filled with mockery and laughter. Good. Killing him in this arena will also give us a reason to talk about it. There might be trouble in the future if we kill him. Since he has admitted defeat, we should quickly send him to the place where the totem rests. Feed him directly to our pure-blooded Sky Dragon and pure-blooded Swanee. King Song suddenly stood up, looked at the night sky and said with a trembling voice. My son, King Song, my father has already avenged you. Open your eyes and see. This Xiao Han is really a coward. He doesn't even have a bit of backbone. He directly admitted defeat without even fighting. Yu Ming sneered. Ha ha ha. Yu Ming, you can't say that Xiao Han is weak. Even if the few of us join forces, we will certainly not be able to fight against the warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, unless Big Brother Li Fanming, who is a talisman transformation realm expert, takes action. Even if Xiao Han accepts the challenge, he will still die tragically. It is better to just admit defeat. That demon hero Zhou Chuan shook his head and laughed. Xiao Han was immediately escorted to the place where the pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon were kept. Who? I wonder if I can fulfill my wish and refine the 2 most precious pure-blooded giant beasts of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I hope the heavens can protect me, Xiao Han. In Xiao Han's heart, he was excited, expectant and a little nervous. Chapter 236. Xiao Han was escorted to the resting place of the totem by the barbarians of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was where the greatest glory and pride of the race was kept. Pure-blooded Tao Wu and pure-blooded Heavenly Dragon were kept. The troop escorting Xiao Han was so majestic that the entire imperial city was celebrating. King Song Yun was riding a huge tiger. He was galloping on the street in high spirits. He was in an indescribable high spirit. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor accompanied the King of Tsang Yun with a gloomy expression. My son, Tsang Yun, in the next few days, Li Fanming is going to search for the whereabouts of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor in our country. You can help them, said the King of Tsang Yun Kingdom. Yes, father. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor nodded slightly and an undetectable demonic light flashed in his eyes. There's no need to trouble Crown Prince Tsang Yun, said Li Fanming with a faint smile. Finally, after going around a long street, Xiao Han was escorted to the sealed building in the imperial city. It was thousands of feet tall and covered an area of dozens of miles. Roar, roar, waves of muffled and violent howls resounded from within the buildings. They pierced through metal and cracked stone, shook the air in the surroundings to the point it became soft and brittle, and the origin energy in the surroundings was destroyed. Even though the aura of this powerful being had been obstructed by the layers of buildings, it still possessed an epic and mythical deterring force, causing this world to seem as if it was about to be destroyed. Your Majesty. The barbarian soldiers stationed there knelt on one knee and greeted. The reason why the Heavenly Dragon Empire can dominate the vast wilderness and no one dares to invade it is because they have pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Even with Li Fanming's ability, he felt a little restrained in front of the building. If it's really a pure-blooded Tao Wu and Heavenly Dragon, it would be difficult for them to fight against it. They might even be killed in seconds. However, a true pure-blooded primordial remnant is unlikely to appear on the surface. It's unlikely for them to appear on the surface of the vast wilderness. Brother Li Fanming, do you mean that the Tao Wu and Heavenly Dragon raised by the Heavenly Dragon Empire aren't truly pure-blooded? Yu Ming was slightly stunned. They're still somewhat pure, and their bloodline is still noble. Although they're not as heaven-defying as their ancestors in the primordial era, they're still powerful. It cannot be subdued or killed, Li Fanming said with a faint smile. No matter what, Xiao Han is definitely going to die this time. There's no way he'll be able to escape. A hero with a bright future has died just like that. Nya San smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. I'm about to go in and drink with Brother Bai and Brother Sky Dragon. I hope those two won't be too violent. Xiao Han licked his lips. Alright, Xiao Han, you go. I wish you good luck. King Songyun waved his hand and ordered the barbarian soldiers to throw Xiao Han into the building. Clang! 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 Dozens of barbarian soldiers. Each of them held a key in their hands and opened dozens of iron doors. Then, with lightning speed, he threw Xiao Han in. Finally, he locked all the iron doors as if he was facing a great enemy. Ho ho! Excited and bloodthirsty howls immediately rang out from within the building. Then, the people outside could vaguely hear Xiao Han's screams. Ha 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 ha! King Songyun looked up to the sky and laughed. Burn incense. Comfort the soul of my son, Blue Dragon in heaven. My son, you've been a hero for a lifetime. I can't believe you died in the hands of a scoundrel. However, I've avenged you today. Awesome. Awesome. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's eyelids twitched a few times, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. However, he soon calmed down and sighed. Father, Demon Hero Li Fanming, I'll take my leave. Sigh. Why did you do this? After saying that, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor left dejectedly. My eldest son is too pedantic and soft-hearted. King Songyun looked at the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's back and shook his head slightly. Crown Prince Songyun is kind and virtuous. You'll definitely have a great opportunity in the future. Li Fanming smiled. He then bid farewell. Forget it, King Songyun, I've troubled you this time. I'll leave the Imperial City immediately and look for him in other places. If the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is really not in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, I'll leave the Great Wilderness and return to the Yaoxia Pagoda to inform the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Pagoda so that they can completely correct the loopholes in the information so that no more Yaoxia will come to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to cause trouble, in a tribe near the Imperial City of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The tribe was a vassal of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was a nomadic tribe that lived by water and grass. The land was fertile and the herdsmen planted a large number of fragrant fruits. In the depths of the dense forest of Hami melons, Crown Prince Songyun stood with his hands behind his back. It's the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. In the depths of the forest of Hami melons, there was a cluster of black fruits. There was a dense demonic aura, and the air in all directions seemed to be flowing with demonic sounds. Black fruits were condensed on the branches of the trees. The black fruits were extremely evil. They were the size of an apple and there were densely packed demonic characters on their skin. It seemed that there was an extremely evil demon sealed in each fruit. Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit. The sacred treasure of the demon race. Only high-level demons were qualified to plant them. The Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit could not only replenish demonic power in a short period of time, but it could also awaken demonic meridians. More terrifyingly, it could give high-level demon emperors the opportunity to mutate. Humph. That young man, Xiaohan, clearly has a scent that attracts me. If I eat him, there might be a possibility of mutation. Unfortunately, that idiot Song Yun killed Xiaohan forcefully. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's tone was extremely demonic and terrifying. However, I'm at a critical moment now. I'm only 10 demonic meridians away from successfully mutating and ascending to the heavens. At this time, I really can't afford to make any mistakes. In addition, that group of damned Yaoxia is causing trouble again. There's a talisman transformation realm among them, and it's very difficult to deal with them. Hence, I dare not act rashly. Alright, when this Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest is completely ripe, I'll start to attack the last 10 demonic meridians. Once I succeed in mutating, the Heavenly Dragon Empire will become my kingdom of demons. It will become this Emperor's kingdom of demons. He he he. He 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 he. Totem Habitat. In the building that was hundreds of feet tall, Xiaohan's body was surging with starlight. The power of his flesh shell was condensed. He walked carefully. The ground was filled with bones that were piled up like a mountain. There were human corpses and a large number of beast skeletons. Some of the beast skeletons were hundreds of feet long. Their flesh and skin had been eaten clean, leaving only empty skeletons. A fierce ancient aura spread in all directions. A foul wind blew. Evil aura filled the sky. It made Xiaohan feel as if he was walking in Azura hell. Moreover, echoes could be heard from all directions as he took a step forward. At this moment, Xiaohan felt a great sense of danger, as if a dagger was stabbing into his back. He raised his head slightly and saw a huge creature that was emitting golden divine radiance. It was entrenched on a stone mountain in the building. It was hundreds of feet tall and looked like a divine lion. There was a golden dragon horn on its head that was extremely bright and dazzling. Its fur looked like it was made of gold and was shining brightly. It emitted a brilliant golden glow. It almost lit up the entire building, causing everything to be visible. In its eyes, there was a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. When it slightly opened its eyes, a divine light would burst out. Ancient runes would appear and disappear, scarlet clouds and gray mist would churn, and clouds would move in all directions. It was extremely intimidating. What a powerful and terrifying creature this was. It seemed to possess a high level of intelligence as it looked at the tiny Xiaohan with great interest. It didn't immediately pounce on him. Damn it, what a powerful aura. Is this a pure-blooded beast? It truly lives up to its reputation. It's not weaker than the talisman transformation realm demon hero Li Fanming. Moreover, I can't estimate its strength. It's too majestic. In front of me, it's as if I'm facing a legend from the ancient times. Xiaohan was somewhat cowering. However, things had already come to this. He could not retreat at all. His hands silently formed a seal and he was about to stake everything on one throw and unleash the 10,000 beast devouring formation. He was going to make a crazy gamble. Roar! At the same time, a dragon's might was suppressed from above the building. Then, Xiaohan raised his head slightly and saw a dragon. This was not a hornless dragon, nor a flood dragon or a horned dragon. It was a real heavenly dragon. The dragon's might was extremely pure. The dragon's scales emitted infinite radiance. The dragon's eyes were as big as a water tank. There was a kind of ancient and deep luster in the pupils. Its body moved casually and it emitted a supreme dragon's might that could not be profaned by the world. Halos of light were emitted from the dragon's body, illuminating the world and making it the supreme ruler. A pure-blooded heavenly dragon. A pure-blooded heavenly dragon that could rival a pure-blooded swan and I. The heavenly dragon empire had raised and inherited it for countless years. It was a divine beast that was used to suppress the fate of the empire. Motherf ****. If it wasn't for the fact that my flesh shell is strong, my chi and blood are vigorous, and I have the support of the indestructible golden body, I'm afraid that I would have been turned into a mist of blood just by facing these two big guys. It's too dangerous. Xiao Han was speechless. His blood had somewhat solidified. His entire body's essence, chi, and spirit were highly concentrated and taut. His life's potential was greatly stimulated. At this moment, Xiao Han's soul was transparent, flawless, and without any impurities. Roar! Roar! Finally, after a period of observation, the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee roared excitedly at Xiao Han. It was as if they knew that Xiao Han's blood chi was different from ordinary people. It would definitely be delicious and nourishing. This, pure-blooded swan and I and pure-blooded heavenly dragon. I, Xiao Han, passed by the heavenly dragon empire today and fell into the enemy's hands. Unfortunately, my battle prowess is inferior to the enemy's, and I am besieged on all sides. It is difficult for me to break out of the encirclement. Both of you are pure-blooded ancient giant beasts. Why don't you fuse your genes into my body so that I can inherit your strength? Xiao Han's words seemed to be understood by the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee. They were enraged, as if they could feel the provocation and covetousness of a tiny creature like Xiao Han. The next moment, boom! Boom! The pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee pounced towards Xiao Han at the same time. Flying sand and stones. The ground cracked. Beams of light blasted everywhere. Space collapsed inch by inch. Damn it. Desperate. Whether I live or die, it all depends on this. Xiao Han's body shone brightly, and the bone scriptures were intertwining. He was bold and courageous. A man with nothing to lose was not afraid of a man with shoes. He was willing to be cut into pieces and drag the emperor down from his horse. 2,000 beast-devouring grand formations that had been brewing for a long time were launched at the same time. The faint immortal chi was faintly discernible, and the immortal rhythm was simple and unadorned. Almost at the same time, they covered the pure-blooded swan Ni and pure-blooded sky dragon. To be continued. Chapter 237. In the heavenly dragon empire's imperial city's totem dwelling, Xiao Han faced the pure-blooded swan Ni and pure-blooded heavenly dragon, his life hanging by a thread. He staked everything on one throw and took the risk out of desperation. He wanted to forcefully refine these two archaic descendants and temper his body to its peak state. The two archaic descendants had tyrannical auras that soared into the heavens. They were as austere as winter. With just a slight breath, those with weak auras would inevitably turn to ashes. Just as the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee pounced towards Xiao Han had already prepared two 10,000 beast-devouring arrays. Shroud these two primordial species. Ho, ho! The pure-blooded heavenly dragon and pure-blooded Swanee let out soul-shaking howls. Light erupted from their bodies. In an instant, all of the vitality in the building withered and vanished. Heaven and earth yuan chi became chaotic, light twisted, and air collapsed. The space around them shattered, and mushroom clouds exploded everywhere. These two colossal creatures desperately wanted to break free, but they were tightly bound by the two formations. Immortal runes were moving, destroying all living creatures. Faint immortal sounds were emitted, suppressing all beasts. Hey! Xiao Han was almost sent flying by the shockwave, but he was now in a horse stance, his body still and unmoving. His indestructible golden body had been pushed to the extreme, and he was like a lone boat in the middle of a raging storm. It was as if the boat could be destroyed at any moment, and he could die. But he was very tenacious, and he did not overturn at all, hovering between life and death. Hold on. These two big guys are fighting for their lives, but sooner or later, I will refine them into dregs. Xiao Han's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. An hour later. Ho! The surface of the pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon began to ripple. Their howls changed from fierce and furious to manic and terrified. The next moment, Xiao, from the pure-blooded Swanee's body, a ray of golden light that shone like a star appeared. It shot towards Xiao Han in an instant. From the pure-blooded Sky Dragon's body, a ray of light that could illuminate all things shot towards Xiao Han. Pooh! Pfft! The golden light and the light shot into Xiao Han's body at the same time. Suddenly, two extremely powerful and heaven-defying life forces appeared. In an instant, it exploded in Xiao Han's flesh shell. These two waves of vitality were too powerful, and there was a clear ancient aura to them. They were ferocious like a raging torrent and a raging sea. Moreover, it was as if they were inflating a balloon, and Xiao Han's body immediately swelled up. Xiao Han suddenly floated up from the ground. His entire body felt like it had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Poochie! Poochie! His entire body. His brain and even his soul shook violently. It was as if gunpowder had been ignited and suddenly exploded. This caused Xiao Han to feel as though he was about to be turned into minced meat. Ouch! 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 Unimaginable, indescribable pain. In an instant, it occupied every nerve, every muscle, every cell in Xiao Han's body. Ah! Xiao Han let out a heart-wrenching howl. His spirit had always been extremely resilient. It was almost impossible for him to be defeated by pain or even death. He could already remain calm and collected. Even if they were severely injured, they would not even frown or grunt. Even if they were cut into pieces, they would not admit defeat. But this kind of pain was unbearable for Xiao Han. It exceeded his limits, causing Xiao Han to let out a piercing shriek. Pooh! Xiao Han's 7 apertures suddenly burst out with blood. His clothes were shaken into pieces. Blood spurted out from his pores. At the same time, misty steam rose from Xiao Han's body. Golden light and auspicious qi rose. The clouds were steaming and the red clouds lingered. The clouds were indistinct. It hurt so much. It's like I'm being executed by 1,000 cuts and torn apart by 5 horses. It's too explosive. Too ferocious. I've never felt so much pain in my life. It's like I've walked through hell. Xiao Han gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. However, Xiao, another ray of golden light and a ray of light were separated from the bodies of the two ancient species and shot towards Xiao Han. Bang! Xiao Han's body emitted a terrifying sound like gunpowder exploding a mountain. Qi waves surged like tides. Hurricanes rose in all directions. The air was chaotic. The rocks in the building were blown up and directly shattered into pieces. Pooh! A mouthful of blood shot out from Xiao Han's mouth. He had completely vomited 3 liters of blood. Ah! His physical body was about to disintegrate. His soul was also about to be torn apart and collapsed. Could it be that I, Xiao Han, am going to lose this time? Activating the 10,000 beast-devouring art and absorbing the blood and genes of the pure-blood mutated beasts, not only could it not refine my physical body and increase my strength, but it would also cause me to explode in an instant. Roar! I, Xiao Han, cannot die here. I, Xiao Han, have obtained a fortuitous encounter and cultivated an immortal technique. If I die so easily, wouldn't it be a waste of a heavenly treasure? It would be a waste of this great fortune. I cannot die. Xiao Han shouted in the depths of his heart. Boom! The hot flow of the indestructible golden body in his body began to wash and frantically repair and nourish the heavy injuries on Xiao Han's physical body. Xiao Han also immediately began to practice the first 70 movements of the indestructible golden body. I am as calm and unmoving as the earth. I will endure all the pain and sufferings. Come on. In front of the inhuman pain, Xiao Han's life potential was also stimulated to the greatest extent. It allowed him to display an unprecedented endurance. His immortal willpower fiercely resisted the pain and suffering. Boom! Golden light and light suddenly spread out in all directions from Xiao Han's body. It was like the endless medicinal power of immortal pills and precious medicines. It flowed into every inch of Xiao Han's flesh, cells, organs, bones, and even into Xiao Han's soul. His body was nourished and strengthened. His flesh and blood were condensed and strengthened. His mind was stimulated and nurtured. The strength of his flesh and blood started to rise. It was as if there was no end to it. Xiao, xiao, another golden light and light slashed into Xiao Han's body. Pooh! Xiao Han's body exploded into a bloody mist as he spat out an arrow of blood. However, within this blood, there seemed to be some impurities. It was as if there were wastes hidden deep within Xiao Han's body. Even the clotted blood and impurities on his genes and bones were forcefully blasted out. It was still a heart-wrenching pain. The situation was extremely dangerous. Xiao Han could be torn apart and die at any moment. Once Xiao Han was hit by the violent life force of the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon, not only would his body turn into powder and disappear from the world, his soul and consciousness would also be destroyed. However, Xiao Han used his powerful flesh and blood as his foundation. He used the indestructible golden body to protect his life. In addition to his perseverance, he forcefully suppressed the crazy pain. Ah! 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 Xiao Han continued to let out the blood-curdling screams of the cuckoos and blood-weeping apes. It was heartbreaking and heartbreaking. Outside the building, densely packed barbarian soldiers were guarding the place. Vaguely, the roars of the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon could be heard from the building. They could also hear Xiao Han's inhumane screams. It seems that the two pure-blooded beasts are ravaging that young Xiao Han. Just by listening to that young Xiao Han's screams, one could tell how terrible and terrifying the situation was, too terrifying. If he was swallowed in 1 or 2 bites, it would be fine. But to be tortured so piecemeal, it's too cruel, too cruel. A barbarian soldier's teeth were sore. He pricked up his ears to listen, then shook his head repeatedly. I guess he has been tortured to the point that he doesn't look human anymore. Humph. This Xiao Han killed Artsong Dragon Crown Prince in the Hex Hero trial this time. Now, the torture and abuse he has suffered are retribution. This kind of person should die so quickly. It's not enough. We must torture him to death. Only then will it be satisfying, and the king will be very happy. Another barbarian soldier said with a smile. Inside the building, under the operation of the 10,000 beast devouring formation, the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon were broken down and refined inch by inch. They turned into golden light and shot into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han fought with his life, crazily absorbing the blood and genes of the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon. Gradually, even the roars of the Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon were produced in Xiao Han's body. It was as if there were pure-blooded Swan Ni and pure-blooded Sky Dragon inside Xiao Han's body. Half a month later, 1/3 of the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon had been refined. The beast roars in Xiao Han's body became more and more tragic, louder and louder, almost resounding through the sky. Xiao Han's strength had increased from the original 2.4 million cauldron to 5.8 million cauldron. Xiao Han felt that the bones in his body had completely turned into a kind of golden color, and there were golden light and light floating around, like the bones of a god. The muscles in his body could be hard or soft. They could be as soft as cotton, or as hard as star steel. His control of strength was almost perfect, and he could do whatever he wanted. His body was full of explosive power with a slight movement, and his aura was chilling. A month later, the pure strength of Xiao Han's body had reached a terrifying 8 million cauldron. Now, he could already easily refine and absorb the vitality of the Swan Ni and the Sky Dragon. His facial expression was no longer ferocious, and he looked carefree, as if he had everything under control. Devouring and refining the genes of the giant beasts, the stronger his body's strength was, the richer his capital was, and the easier it was. Now, with the 8 million cauldron strength, it was easy for Shao Han to absorb and refine the remaining life essence of the two ancient giant beasts. A month and a half later, the pure-blooded swan Ni and the pure-blooded sky dragon had been completely refined and absorbed by Shao Han. Not a single dregs was left. As a result, Shao Han's pure body strength had reached a shocking 12 million cauldron. Within Shao Han's body, the roars of the swan Ni and the sky dragon could be heard. They emitted a desolate and primitive aura that shook the soul and caused the world to change colors. Their roars contained the power to shatter mountains and rivers. It was as if these two primordial beasts had been transplanted into Shao Han's body. I finally succeeded. I, Shao Han, have finally succeeded. At this moment, Shao Han's eyes were unprecedentedly bright, like two resplendent stars. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the air current surged like a hurricane, blowing a large area of space into pieces and distorting light. 12 million cauldrons divine strength. Shao Han slightly released his aura. With a boom, an unparalleled force rose from Shao Han's body, causing the ground to tremble and crack. The gravel and sand on the ground were blown up, spinning at high speed in midair. The friction created sparks and fireworks. It was a marvelous sight. I suddenly have the illusion that I can pluck the stars and the moon. Shao Han smiled faintly. At this moment, Shao Han was like the reincarnation of an ancient pure-blooded giant beast. Just his aura alone could shock people to death. His aura swept across 3,000 zhang, the belly of the swan Ni and the sky dragon, a thought that could overturn rivers and seas. I can be wild in the vast wilderness. Chapter 238. Shao Han completely refined and absorbed the pure-blooded swan Ni and the pure-blooded heavenly dragon, not leaving a single drop behind. His flesh shell's strength rose to 12 million cauldron. From within Shao Han's body, the roars of a swan Ni and a sky dragon could be heard. His entire body was filled with an ancient aura, and every cell in his body was filled with explosive power. He was an extremely dangerous person, filled with an unparalleled pressure, like a human-shaped beast or a human-shaped weapon. Shao Han slowly stretched out his palm. His 5 fingers were like mountains, rolling mist. Thunderous roars of giant beasts resounded in the air. Absolute power surged out. With a slight movement of his 5 fingers, golden spears and armored horses floated up and down, flickering with a rarely seen divine light. 12 million cauldrons of pure physical strength. I wonder if it can shake the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and evil hero Li Fanming. Shao Han licked his lips. However, Shao Han was in a very sorry state. His clothes had been torn to shreds, and he stood there naked. His face and body were covered in black filth, and his hair was as messy as a beggar's. Heh, going out just like that? Shao Han shook his head and broke into laughter. Afterwards, the spirit turtle's true chi surged and sealed up the violent aura of the flesh shell slightly. His entire body settled down, silently, like a peerless blade hidden in a case. He sat cross-legged. Outside the totem habitat. It was a dark and windy night, and it was a treacherous night. The barbarian soldiers who were guarding the buildings gathered together in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing with each other in private. These past few days, there's been some movement inside. That Shao Han would howl miserably every few days. It seems like he hasn't been tortured to death by the 2 giant beasts yet. What was going on? It's almost been 2 months, and he's still not dead? This person's life is really tough. Something is indeed wrong. The 2 behemoths' auras are getting weaker by the day. Could it be that Shao Han had subdued the 2 giant beasts? That's not possible, right? What a joke. Subduing 2 pure-blooded primordial descendants? Do you think a prisoner like Shao Han can do it? If he really had the ability, he wouldn't have been thrown to feed the giant beasts. Suddenly, the building, which was filled with danger and ancient roars, suddenly fell silent. Calm as still water. Quiet as a ghost. Not only could people no longer hear the domineering roars of pure-blooded swan Ni and pure-blooded sky dragon. Even the desolate ancient aura that was suppressing the fate of the heavenly dragon empire stopped abruptly as if it was annihilated. The resting place of the totem seemed to have turned into a grave. Hiss. The barbarian soldiers were the first to notice the abnormality. They could not help but feel their hair stand on end. They all gathered together. What's going on? All of a sudden, there was no sound. Did something happen? Something big must have happened. It's as if I can't sense the life force of the pure-blooded heavenly dragon and pure-blooded Tao Wu anymore. This is unbelievable. What exactly happened? Enough. Don't make wild guesses. Listen, open all the doors and send a few warriors in to take a look. After a short period of discussion, the barbarian soldiers decided to take out the keys and open the iron doors that sealed the building so that they could go in and see what was going on. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in the silent building. Right now, he was naked, and there were no spare clothes in his storage ring or true acupoints. Xiao Han didn't know whether to go out or stay, and he was in a bit of a dilemma. After thinking about it, Xiao Han could not think of a good plan. Feeling bored, Xiao Han took out the evil hero token and turned on the message function. He received several messages at once. Xiao Han, if you encounter any danger in the heavenly dragon empire that you can't handle, return to the pure cloud sect immediately. Remember. Xiao Mingchu, how are you now? Do you need me to come and help? Mo Qingtong. Xiao Han, Qingtong is teaming up with other evil heroes in the North region. She successfully killed a low-level demon emperor and earned a lot of contribution points. Moreover, Qingtong also picked up a map of the ancient ruins. Xiao Han. She invited you to explore the ruins with her team. Give her a reply. Fatty Zhu. Boss, Fatty has opened the 41st true acupoint. His realm has risen to the 5th level of true qi. Boss, where are you? Hua Fan. Junior brother Xiao Han, is everything alright? Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Yunrong wants to hear your voice. Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not expect that after he turned off the message function, so many friends would leave messages for him. It made Xiao Han's heart warm up. Heh. I will also reply to them. Xiao Han smiled and prepared to leave messages for his friends one by one to let them know that he was safe. At this moment, clang. 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 One after another, the thick and heavy iron doors were opened. Oh. Xiao Han's heart moved. It seems that after I retracted my aura, the barbarian soldiers outside have already sensed the abnormality. Great. I will take this opportunity to slip out. Xiao Han quietly moved his feet and hid in the shadows of the building, holding his breath. More than 10 barbarian soldiers, holding heavy weapons such as halberds, axes, and wolf teeth clubs, carefully entered the building. The densely packed barbarian soldiers were waiting outside vigilantly. Unexpectedly, after the barbarian soldiers entered, they were like clay oxen entering the sea. There was no more sound. What was more frightening was that the barbarian soldiers did not even make a sound. It was as if they had entered another world, evaporating and disappearing. A deep fear and creepiness suddenly seized all the barbarian soldiers who were guarding outside, ready to rush into the building if there was any abnormality. They looked at each other with chills running down their spines. Inside the building, Xiao Han held a set of animal skin armor in his hands. On the ground were the corpses of more than 10 barbarian soldiers. All of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their internal organs had exploded. It fits perfectly. At this moment, Xiao Han was already dressed neatly. His whole body was wrapped in a brightly colored animal skin armor. He also wore a horned hat on his head. I am going out. Xiao Han lowered his head and slowly walked out. Outside the building. Damn. Damn it. What? What terrible thing has happened? No. Go in and have a look. All of you, go in. A barbarian leader's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat and his face was twisted. At this moment, they are out. Our people are out. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a barbarian soldier slowly walked out of the building. Wearing a brightly colored animal skin armor and a horned hat, he lowered his head and walked straight out. When he was outside, he stretched his body a little. His whole body crackled like beans being fried. His breath was like a dragon's roar. His internal organs surged like a tiger's roar. An inexplicable sense of danger suddenly radiated out. The barbarian soldier did not even raise his head. He was about to pass through the crowd and walk out. Stop. Stop. The barbarian leader's throat was dry and he screamed in a trembling voice. Where? Where are the others? What about Xiao Han? What about the pure-blooded Tao Wu and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon? The barbarian soldier that walked out of the building. Naturally, it was Xiao Han. Xiao Han had been locked up in the building for nearly 2 months. Now that he could see the light of day again, although it was a dark and windy night, he was in a good mood. He felt as if he had broken free from the shackles of a cage. He did not answer and only lowered his head and walked quickly. Damn it. Stop. Suddenly, a barbarian soldier roared. A barbarian soldier roared. He was carrying a thick mace, and in a moment of desperation, he threw it towards Xiao Han's back. Like a flying meteor, it was powerful and heavy, piercing through the air and destroying everything. An ordinary person. If he was hit, he would definitely be torn into pieces and die. Hey! Xiao Han's body trembled slightly, but he did not look back. His right hand reached out. Boom! This grab, his 5 fingers were like hooks. Between his palms, there was a kind of great destruction, an invincible violent power. The roar of a tiger and dragon could suppress ghosts and gods. Pucci. In an instant, the flying mace was crushed into powder. It was like crushing a piece of tofu. He. Xiao Han raised his head slightly. Coincidentally, a crescent moon swam out from the dark clouds, and a ray of clear light shone on the side of Xiao Han's face. It was a dark and dirty face, but his eyes were as bright as gems, as dazzling as stars. Hiss. It's that Xiao Han. It's that Xiao Han. Immediately, a barbarian soldier let out a dry howl as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Han actually did not die. This is, what is going on? Oh, how could I die in the hands of you barbarians? I am the evil hero. A evil hero will not die so easily. Xiao Han teased. Xiao Han, you, my clan's pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon. The barbarian leader's face twitched. His voice was hurried. Oh, pure-blooded Swanee? Pure-blooded Sky Dragon? Xiao Han patted his stomach. They are all here. The barbarian soldiers' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. But very quickly, the barbarian leader gave an order, and the densely packed barbarian soldiers, each holding a heavy weapon, had already surrounded Xiao Han. Puff! A brilliant firework soared into the sky and blossomed in the pitch-black night sky, forming a mighty and massive pattern of a heavenly dragon. Xiao Han. You actually did not die, no, but, you can't run away. I have already set off the signal firework. This is our imperial city, heavily guarded. You can't run away. The barbarian leader King Kong roared fiercely, his eyes glaring with anger. The barbarian soldiers were worthy of being called barbarian soldiers. After a short period of shock and horror, they regrouped and released their sharp battle intent, firmly surrounding Xiao Han, as if they were surrounding a giant beast, ready to hunt it. Xiao Han was happy and fearless, his whole person was very calm. Originally, I wanted to deal with the Green Dragon Demon Emperor first. I did not want to fight with you shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and Luo Ho, but since you want to court death, then I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. I naturally know that this is the imperial city of Heavenly Dragon Empire, an important military location, guarded by countless barbarian soldiers. However, I see nothing here. I will sweep through everything. Today, I will bathe the imperial city of Heavenly Dragon Empire in blood. As if there is no one here. Presumptuous. Xiao Han, you. The barbarian leader burst out with a roar that sounded like a tsunami. What are you shouting for? When I say bathe, I mean it. Die. Xiao Han's body moved slightly, the strength of his flesh shell surged like a tide, crushing the space in an instant, rushing to the front of the barbarian leader. He struck out with his palm. Boom! The momentum of this palm was like a sudden clap of thunder, as fast as lightning, as violent as thunder. The airflow within a radius of more than 100 feet suddenly became chaotic, collapsed, twisted and withered. Puff! The barbarian leader did not have time to react, his head was hit by Xiao Han's palm. With a puchi, the barbarian leader whose flesh shell strength had reached 2 million ding was smashed into pieces. It scattered in all directions. Xiao Han's palm was like a big iron hammer, fiercely smashing on the top of an egg. The barbarian leader did not even have time to react, his whole body was smashed into pieces, leaving only a piece of human skin on the ground, bones, muscles, internal organs, soul, everything was smashed into pieces and turned into nothingness. If you want to live, scram immediately. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me. Xiao Han said ferociously. P.S. There are too many relatives who are going to celebrate the new year. My family is also treating me, my mother-in-law is also treating me. Sigh, I am so tired. Every day, I only manage to squeeze out a little time to update a chapter when I am back home. I hope everyone can understand. I did not save any chapters, I really have no other choice. The target for February's update is as follows. February has 28 days, the basic minimum is 56 chapters, 99 chapters from last month have not been completed. Adding up to 155 chapters, I do not dare to play anymore. Chapter 239. Ever since Xiao Han accepted the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and came to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, he had suffered many setbacks. Because of the enmity between him and the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince, he became the enemy of the entire Heavenly Dragon Empire. He was even thrown into the totem habitat to feed the giant beasts. He felt very aggrieved. Now, Xiao Han's flesh shell was complete. He was like a ferocious tiger that had jumped out of the abyss to kill. He wanted to see blood. In just one move, he had smashed a barbarian leader into pieces. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll slap all of you to death. Xiao Han's gaze swept across the crowd, and his aura burst forth. Ho! The terrifying roar of a giant beast reverberated from within Xiao Han's body, causing the air around him to soften. His entire body was like the mountains and rivers, with the sky above his head, showing the vicissitudes of eternity. Tornadoes that could destroy heaven and earth were brewing in every cell of Xiao Han. His eyes were as deep as the Milky Way, with a divine light that could not be found in the mortal world, as well as an ancient and desolate aura. Ho! It was as if Xiao Han's body was rearing a primordial desolate beast. Ah! All of a sudden, the barbarian soldiers surrounding Xiao Han were intimidated and retreated in all directions. Only a few dozen ferocious and fearless brute soldiers remained. They still held their weapons tightly and breathed rapidly. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they wanted to fight with their lives on the line. Just then, bang! 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 The entire sky above the imperial city was filled with endless fireworks. Everywhere in the north, south, east, and west, fireworks exploded, creating images of all kinds of desolate beasts. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The imperial city was in an uproar. Hong long long hong long long hong long long, from all directions, the sound of iron hooves trampling the ground rumbled like thunder. Countless cavalrymen were charging over. Ho, ho, dozens of giant Luans flew across the sky, and on each giant Luan stood a dense group of barbarian soldiers. Ha 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 ha. The tens of barbarian soldiers that were surrounding Xiao Han relaxed their vigilance and nervousness, and laughed sinisterly. Xiao Han. You are surrounded. He won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Heh. Xiao Han's expression was calm. His mind moved slightly. It seems like I am indeed surrounded. I don't know how many barbarian soldiers are charging towards the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Moreover, where is the so-called Crown Prince Tsang, who is also the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Had it completed its mutation? It had already awakened 99,990 monster meridians, and only needed 10 more to successfully mutate. Once the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor mutates, it will be a catastrophe for the human race. Forget it, I will kill my way out of the Imperial City and hide, hoping to find the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor as soon as possible. If the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is in the Imperial City now, I will fight it to the death. I must get the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal. Only by devouring the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and learning the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's intrinsic demonic technique, I might be able to compete with Li Fanming. Xiao Han had made up his mind. Xiao Han. Surrender yourself to us. Trapped like a turtle in a jar, you have nowhere to run. The barbarian soldiers surrounding Xiao Han regrouped and became excited. I don't want to play with you anymore, I will kill my way out first. Xiao Han grinned. With a loud bang, his aura was condensed to its peak, and then it exploded. Boom! All of a sudden, the airflow within a radius of tens of feet collapsed, twisted, and caved in. The barbarian soldiers in all directions were like toads, crawling on the ground. Xiao Han let out a long laugh, and his body moved, and he flashed out. Chase! Dozens of barbarian soldiers climbed up, waved their weapons, and chased after Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not slow down, and he struck out with his palm. This palm contained 12 million ding of divine power, the fall of the river, fall of the star, and in an instant, dozens of barbarian soldiers were crushed. Their bodies were smashed into pieces, and dozens of flattened human skins appeared on the ground. Xiao Han could vaguely identify the way out of the imperial city. His body was strong, and with just a jump, he could travel hundreds of feet, and he ran out of the imperial city. Xiao Han, stop! Along the way, many barbarian soldiers tried to stop Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not reply, and he casually grabbed with both hands, as if he was grabbing a chick, and pulled the barbarian soldiers over, and threw them out with all his might, smashing the houses in the imperial city, causing them to collapse and explode, and smoke and dust billowed. Xiao Han was like an unstoppable man. Roar! A giant ape, whose whole body was burning with scarlet light, stood up from the direction of the imperial palace. It was as majestic as a mountain, and its eyes were like a sea of blood. The ape's pupils burst out with a terrifying light, sweeping left and right. Wherever its gaze passed, the air evaporated, and the space caved in. On the head of the giant ape stood a large group of people. The leader was the emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Tsang. Behind him stood a group of important ministers. Damn it! Evil beast! Tsang San jumped, and his facial features shifted, and smoke came out of his 7 orifices. You actually did not die. Moreover, my tribe's sacred totem beast, the pure-blooded swan and pure-blooded heavenly dragon, seemed to have met with misfortune. Xiao Han. You have blasphemed our ancient and great race. You will be buried here. You will definitely die. Roar. King. King, please don't be angry, Xiao Han. Xiao Han can't escape. He has already fallen into the encirclement of our army. It will be difficult for him to survive. Moreover, King, this brat murdered our sacred beasts. He must have a great secret on him. If we are able to capture him, dig out his heart, extract his blood and extract his marrow, and obtain his secret, it will be immeasurable benefits for our tribe. The secret on him might be even more valuable than our sacred beasts. It's a pity that demon hero Li Fanming and my son San Yun are currently not in the imperial city. Otherwise, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to capture this brat. Tsang's face was gloomy. Xiao Han decided to kill his way out of the imperial city. Thus, he immediately rushed out of the imperial city. He jumped like a meteor, and his body tore through the air, leaving behind a rolling white wave. A main road that could allow hundreds of cavalry to run side by side. Rumble, 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 hundreds of cavalrymen trampled towards Xiao Han. The sound of killing shook the heavens. Like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Unstoppable. The cavalrymen did not ride on warhorses, but on a type of mammoth beasts. The mammoth beasts could be more than 3 zhang long, and their entire bodies were covered with thick hair that looked like steel needles. Their ferocious aura was monstrous, and they possessed great strength left behind from the ancient times. They were a large-scale army that could attack cities and break through enemy lines. The Heavenly Dragon Empire's Mammoth Beasts Cavalry Regiment had once conquered a tribe with a population of 1 million with only 10,000 of them. In that battle, 10,000 mammoth beasts launched an attack at the same time, and directly broke through the wall of the tribe. They completely ignored the arrows and innate Qi attacks, as if they were in a no-man's land. They trampled over tens of thousands of enemy soldiers, and blood flowed like a river. Corpses filled the field, and the enemy's heart and liver were destroyed, and they finally chose to surrender. Now, there were 700 to 800 mammoth beasts rushing towards Xiao Han. These mammoth beasts were all covered in armor, and their heads and faces were painted with dye. They looked like ferocious ghosts with green faces and fangs. With just a slight attack, there would be air explosions in all directions, and the ground would crack inch by inch. On top of the giant ape's head. King. Our Imperial Mammoth Beasts Cavalry Regiment is attacking. If they face Xiao Han head-on, they will definitely be able to break Xiao Han's momentum. Make him run away or surrender. If he doesn't handle it well, he will definitely be trampled into a meat patty. A famous barbarian said in a booming voice. The Imperial Mammoth Beasts Cavalry Regiment is one of the strongest troops in our Heavenly Dragon Empire. They can slaughter cities and destroy countries. They are trustworthy. Tsang nodded repeatedly, and his eyes were filled with calmness. This king wants to see how this Xiao Han is going to resist stubbornly. Hee. Cavalry? All of you, die for this father. Xiao Han did not dodge or retreat. Suddenly, his whole body collapsed. He collapsed hundreds of zhang high. Then, he landed on the ground. Xiao Han fell from hundreds of zhang high in the sky, and directly landed in the middle of hundreds of mammoth beasts. Boom! Xiao Han stamped his feet on the ground. The whole ground suddenly collapsed, and with a rumbling sound, with Xiao Han's feet as the center, a huge earthquake occurred. Puchi! 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 The rock ground that was as hard as iron was split into pieces, floating in the air, and then exploded. The air was distorted, and the mammoth beasts in the surroundings were overturned. Their armors cracked, and a large group of mammoth beasts let out cries of despair and death. Then, their huge bodies began to explode. The body of the barbarian soldier on the back of the giant mammoth beast also cracked like porcelain. His body was shattered. Blood flowed out from their 7 orifices, and all of them were sent flying. Huge python-like cracks spread out in all directions like lightning, and smoke and dust filled the air. Pung! 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 The stone houses were torn apart by the twisting power. With just a jump and a fall, a troop of Imperial Mammoth Beasts cavalry was destroyed. Shao Han was as terrifying as a real swan and I. His lethality was too shocking. There was only one remaining mammoth beast at the back. The barbarian soldier on the back of the beast was scared out of his wits. He turned around and was about to escape. He was so scared that he wet his pants and was crying non-stop. Pang! Shao Han's body moved, and directly collided with the mammoth beast and the barbarian soldier, causing them to explode, and a cloud of blood splattered everywhere. Shao Han stomped his right foot again, and the ground collapsed. Thousands of spider web-like cracks spread out in all directions, and the ground within a radius of a few hundred zhang suddenly sank, forming a shocking hole. Whoever dares to block me, will die. Shao Han roared. His aura was incomparably sharp, and it was as if he had been possessed by a god. The light in his eyes was terrifying, and no one dared to look him in the eyes. The barbarian soldiers in all directions covered their heads and fled. Pang! 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 Shao Han once again jumped out of the city. On top of the giant ape's head. Tsang and the other ministers were all terrified, as if they had lost their parents. No. Our most elite troop, the Imperial Mammoth Beasts Cavalry Unit, was destroyed by Shao Han. Annihilated. My king, this person is too terrifying. His pure physical strength is more than 100,000 ding, like a pure-blooded swan and no one can stop him. My king. We can't stop him. Air troops. Air troops. The strongest troops of the Heavenly Dragon Empire are moving out. Kill. We must capture or kill this bastard at all costs. Roar. Tsang King was filled with hatred, and he roared loudly. Jia 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 jia, a huge shadow swept across the sky. That was a dozen of the strongest giant Wan, and they pounced towards Shao Han. Each of the giant phoenixes was dozens of feet long. Their feathers were burning with flames and divine light. Crimson clouds and mist roiled. Furthermore, on the back of the giant Wan, the strongest archers of the Heavenly Dragon Empire were all pulling their bows and shooting at Shao Han. Air troops. The strongest army of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. For the Heavenly Dragon Empire, they had established an immortal meritorious deed. The giant Wan's blood chi was monstrous, and it was cruel and vicious. The archer's strength was tyrannical, and they could shoot a willow tree 100 steps away, and search for the soul from 1,000 miles away. One arrow could destroy a mountain. The two of them complemented each other. Shio 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 shio, the sound of something breaking through the air was like a violent storm. Heavens! In the sky, a scarlet light burst out, and the momentum was terrifying. Hundreds of scarlet lights shot towards Shao Han, and the sound was like a soul-locking sound. The 100 transformations of the fish and dragon had a shocking aura, and it tore through the sky. Waves of ferocious beasts' baleful chi rose up, and it was terrifying. Those were the hundreds of bone arrows shot by the archers. Every bone arrow was about 10 zhang long, and when they were shot out, it was like a volcanic eruption. They could easily pierce through the hardest city walls, and if they hit a person's body, they would immediately explode and turn into a mist of blood. Hundreds of bone arrows scattered, covering an area of a few hundred zhang. They sealed off Shao Han's front, back, left, and right. They wanted to turn Shao Han into a hornet's nest. Ha 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 ha. Shao Han let out a loud laugh, and his indestructible golden body burst out. This indestructible golden body used Shao Han's flesh as its foundation. The stronger Shao Han's flesh was, the stronger the indestructible golden body would be. At this moment, the strength of Shao Han's flesh had reached 12 million ding. Once he activated the indestructible golden body with all his strength, 10,000 rays of annihilation starlight burst out, and the disillusionment nebula, star sand, cold dust, 10,000 zhang. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Shao Han let out a roar, and the densely packed bone arrows shot into the annihilation starlight and cold dust near Shao Han's body. Clanging sounds rang out, and a large area of space rippled. These bone arrows could not penetrate the indestructible golden body, and were all knocked away. In the next moment, boom! Xiao Han's feet stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot up into the sky. Whistling up. In an instant, he jumped up several hundred zhang high, and suddenly rushed into the middle of the flock of giant wands. True qi seeped out from Xiao Han's body, causing his body to stop in the air. Qiu, the giant wan, let out a frightened wail, as if it had a premonition of death. The archers on the giant wan's back were caught off guard. They did not expect that not only did they fail to kill Xiao Han, but Xiao Han had also jumped up. They once again drew their bows, but it was already too late. Pung! Xiao Han struck out with his palm. It directly hit the head of a giant wan. Pooh! The giant wan, along with the barbarian weapon on its back, trembled violently, and then suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood. Pooh! 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 Xiao Han's face was as calm as water, and there was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He walked in the air with majestic steps, and both of his hands struck out again and again, smashing the giant wan into pieces. His qi was majestic and majestic, like the sun and the moon in the sky, like the stars shining down, like the rivers flowing on the ground. The air within a radius of several zhang was sucked dry by Xiao Han's strength, forming a huge whirlpool of energy. The giant wan could not fly out of this whirlpool, and could only accept the cruel fate of being killed by Xiao Han. Within a dozen breaths, Xiao Han smashed dozens of giant wan with his bare hands. Some of the barbarian weapons on the back of the giant wan were directly killed by the aftershock of his strength, and some fell to the ground and were smashed into meat paste. Xiao Han was completely unstoppable, as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. In the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, almost all the barbarians raised their heads to look at the one-sided massacre that was taking place in the sky. Their hearts were filled with grief, and their hearts were like dead ashes. They knew that the man in the sky was like an ancient pure-blooded beast that they could not contend against. Every move he made could bring a terrible disaster to them. When there was only one giant wan left, Xiao Han did not smash it into pieces. Instead, he directly grabbed the giant wan and used all his strength to smash the giant ape that was being ridden by the Tsang King. The power of this smash was like the descent of an ancient demon god. It was like a cosmic storm that swept through the starry sky, shook the sun and moon, and smashed the continent. It was like a god descending to the mortal world, and his iron hooves trampled everywhere, causing the mountains and rivers to fall. Bang! The giant wan smashed into the chest of the giant ape. The giant wan was directly smashed into pieces, and a hole appeared on the chest of the giant ape. Oh! The giant ape burst out in grief, and it let out a heart-wrenching howl. It kept retreating, and a large number of barbarian soldiers were trampled to death. Protect the king! Protect the king! Above the head of the giant ape, there was a cry of fear and terror. A golden wand flew over, and the ministers hurriedly moved the ashen-faced and shivering Tsang King to the golden wand. In an instant, the golden wand escaped without a trace. Xiao Han did not chase after the giant ape. He used the 10,000 beast devouring formation and directly covered the giant ape. Oh! 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 The giant ape let out an indescribable scream, and its huge body, which was nearly 100 feet tall, was refined and broken down into rays of white light that shot towards Xiao Han. Swoosh! 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 The white rays of light shot into Xiao Han's body, and his aura condensed and rose again. His power surged and rose step by step. Run! Run! This guy is not human. Run for your life! The barbarian soldiers and barbarians in the imperial city all ran out of the city and trampled on each other. There were countless deaths and injuries. Xiao Han stood in the void, absorbing and refining the bloodline genes of the giant ape to his heart's content. However, there were some thoughts in his mind. Even after such a huge commotion, the Green Dragon Demon Emperor still hasn't appeared. Moreover, the demon egg and the tattoo of the demon the arch on my left arm didn't sense any demonic aura at all. It seems that the green dragon demon emperor is indeed not in the imperial city. I'll leave the imperial city quickly and search around. Xiao Han absorbed the bloodline genes of the giant ape, and the strength of his flesh shell rose to 13 million cauldrons. He directly activated the spirit turtle True Qi and transformed into an ancient and huge spirit turtle. He then left the imperial city at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 240. Xiao Han wreaked havoc in the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, violently slaughtering many barbarian soldiers. Then, he refined the giant ape and increased the strength of his flesh shell to 13 million cauldrons. He was arrogant and domineering, and finally left. No one dared to stop him. Xiao Han's true qi transformed into a spiritual turtle and flashed out of the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire like a fleeting ray of light. It seems that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is indeed not in the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I wonder where he is hiding. This great demon is seeking to mutate. I have to find him as soon as possible and kill him. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the turtle shell and thought. Where are Li Fanming and the others? Are they still searching for the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? However, they are really useless. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is standing in front of them, but they don't know anything. They even talk to the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor politely. How ironic. There were no pursuers along the way. Xiao Han activated the demon egg that was hibernating in his heart and sensed the demonic qi around him. Xiao, a large one enshrouded in golden mist, flew past Xiao Han's front, letting out a frightening cry. Xiao Han squinted his eyes and discovered that the Golden One was an ancient beast that he had killed and refined before entering the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal city. Its blood and qi were extremely strong, and once he refined it, his strength would increase by a few 100,000 ding. Heh! Xiao Han formed a 10,000 beast devouring formation with a thought. Xiao, the Golden One let out a heart-wrenching cry as if it was on the verge of death. It was imprisoned by the ethereal spell formation. Its life essence, bloodline, and genes were drained bit by bit, turning into light. It shot into Xiao Han's body and became the nourishment for his flesh shell. After refining the Golden One, Xiao Han only increased his strength by 50,000 ding. This isn't right. This Golden One belongs to this region of the Great Wilderness. It is a ferocious wild beast with overflowing evil aura and can easily crush a giant mountain with its claws. Previously, I refined one and absorbed it, increasing my strength by almost 400,000 ding. Now, I refined one that looks exactly the same. It only increased my strength by 50,000 ding. It has shrunk greatly. Xiao Han was puzzled. Xiao Han frowned and pondered for a while, then nodded slightly. Maybe it's because my strength has improved rapidly. One's foundation can't be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, if you refine the same beast again, the energy you absorb will be different. In other words, the power of Xiao Han's flesh shell was too strong. Refining beasts with ordinary bloodlines and genes could no longer increase his power by much. He had to go all out. Swoosh! Xiao Han broke down the spiritual turtle into wisps of true qi and kept them in his body. After that, he quietly landed on the ground, sealed all the aura in his body, and walked towards the small tribe. Along the way, he carefully sensed the faint traces of demonic qi. It doesn't seem to be a living demon. Someone must have killed a demon. It's the demonic qi emitted from the demon's corpse. Moreover, the demonic qi is too weak. It should be the corpse of a low-level demon general. Xiao Han concluded based on his experience. It seems like it's not the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Xiao Han was disappointed, but he still walked straight towards the tribe. At this moment, a few rays of glaze-colored true qi shot up into the sky from the tribe. The quality of the true qi was extremely pure and flawless. It was the true chi that was cultivated after being tempered for thousands of times. In the great wilderness, there were many barbarians who cultivated true chi. However, it was extremely rare for them to purify their true chi to such a high quality. Oh. Could it be that there's a demon hero in that tribe killing demons? Xiao Han thought to himself. Never mind, let's enter the tribe and take a look first. It was a small tribe with a population of thousands. Such a tribe in the vast great wilderness. It was like a small wave in the ocean, inconspicuous, like a sesame seed or a mung bean, struggling to survive in the cracks. At this moment, in the middle of the tribe, in the green grass, there was a 10 feet tall demonic beast with black scales all over its body and horns on its head. Its head had been chopped off, and the demonic blood that exuded an evil aura splattered all over the ground. It was a demon general who had been decapitated. Next to the demon general's corpse, there were 7 barbarian corpses, including the corpses of an old man and a child. The barbarians of the tribe stood in all directions. Their eyes were filled with panic and anger. There was panic and anger in his eyes as he looked at the 4 men standing at the side. The 4 men were tall and sturdy. Their aura was smooth and flawless. Their true chi was fluctuating and they were shining brightly. The man in the lead was dressed in a silver robe. His long eyebrows reached his temples and he was empty-handed. His skin was very fair and clean. The void around him was slightly distorted and sunken. The void around him was slightly distorted and sunken. His gaze was very cold. He looked at all the barbarians in the tribe like a high and mighty imperial envoy looking at a group of poor and uncivilized natives. Shockingly, this man was Daoist Yu Ming. Standing next to Yu Ming were his followers, Guihan, Chen Tianla, and Wu Xiaofeng. However, Li Fanming, Nia Sainer, and Zhou Chuan were not present. Senior brother Yu Ming, Chen Tianla whispered to Yu Ming. It seems that there's only a demon general in this small tribe. It has nothing to do with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. We've rejoiced for nothing. Let's go now. I wonder if brother Li Fanming, Zhou Chuan, and Nia Sainer have found any clues. We've already wasted nearly 2 months in the great wilderness and gained nothing. Forget it, let's return to the Demon Hero region as soon as possible. Perhaps the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is not even in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yu Ming nodded indifferently. Let's go. The few demon heroes were about to leave. Wait. Suddenly, a middle-aged barbarian with a strong physique and a full beard stood up. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was twitching slightly because of anger. He looked at the corpse of a child lying in a pool of blood. It was not a demon but a 7-year-old boy in the tribe. He was usually very naughty and cute. He had divine strength at a young age and could already hunt alone. He was able to kill some small wild beasts and the tribe had high hopes for him. However, at this moment, the child's body was shattered by the true chi. He was badly mutilated and lying there quietly. He would never stand up again and cause trouble. Oh. Yu Ming looked at the barbarian with a playful expression. You can't leave. You've killed innocent people of my tribe by mistake. You can't just leave like this. The middle-aged barbarian roared fiercely. His internal organs were burning. Shut up. Guihan's true chi was boiling and his eyes were filled with killing intent. There's a demon general in your tribe. We, the few demon heroes, passed by this place and helped you eliminate the demon general so that your tribe would not be exterminated. Not only do you not know how to be grateful, you're even barking like a dog. You barbarians who don't know when to retreat. All of you, shut up. If you make any more noise, hee. I'll kill you all. You demon heroes. Thousands of barbarians were enraged. They gritted their teeth and moved their bodies. They wanted to rush forward and risk their lives. You're too arrogant and overbearing. Just now, when you were killing that demon general, you clearly could have prevented the deaths of our innocent clansmen. However, you attacked violently and completely disregarded the lives of our clansmen, causing us to sacrifice 7 people in vain. Even a 7-year-old child was implicated by you. Little Ah Man was the most lively child in our tribe, but he died because of your arrogance. You've gone too far. A white-bearded old man was crying. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. His blurred eyes emitted a terrifying light as he accused the barbarians with a hoarse voice. We'll report this matter to King Sang-yun. If King Sang-yun doesn't care, we'll report it to the Demon Hero Pagoda. We've also heard that unless there's no other choice, the Demon Hero will not harm the innocent. No matter who you are, our tribe may be weak, but we'll be entangled with you for generations to come. We won't let this matter go. The blood of our clansmen will not be shed in vain. Noisy. Yu Ming's shame turned into anger. He flicked his right index finger and a wisp of true qi swept past, sending the white-bearded old man flying. The old man vomited blood and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. You're just a small tribe of a few thousand people. You dare to roar? Forget it. Since you don't know life and death, I'll slaughter every single person in your tribe right now. No one will be left alive. You want to report it to the Demon Hero Pagoda? You're threatening us. You're courting death. You're completely courting death. Yu Ming's handsome face that was like a pearl and beautiful jade, gloomy and sinister, flashed continuously. Do it. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yu Ming's voice was as if it was soaked in ice. It was bone-chilling and murderous. Yes, senior brother Yu Ming. The aura of the few demon heroes suddenly became dangerous. The true qi in their bodies surged and the huge murderous aura spread everywhere. Their bodies seemed to become bigger. Even the mountain and sea great prison couldn't compare to them. Even the mountain and sea prison could not compare to 1/10,000th of it. You bastards. You bastards. You're worse than pigs. You dare to kill people in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. You're too arrogant. Crown Prince Sang-yun is in a nearby tribe. You still dare to kill people? Crown Prince Sang-yun is the most benevolent. He won't let you go. The barbarians of this tribe all let out a heart-wrenching howl. All of them had glaring eyes and overflowing hatred. Kill. Yu Ming's face darkened. At this moment, ha 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 ha. Yu Ming, Chen Tianla, Guihan, Wu Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to be acting like a tyrant here. You actually want to slaughter an entire tribe. You're really tyrannical and lawless. A mocking voice sounded. Then, a man wearing a colorful beast skin armor and a cow-horned hat walked out. The man's face was black and dirty. His hair was messy like straw. However, his eyes were lively and bright like the stars. His spirit was piercing through the sky and his whole body was full of energy. It was Xiao Han. Xiao Han quietly walked into this tribe. He already knew what had happened in this tribe. Back in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Xiao Han was held hostage by Yu Ming and the other demon heroes. Then, he was sold to Sang-yun. This caused Xiao Han and these guys to have an irreconcilable hatred. Now, they unexpectedly met again. The killing intent in Xiao Han's heart was so strong that he almost couldn't control it. He directly showed up and sneered. What? Xiao. Xiao Han. Yu Ming and the other 3 also recognized Xiao Han in an instant. They were extremely shocked and involuntarily took a step back. Xiao Han. You're still alive? Yu Ming's eyes were full of doubt and shock. Obviously, he still didn't know that Xiao Han had caused havoc in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He couldn't think of a reason why Xiao Han was still alive. After all, he had seen Xiao Han being thrown into the building where the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded swan Ni were raised. Even a powerful expert like Li Fanming had said that the 2 immemorial pure-blooded giant beasts could not be subdued or killed by ordinary talisman transformation realm experts. For a rookie like Xiao Han, being thrown into the building to feed the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded swan and I was like throwing a meat bun to a dog. Xiao Han should have died a long time ago. Or he should have turned into a pile of excrement from the two giant beasts. However, he actually appeared in such a natural and unharmed manner. For a moment, Yu Ming and the others felt like their throats were choked and they couldn't say a word. Oh right, I have a question. Is Crown Prince Tsang Yun in the nearby tribe? Xiao Han turned his head and looked at the group of barbarians. The barbarians were slightly dumbfounded by this person who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. However, the news of Xiao Han causing havoc in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial city had yet to spread to this small tribe. Therefore, when they saw Xiao Han and Yu Ming standing opposite each other and Xiao Han wearing the armor of a barbarian soldier, they quickly regarded Xiao Han as one of their own. Yes, warrior. Crown Prince Tsang Yun is in a tribe tens of thousands of miles away. Crown Prince Tsang Yun is kind and generous. He wants to help the barbarian tribe to grow a large amount of fruits and vegetables, a barbarian woman immediately replied. Grow fruits and vegetables? Xiao Han's mind flashed with an idea. Don't tell me he's taking the opportunity to secretly plant the heaven-desolate demon fruit forest? That's great. We finally know the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. That's great. Ha 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 ha. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching only to find it by chance. Oh. Xiao Han, you're not dead. You're really stupid. Since you're lucky enough to survive, you should have restrained yourself and returned to your sect with your tail between your legs. However, you just had to jump out again. You're courting death, do you know that? After a short moment of shock, Yu Ming calmed down. He swept out with his true qi to probe Xiao Han's actual situation. He discovered that Xiao Han's aura was as weak as before. It shouldn't be a problem for the four of them to work together to capture Xiao Han. Heh. Xiao Han, what do you want to do by jumping out now? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han looked up to the sky and laughed. There are many people who say that I, Xiao Han, am a vile person. That's right, I am a vile person. Moreover, I will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. You bastards actually betrayed me previously. Ha ha ha, what do I want to do? Do you still need to ask? I want to beat you to death. I want you to be torn into pieces. I want you to be consigned to eternal damnation. Revenge is what I want to do. Chapter 241. Since they met on a narrow path, Xiao Han would definitely not let Yu Ming and the other monsters go. After exchanging a few words, his killing intent shot out. Impudent. Xiao Han, who do you think you are? How dare you roar in front of senior brother Yu Ming? You're courting death. Gui Han roared at Xiao Han angrily. Yu Ming waved his hand, gesturing for Gui Han and the rest to keep quiet. His face was gloomy as he looked at Xiao Han coldly. Xiao Han, you probably cultivate your physique and specialize in body refinement, right? Your chi cultivation is a mess. I've seen your performance in this year's Monster Hero selection. Indeed, you're invincible below the 6th level of chi. Furthermore, you have the means of the monster race. However, you're still a human, not a monster, so it's impossible for you to have any replenishment of demonic energy. When we captured you, you didn't use any demonic techniques. It's probably because your demonic energy is completely gone, right? If you could use demonic techniques, I might be afraid of you. But now that you've lost your demonic techniques, it's equivalent to losing your claws and teeth. You're just a sick cat, don't pretend to be a tiger. You may not have seen the true means of the aperture expansion realm, so it's inevitable that you're a little arrogant. Let me remind you, the difference between the 5th level of chi and the 6th level of chi is like the distance between heaven and earth. It's fine if you don't make a move, but once you do, you'll kill. Alright, don't make a mistake. Kneel down now, kowtow and beg for mercy. Cripple your cultivation, and you can live. Any hesitation and you'll be killed. Yu Ming was bossy, as if he held Xiao Han's life in his hands. At the same time, Chen Tianle, Gui Han and Wu Xiaofeng released their qi and sealed off a large area, trapping Xiao Han. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, so there wouldn't be any loopholes. Facing such a formation, not only was Xiao Han fearless, his fighting spirit rose as he said slowly. Yu Ming, when I entered the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial city, you guys actually joined hands to suppress me. That's fine, I can forget about it. However, we're all monsters, and you guys didn't care about our friendship and betrayed me to Tsang Yun. Perhaps this is the rule of the monster hero world. Profit is everything. In front of profit, everyone can betray others. Alright, I won't say any more superfluous words. If you're heartless, I won't be righteous. You are also on the Devil Hero ranking, senior Devil Heroes with rankings. All of you have meritorious deeds, especially you, Yu Ming. You are 3,999th on the Devil Hero ranking. It's not easy either. It's just a pity that all of you will die in my hands. All the fame and fortune you've gained will be gone. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han suddenly attacked. His flesh shell burst open as the indestructible golden body was activated. A domineering aura burst out from his body, accompanied by endless roars of beasts. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. There was no light from the sun or moon. It was as if countless desolate beasts had suddenly descended upon this place. Xiao Han's body flashed. He flashed in front of Wu Xiaofeng and struck out with his palm. A massive force of 14 million cauldrons was unleashed. Boom! This palm strike was like an enormous pillar that could prop up the heavens. For a brief moment, darkness filled the world, and the sky seemed to collapse. Even the gray space of space began to crack and shatter. Roar! Wu Xiaofeng let out a muffled roar. In the blink of an eye, the true qi in his body began to burn crazily. It was a golden true qi that shone on the 9 provinces for eternity. It was of extremely high quality. Puchi, Xiao Han's palm strike landed on Wu Xiaofeng's protective true qi. In an instant, the true qi in Wu Xiaofeng's body was extinguished inch by inch and scattered in all directions. It was a complete defeat. Xiao Han's palm strike was like a hot knife through butter. It directly hit Wu Xiaofeng's body. Bang! This pure and majestic power caused Wu Xiaofeng's body to suddenly explode. Blood splattered everywhere as his body exploded and turned into powder. The famous Devil Hero ranked 6,999th on the Devil Hero ranking was killed by Xiao Han in one move. Xiao Han's expression was calm and unruffled. His right foot smashed out like a guillotine, shattering the planet. His leg technique was not fancy or skillful. It was like a primordial divine whip, forcefully lashing at evil hero Chen Tianle's head. Puff! Chen Tianle's head exploded in an instant. Densely packed cracks spread downwards and instantly covered his entire body. Then, his body was torn to pieces. The Devil Hero ranked 7,012th had fallen just like that. Boom! Xiao Han once again punched out. His movements were as fast as lightning. He galloped endlessly towards Devil Hero Gui Han. Xiao Han's punch contained 14 million cauldrons of divine power. It was like a stampede of 100,000 flood horses. How powerful was the stampede of 100,000 flood horses? It was simply not enough to describe it as toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. If 2 armies were to fight on the battlefield, the earth would tremble from the impact of the charge of 100,000 flood horses. When this kind of power was added to a person's body, it was as if he was possessed by a demon god. Oppressing evil spirits, killing tens of thousands of people, and destroying mountains. This punch landed on Gui Han's body, and his body crumbled like a piece of paper. The strong man ranked 691st on the Devil Hero ranking was instantly killed by Xiao Han just like that. Xiao Han attacked quickly and decisively. He killed continuously. In a breath's time, he killed Chen Tianle, Gui Han, and Wu Xiaofeng as if they were grass. The barbarians in all directions were shocked and retreated in all directions like the tide. In their eyes, Xiao Han had completely become a ferocious beast in human form, a lethal weapon in the human world. Xiao Han killed 3 people in a row. He was not satisfied. Not only did he not exhaust his strength, his entire body's strength and aura had been accumulated to the peak. Xiao Han's body charged forward again. He struck out with his palm towards Yuming. His aura was like a king of the world, sweeping through the sun and moon. B** starred. Xiao Han, you B** starred. You actually killed 3 veteran devil heroes in a row. People like you are deranged. Everyone has the right to punish you. Die. Yuming's heart trembled. However, he was a stage 6 true qi cultivator. Qin Tianle, Wu Xiaofeng, and Guihan could not compare to him in terms of true qi and battle power. Yuming's true qi soared into the sky. With a flash, he dodged Xiao Han's punch. Boom! 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 Within Yuming's body, gigantic balls of holy light rose up one after another. Every single ball of holy light was overflowing with true qi, and their auras were extremely sharp. A total of 55 balls of holy light floated like 55 bright moons. Loud and clear holy songs rang out. Divine skill chants and diagrams bloomed everywhere. Xiao Han. I am stage 6 true qi. I have opened 55 true qi points and expanded them 5 times. The expansion of the true qi points is 19 times. Killing you is like slaughtering a pig or a dog. Die. Star-picking hand. Yuming's clothes fluttered. His hair and beard stood on end. A star pattern appeared on top of his head. His aura had reached the peak. The weather in a small area changed. The 55 balls of holy light turned into 55 stars. Star sand swirled and endless starlight surged. It enveloped Xiao Han, making him feel like he had fallen into a starry sky. An oppressive pressure enveloped Xiao Han. In the next moment, the 55 stars combined and formed a huge star. One could see that there were mountains and continents on this star. There was a sea of palaces and even a myriad of living beings. Then, Pu, a huge earthen yellow hand, big enough to cover the sky, suddenly grabbed out from this star. It directly grabbed towards Xiao Han. Star-picking great true qi, star-picking hand. Xiao Han, you little devil, immediately die. Die. Shatter your bones. This earthen yellow hand surged with tyrannical true qi. It contained traces of a mysterious martial art. It could crush stars. The surroundings began to shake, and the sound of sonic booms rang out incessantly. The huge hand grabbed towards Xiao Han. This grab was the condensation of Yuming's true qi. It was the understanding of martial arts in his life. Yuming had completely and utterly urged his life potential to the limit, and released a killing blow. The strongest blow. It seems that cultivating true qi is indeed the way of the king. Yuming had opened 55 acupoints in his body, expanding them by 19 times. Logically speaking, in terms of pure strength, he should only be around 1 million ding. However, he had cultivated the star-plucking true qi. When he struck out with the star-plucking palm, he could completely explode with a strength of around 45 million ding. It also contained many martial arts techniques and profoundness. If it wasn't because I refined a pure-blooded sky dragon and a pure-blooded swanni, I would have been injured. And I still have to cultivate true qi in the future. Otherwise, if I only rely on brute force, I will still lose and end up miserable when I meet a true expert. If I cultivate true qi well, it will be much more advantageous than pure strength of the body. Xiao Han's mind spun. It's a pity that you only expanded your meridians 19 times. It is still not enough to display the power of this true qi cultivation technique to the extreme. If you expanded your meridians 30 times, 40 times, 50 times, then I could only run for my life. Xiao Han's eyes were like torches. Roar. In the next moment, Xiao Han let out a violent roar. His entire body's aura was like that of an ancient demon lord. Within his body, a violent power condensed, surged, and erupted. Within every cell, there seemed to be a pure-blooded sky dragon and a pure-blooded swan being raised. Bang! Xiao Han threw out a punch. It was like a million volcanoes erupting at the same time, clashing head-on with the earthen yellow true Qi giant hand. Xiao Han's strength was powerful, but he didn't use any fancy moves or techniques. It was just a head-on collision. Xiao Han took one step at a time. He straightened his body again and threw another punch towards the giant star. Puchi! The star disintegrated. Exploded. Shattered. What? Yuming let out a hair-raising scream. This. How is this possible? Your strength, how did it increase by leaps and bounds and reach such a level? It's more than 10 million ding. This is impossible. You're just a mortal body. It's impossible for you to have such a tyrannical strength. This kind of strength will make your body explode. My star-plucking hand, which can suppress all outstanding talents, was actually broken by your pure physical strength. What a great shame. Good, Xiao Han, you're amazing. I'm not your opponent. I'll retreat now and cultivate in seclusion. Wait until my meridians expand by 30 times, then I'll come back to kill you. Yuming was about to retreat. You can't escape. Xiao Han sneered. The inside of his body roared continuously, and a powerful force was emitted. With Xiao Han as the center, a force field was produced within a radius of 300 meters. The force field distorted the light and the air, and also distorted Yuming's true qi, making it impossible for Yuming to escape immediately. Die. It was you who betrayed me first and wanted to kill me. Now that you've been killed by me, you only have yourself to blame. Xiao Han was expressionless. The power of his physical body surged, and his body became tall and mighty like a god. He threw out a punch. Fear and despair suddenly seized Yuming. He felt that he was facing an immemorial pure-blooded ferocious beast, not a human. Bang! Yuming was sent flying by Xiao Han's punch. Dense cracks appeared on his body, as if a jade artifact had been smashed into pieces. Blood spurted out from his mouth. In an instant, his breathing became weak and he was on the verge of death. No. I, Yuming, am not willing to die like this. I, Yuming, am a genius. When I was young, I was a genius of the North region and was highly respected. In the Devil Hero selection competition, I was tempered and became a Devil Hero. I advanced step by step, and my cultivation also soared to the expanded Meridian realm. I killed demons and was successful in every endeavor. My future will be very bright. On the Devil Hero ranking list, I'm ranked 3999. It's just temporary. No. I don't want to die here. I still have dreams and ambitions to achieve. Yuming's eyes stared straight at Xiao Han. He kept coughing out blood, and the cracks on his body became deeper and deeper. It looked like his entire body was about to explode. Xiao Han. You can't kill me. My ranking on the Devil Hero ranking list is not low. Moreover, I'm Big Brother Li Fanming's man. Once I die, the higher-ups will investigate the cause of death. Big Brother Li Fanming will investigate thoroughly, and sooner or later, he will find you. At that time, although the world is big, there will be no place for you to stand. Xiao Han, I advise you not to make a mistake. As he spoke, Yuming took out his Devil Hero token. His psyche fluctuated, as though he wanted to send a message. You still want to send a message? Go and die now. Li Fanming? Even if he doesn't come looking for me, I will kill him sooner or later. Xiao Han stomped his right foot on the ground, and the ground collapsed. The aftershock of the force immediately caused Yuming's injured body to explode into pieces and splattered everywhere. Xiao Han's vital energy formed a palm and grabbed Yuming's Devil Hero token. Because Yuming was already dead, his devil hero token had already dimmed, and became a piece of useless rock. I wonder if this guy sent out the message that I killed him before he died. But it doesn't matter, I've already killed him. Now, I'm going to hunt down the Green Dragon Demon Emperor and obtain its Demon Emperor crystal to further increase my combat power. With my current combat power, it will be troublesome for me to face some experts at the peak of the expanded acupoint realm, especially those who have expanded acupoints multiple times. Therefore, I must obtain the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal to have the resources to compete with the other demon heroes. Xiao Han picked up the spiritual stones of true qi and some books that were scattered on the ground, and stored them in his true acupoint. After doing all this, Xiao Han walked towards the group of barbarians who were already scared out of their wits. Xiao Han revealed a harmless smile on his face, and said to a middle-aged barbarian, "Guys, I've killed those villains who used their powers to bully people. Now, please tell me the exact location of the tribe where Crown Prince Tsang-Yun is staying." Warrior, you went to find Crown Prince Tsang-Yun. What do you want to do? The middle-aged barbarian stuttered, and looked at Xiao Han with shock and admiration. "Oh, Crown Prince Tsang-Yun and I are like brothers. We haven't seen each other for many years, so I want to catch up with him and have a good chat." Xiao Han smiled. With a few words, Xiao Han clearly knew the location of Crown Prince Tsang-Yun's tribe, which was the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. If he rushed at full speed, Xiao Han would be able to find the Green Dragon Demon Emperor in a day's time. "Everyone, I'll take my leave." After getting the information that he wanted, Xiao Han's vital energy transformed into a spiritual turtle, and like a stream of light, he disappeared in a flash and flew towards the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's tribe. The operation to hunt down the Green Dragon Demon Emperor had begun. P.S. There's basically nothing to do tomorrow, and I can write at home in peace. Chapter 242. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the turtle shell and flew towards the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's tribe like a meteor. "There's going to be a life-and-death battle next," Xiao Han said calmly like an old monk in meditation, trying to adjust his mental state and physical functions to their best state. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is definitely stronger than Qinglin Demon Emperor when he was at his peak. Although the strength of my body is as strong as the waves, it's still not enough to fight with Qinglin Demon Emperor when he was at his peak, let alone the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. However, I must kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It's imminent. If I don't kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I won't be able to increase my combat strength in a short period of time. It'll be frustrating if I encounter a super demon hero like Li Fanming. Even though he had easily killed Yu Ming, the Aperture Expansion Realm demon hero, Xiao Han did not feel proud at all. Yes, even a super expert like the Emperor of the Sun couldn't kill Demon Emperor Qinglin in a one-on-one battle. Xiao Han admitted that he couldn't fight against an opponent like the Emperor of the Sun yet. If he were to use the Emperor of the Sun as a reference, then Xiao Han would definitely die if he fought against the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. A high-level Demon Emperor who had awakened 99,990 demon meridians and could mutate his demon bloodline was not that easy to kill. In any case, even if I can deal with a great demon like the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor or even defeat it, there's nothing I can do if it wants to escape. Xiao Han felt a headache after thinking about it. That's right, Xiao Han had just become a demon hero and was considered a rookie. If a human rookie demon could hunt down the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, who was renowned throughout the ages, the demon race should have been wiped out by the human race a long time ago. I have to calm down and come up with a plan. I have to make sure nothing goes wrong, Xiao Han thought to himself. After calming down, Zhang Xian operated his brain, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he came up with a plan. Withered Stone Tribe. The Heavenly Dragon Empire reigned supreme in the Great Wilderness. Tens of thousands of races came to the empire and ruled over countless tribes of various sizes. The Withered Stone Tribe was known as the most barren tribe in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. That was because the Withered Stone Tribe had a small population. There were very few one beasts roaming about. The soil quality of the scorched earth was special, unsuitable for planting and breeding. The withered stone tribe did not have the ability to expand outwards, so they could only stay behind. Their ancestors had relied on growing millet and barley for generations. Crops such as millet barely survived. This tribe was almost forgotten by the heavenly dragon empire. However, everything had changed dramatically because of the arrival of Crown Prince Sang-yun. 3 years ago, Crown Prince Sang-yun came to the withered stone tribe. He personally worked on this special soil area. He opened up the wasteland and planted endless fruit forests. Fragrant fruit, honeydew melon, coconut forest, lychee, dragon fruit, this caused this barren land to become fertile and fragrant all year round. The hard soil with special humus had become loose after Crown Prince Sang-yun's efforts. The soil was fertile and breathable, suitable for growing flowers and trees. This day, the sky was clear and boundless. The tribesmen of the withered stone tribe were waving their hoes. It was a wasteland reclamation on a black, scorched land. This black scorched earth was extremely hard. When the hoe dug into it, it produced a clanging sound and even sparks. The scorched earth emitted a strange smell that was hard to describe. After we reclaim this scorched land, we can plant sweet and fragrant cantaloupes here. We will have a good harvest next year. An old man loaded piles of scorched land into a large wooden cart. Crown Prince Sang-yun is really our savior and true God. He has turned our barren land, which even wild beasts don't want to come to, into a paradise. There are sweet fruits like gems everywhere. An old woman also had tears in her eyes. Soon, this group of tribesmen dug 3 feet into the ground and dug out all the scorched earth, revealing the light yellow soil underneath. All the scorched earth was loaded into wooden carts. Move this scorched earth to the area designated by Crown Prince Sang-yun. His Highness will personally destroy this devilish soil. The tribesmen looked pious as they pushed the wooden carts towards the center of the tribe. The center of the tribe. In the endless lush honeydew forest. Next to a simple stone house, there was a large black fruit forest. The demonic aura was dense. Even the air was filled with a creepy demonic sound that made one's hair stand on end. In this space, there was a demonic power that could change the color of heaven and earth. There were many black fruits on the branches. Each of the black fruits was as big as an apple. Their skin had strange characters and symbols of the demon race. Heavenly wasteland demon fruit. The supreme treasure of the demon race. In this heavenly wasteland demon fruit forest, there were piles of black scorched earth. The earth was hard and emitted a strange pungent smell. However, this scorched earth seemed to be the best fertilizer for the heavenly wasteland demon fruit. The black fruits slightly trembled as they absorbed the scorched earth, causing it to break down into beams of black light, which were absorbed by the black fruits. An extremely handsome middle-aged man with red lips and white teeth was dressed like a Confucian scholar. His eyes were full of demonic aura, and his aura was fierce and evil. He was like a ghost. Just by standing there, he gave people a feeling that he was invulnerable. His pair of demonic eyes were full of ambition and ambition. With a slight movement of his body, he was in danger of devouring the world. He was like an ancient demon lord. He was Crown Prince Sang-yun, the Blue Dragon Demon Emperor. Humph. To think that this tiny tribe has the best soil for breeding heavenly desolate demon fruits. The heavens are truly helping this emperor, allowing this emperor to obtain this great fortune. With these heavenly desolate demon fruits, this emperor will be able to successfully mutate and truly become a great nobleman of the demon race. I'll become a celebrity. I'll also be able to gain a place in the monster capital. The Blue Dragon Demon Emperor's voice was extremely strange, sharp, and trembling. Every syllable contained a powerful demonic sound that could turn one's brain into mush and body into ashes. However, in this area, be it the demonic aura emitted by the Blue Dragon Demon Emperor or the demonic aura emitted by the Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest, they were all shielded by a light barrier, preventing them from being discovered. In the next moment, roar, the Blue Dragon Demon Emperor suddenly opened his mouth, and a barbed tongue that was full of thorns shot out from his mouth. It was a long, stinky tongue that was drooling. The long tongue was 10 feet long and looked extremely ferocious like a python. It immediately curled around the heavenly wasteland demon fruit forest. It instantly wrapped around hundreds of heavenly wasteland demon fruits. The heavenly wasteland demon fruits instantly melted and turned into boiling demonic water. The blue dragon demon emperor retracted his tongue and swallowed the demonic water. Wang wang wang, the blue dragon demon emperor's body suddenly lit up densely with demonic meridians. His entire body was bathed in demonic aura. He, I've already awakened 99,999 demonic meridians. There's only one left. Once I successfully awaken it, I'll mutate. Ha 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 ha. However, the last demonic meridian, the 100,000th demonic meridian, was extremely difficult to awaken. It was just like breaking through the acupoints of the human race. It was even more difficult than breaking through the 61st true acupoint of the talisman transformation realm. However, once I awaken the 100,000th demonic meridian, I'll have a meteoric rise. All the hard work and waiting will be worth it. The blue dragon demon emperor laughed strangely. At this moment, the blue dragon demon emperor's ears twitched a few times. He suddenly waved his hand and a demonic light flashed. The towering and evil heavenly wasteland demon fruit forest instantly disappeared as if it had evaporated into thin air. The demonic aura on the blue dragon demon emperor's body had also faded, and his eyes suddenly became clear. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and his body was filled with righteousness. The demonic aura in the entire area had been swept away. Crown Prince Tsangyun. Crown Prince Tsangyun. A large number of people from the Withered Stone tribe. They pushed the wooden carts filled with scorched soil and came before the blue dragon demon emperor respectfully. They bowed deeply and their eyes were filled with fervent devotion and faith. Crown Prince Tsangyun, we've reclaimed another piece of barren land. You can destroy the scorched soil yourself, an old man reported. All right, leave the scorched soil behind. You guys can continue with your work. At this time next year, there will be no more scorched soil on the land of the Withered Stone tribe. The entire tribe will be filled with the fragrance of fruits and will be as beautiful as a fairyland. The blue dragon demon emperor's voice was filled with compassion and compassion. The clansmen poured the scorched soil in the wooden carts at the place that the blue dragon demon emperor had designated. At this moment. The blue dragon demon emperor's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he blurted out. He's here. This, he. The blue dragon demon emperor made a sound that sounded like an owl hooting. Crown Prince Tsangyun, what are you doing? Nothing much, I just sensed a familiar aura. It's an old friend that I haven't seen for many years. He's here. Go out and welcome him immediately. The blue dragon demon emperor's eyes were burning with a crazy flame. That kid's aura. It's actually that kid's aura. On his body, there is something that attracts this emperor. It's a fatal attraction. This is the supreme opportunity for me to mutate. He actually descended. Ha 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 ha. It seems like the rise of me is unstoppable. Ha 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 ha. The blue dragon demon emperor adjusted his emotions and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth before he walked out. Xiao Han finally arrived at the border of the Withered Stone tribe. The entire tribe was filled with fruit trees that were fluttering in the wind like flags. The colors were gorgeous and the fruits were plentiful. The fragrance of the fruits was rich and fragrant. As the breeze blew, the fragrance of the fruits assaulted his nostrils, making him feel slightly tipsy as if he was drinking wine. I have to say that it's extremely difficult to find such a warm and fragrant place in the great wilderness. It's really picturesque. Of course, that's if there's no demonic chi here. Xiao Han rubbed his nose gently. He was just standing at the border of the Withered Stone tribe and had yet to set foot on the land of the tribe, but the demonic egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart started to spin rapidly and gave him a warning. Moreover, the tattoo on the palm of the demon the arch on his left arm was also trembling and throbbing. Blue Dragon Demon Emperor, I've finally found you. Xiao Han murmured in his heart. At this moment, a few kind-looking barbarians came out from the tribe and greeted him respectfully. Friend from afar, you're a friend of our respected Crown Prince Tsang Yun. Crown Prince Tsang Yun already knows that you're here. Please enter the Withered Stone tribe. You'll enjoy the highest treatment and hospitality. Please come in, come in. Oh. Xiao Han was slightly stunned and blurted out. Blue Dragon. Crown Prince Tsang Yun already knows that I'm here? Can he feel my aura? Heh. Xiao Han's voice suddenly became so low that it was almost inaudible. I can feel his aura too. It's very obvious. It's really interesting. Both of us can clearly feel each other's aura. Both of us are coveting each other. It's like a pair of archenemies. This time, I, Xiao Han, will take a risk again. I'll use my life and kill my way out. It's either I succeed or I die. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.